I missed your call, I was driving, wasn't I? You got that tomorrow evening, yeah? Oh, 1 o'clock, is it? Tomorrow afternoon? All right, well then, yeah, okay. 1:45. Yeah, okay, she's have a look at that, man. Where's it to? Oh, I've been in there. Yeah, that'll be fine, Pete. Yeah, I'll look at that, man. Great. You want to see your connection then? You're about joining, is it? Yeah, look, but I'll look and see what sort of standard it is for it. If it's a good high standard, I'll leave it, you know. But if you're something right, you think I can do, to be done. All right, then. I felt sorry for Ben last Sunday. I felt a bit gutted really because he didn't do nothing in the game. He didn't bat or he didn't bowl. He just fielded the entire game and he felt a bit. And then there's another one, Eddie Byrom, and he was just watching. He didn't play. So I thought, well, can I play a big new game? Like obviously. But that's one thing I don't want. Like, with me playing and you're sitting not doing anything. Like. Yeah, if the situation arises in games, in the future, I'm going to try and get Ben, well, to have a ball, because the one boy was wouldn't go how well did he? Could he go hell of a lot of points? I love Ben to go just as good as that, he's not better. Yeah, what time you say? 1:45 at my house, is it? Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, Pete? That'll be great. Okay, ta-ra.
Good morning everyone. Boradara, Roiso, Irgerdi Sapphire. Welcome to Sapphire Gardens for the final day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex. Play will be resuming at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to everyone here at Sapphire Gardens today. We know that the past couple of years have been very difficult for everyone, so we are extremely grateful for your continued support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. A warm welcome as well to the players and officials from Sussex, as well as to our two match umpires, Billy Taylor and Rob White, as well as match referee Will Smith. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens this summer. That includes the International T20 game here on Thursday, the 28th of July, when England play South Africa. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages which are available for all home games here at Safari Gardens, including the remaining contests in the Vitality Blast, as well as the Welsh Fire games in the 100. If you're looking for a scorecard, or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, all are now available for purchase via electronic means from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies of these items are also available for purchase in the Glamorgan Club shop. It's run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2, and you can access the club shop by using the walkway in front of the Castell Howell stand. The shop will be open until about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased, again, using electronic means from the kiosk and the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. Tea and coffee is also available for members in the Lewis Lounge until 11 o'clock, and then again from 3:30 until 4:30. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines, which are situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. At the moment, there's a special exhibition in the museum commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster. Peter sadly died during the spring of 2020, and his family have very kindly provided a series of items for these displays. Finally, I'm delighted to say once again that all spectators are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the intervals in play today. That's at lunch and at tea. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square. All the wickets are out, and please do not take any drinks or food out with you.
Glamorgan on top as Ingram and Byrom smash records. Eddie Byrom and Colin Ingram took apart Sussex's attack after the visitors had put on 376, led by Ollie Carter's 185. The Glamorgan second wicket pair had each sealed tons in an unbeaten partnership of 253. The hosts now just 118 in arrears, with 9 wickets in hand at the start of day 3. And Ingram started the day by picking up a single off Lenham to move on to 150 off 228 balls. Sussex had to suffer. The score continued to climb, their lead evaporating with every swing of the bat from both Byrom and Ingram. And after cruising past 300 runs, a single from the former saw the partnership match that mark, a new Glamorgan record for the second wicket. After almost 5.5 hours together in the middle, and with 328 added by the pair, the second wicket partnership was finally separated. Ingram outcaught by Alsop off the bowling of Crocombe for 178, a sensational innings. The result, Glamorgan were now just 43 behind. After toiling for so long devoid of success, Crocombe had another with his next ball. Sam Northeast bowled. The hat-trick was avoided, but Crocombe had found his rhythm and soon picked up a third of the day. Carlson outcaught by Seifert for 2. Sussex success in the overs before lunch. The flurry of wickets didn't put Byrom off though. A single off Hunt took him to 150, scored off 279 balls. Hunt picked up the early wicket of David Lloyd at the start of the innings and was back again with another. Root out LBW for 5. The visitors really steaming back into contention now. Wales signed off the session with a 6. Glamorgan moving to within 15 runs of Sussex's first innings total as they walked off for lunch, but the session had been far from ideal for them. They closed the gap after the break, but couldn't draw level without losing another wicket. Hunt fired one through Whale to bowl him for 16. Byrom took them into the lead. Nice are now at the other end, 400 in their sights. That was brought up by the Zimbabwean. Lenham reversed to the ropes. Another bonus point chalked up for the hosts. The young Sussex spinner got his own back before the end of the over. The shot, a carbon copy, but this time Haynes was there, and Byrom's epic knock of 176 came to an end. He walked off with a new highest score to his name. Glamorgan grew in confidence though. Nice's international quality to the fore, runs on offer, and he grabbed as many as he could. Seifert came up to the stumps to Haynes, and it looked like Nisa hadn't noticed. Plenty of time afforded to the keeper, who whipped the bails off. But Glamorgan refused to relent. Cook and Salter continued to add to the lead, which moved beyond 100 as tea approached. Crocombe did for Cook, out on 32, feathering through to Seifert. Glamorgan now down to their final wicket, which fell 7 balls later. Gorvin out LBW for a duck to Ibrahim. Glamorgan all out for 494, the lead 118. You could write reams on Ingram and Byrom's epic second wicket stand, and it really had been something to behold. But without the cameo innings lower down the order of Nisa, Salter and Cook, Glamorgan's lead may well have been a deficit. Crocombe kept Sussex in it with 4 for 84. Sussex's second innings got off to a difficult start. 29 on the board when Alsop pushed a full toss straight into the hands of Carlson. And there was no change to the score when Cullen got round well and held on to the catch down the leg side. The captain Tom Haynes out for 19. Clark and Carter had a bit of a rebuilding job on their hands, still in arrears, and Glamorgan were looking potent with the ball. The pair held on, the overs ticked by, the score inched forward, and with 4 off Whale, Sussex moved beyond 50. And the 50 partnership came late in the day, 115 balls taken to get there, but Ingram was now into the attack. And as with the bat, he produced the goods with the ball. Clark out to the final delivery of the day, bowled by Ingram for 34, Sussex still 29 behind. The hosts have set themselves up with a chance to try and force the win, and it's well within their capabilities too. Sussex need to produce something. Resistance is required. They'll hope Carter can reproduce his first innings heroics when he returns to the middle. Someone needs to stand up. If not, it could be yet another defeat for the visitors.
I like it in the end of all the round.
Eddie, congratulations on the career best innings. What's that done for your side's position at the end of day 3, do you think?
Yeah, I think it helped us a little bit. You know, that partnership there with Colin was pretty special, record-breaking partnership, so very pleased to be involved in that. I had my dad here yesterday to watch, my good friend Richard Brand as well today, so very special day.
Just how difficult is it to focus for that long at the crease?
Yeah, pretty tough. Haven't played too much cricket recently, so mentally and physically pretty tough. But I mean, the physios and strength and conditioning have done a great job with me when I was injured to allow me to do that today.
And in terms of the pitch, what's the trick to survival and prospering out there?
Look, there's not an awful lot in the pitch, but there is a bit of spin there on offer, and the odd one is keeping low, so I think the surface is probably breaking up a little bit. So hopefully, you know, we can just stick to our guns tomorrow and be able to chase not too high of a score.
Are you a man for the record books? Does it mean a lot to you to be part of a county record for the second wicket?
Yeah, well, saying to Colin there, when we found out in the middle that we'd broken a record, that let's make it as hard as we can for the next pair of people to break that record. So we were trying to really go big there, and yeah, pretty special to pass something like that, you know, second wicket partnership stand record. So hopefully it'll stand for a while. So yeah, we'll see.
Lead of 118 on first innings, 2 wickets claimed early on, and then one with the very last ball of the day. Tell us about that.
Yeah, very strange wicket really, a Yorker from Colin that rolled back onto the stump. So you know, a great pole at the end of the day to have a new batter tomorrow, and you know, Carter, who played really well in the first innings. Hopefully we can get, you know, 1 or 2 early tomorrow, and think we'll be right into the bowlers from nearly.
You wondering out there tomorrow? I just had a phone call from my mate Peter. He's coming out 70, and he's been invited to take a Wales over 70. But apparently the criteria is there's some sort of rule. You can start playing when you're 67. There's a match tomorrow. That means you will start on today. He's asked me to go up with him to watch it. And he's going to decide whether he... And of course, all being well, midsummer next summer, I'll be 67, all being well. And you want me to play? I got to see what's outstanding. When you off, did you tell me what you were offered to play for Wales over 60? I was. When I was 61. But I think I didn't actually go to a game, but there's still a lot of good cricket out there at 60, 62, 63. I thought I might get my depth, although I didn't actually see a game. But there's a squad of 55. I'm going to go and you get a game sometime or that. So I think the over 70s is a lot less. We'll have a look tomorrow to see what it's like. My mate's quite keen to play. So we'll see tomorrow.
It's good morning, Beauregard, to our 2-match umpires, Billy Taylor and Rob White. And also, good morning, Beauregard, to the Glamorgan team led into the field by Captain David Lloyd. And good morning, Beauregard, to the 2 not-out batters from Sussex, Ollie Carter, and with him, Tim Seifert.
Very good morning from your BBC Sports commentary team here at Sophia Gardens. Nick Webb and Adrian Harms with you for the first half hour. Edward Bevan will be joining us shortly afterwards. And Sussex 89 for 3. Adrian, this could be a thriller. It could be over by mid-afternoon. It could be a board draw. Lots of possibilities.
Yeah, I think probably the only result that isn't possible is probably a Sussex win, Nick. I think that's an outside bet. Sussex could have done, Nick, without losing the wicket to the last ball of play last night when Tom Clark saw the ball literally dribble onto his stumps and dislodge that bail. So it's all over Sussex. I think they'll need to be positive here today. I just wondered last night, I thought they went into their shell a little bit, and runs are important here this morning. The more runs they can get, the more likely they are to draw or get out of this game and deny Glamorgan the win. But I think it's a long day ahead for Sussex.
It's always a dilemma, isn't it, when you're behind? How far do you attack? How far do you look to knock off the deficit? And how much do you just aim to preserve your wickets? It will be Tim Seifert then to join Ollie Carter at the crease, and Sussex could do with a repeat of Carter's first innings marathon when he made 185 and batted a very long time indeed. 89 for 3 then, 29 in arrears. Michael Neser to bowl the first ball of the morning to Ollie Carter, who flicks it off his legs down to fine leg for the single. And Sussex are up and running for the day. 90 for 3, 28 in arrears. Glamorgan's over rate is +3, so they don't have to worry too much about that. But I think, Adrian, they'll be bowling a fair bit of spin anyway.
Yeah, they will, and the feeling was last night, talking to a couple of the players, that there is a little bit of spin out there, and particularly maybe for the left-handers. The only thing left-handers Sussex have got less, Delray Rawlings coming in at 7 is a left-hander. Other than that, I think we're through the left-handers, because the top 3 are all left-handers.
As Neser is into bowl and beats the prod of Seifert outside off stump.
I think there was a feeling around Sussex last night that Tom Haynes was a little unfortunate to be given out. Caught down the leg, so it was a brilliant catch by Tom Cullen.
Right, so there was a suggestion that it was off the pad, was there?
Yeah, maybe, especially that he didn't hit it. But who knows? The umpire decision was given. It was a terrific take by Cullen, so whether there was a nick or not.
As that is outside off stump, and Seifert again looking a little bit unsure. Did he withdraw his bat at the last moment, or was he beaten by that? Oh, I think he withdrew his bat after it had gone past, to be honest.
I think he was beaten, and immediately Michael Neser's decided he's brought up his deep backward square to mid-wicket, and he's brought in a second slip. How important is Neser here this morning, Nick?
Well, I think he's... if Glamorgan seamers are going to take wickets, it's going to be him, isn't it? And the rest of Glamorgan's seam attack is without Hogan. That is defended by Seifert up to mid-on. Wheel fields, there's no run. Wheel claimed just the 1 wicket. Gorvin 1 and David Lloyd 1 in the first innings. You would look to Neser to get maybe 3 or so if Glamorgan are going to force a win today. Look for Andrew Salter to have a long bowl as he did in the first innings. And maybe some more of Colin Ingram after he claimed that wicket last night. As Neser into bowl and turned on the offside, and there's no run. Carlson fields at cover.
That was quick, actually, Nick. He really bent his back with that. I mean, in terms of any chance Sussex would have of winning this game, I mean, they're 28 behind. I mean, just supposing they got 150 in front, that could take them until mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
You know, could they bowl Glamorgan out? Would they bowl Glamorgan out? I think that's unlikely.
Neser is running away from us in the sunshine. Bowls, and Seifert plays that one safely enough to point. There's no run. Single off the over, and Sussex are 90 for 3, trailing by 28 runs. I'm surprised there's not a few more in the ground today, given the weather and the possibility of a Glamorgan victory.
Yeah.
Hopefully a few more will come in later, but it's fairly sparse at the moment, and half of those who are in seem to have parked themselves in front of our sound effects microphone underneath. So we'll try and move that if they get too chopsy downstairs.
The good thing for Glamorgan will be if they could win this game, they would move up to joint third in the table. With 6 games to go, they'd only be 17 points, I think it is, behind Middlesex, who are second. So it's this would be a big win for Glamorgan, Nick. It would certainly get them in and around those promotion places. It is going to be Andrew Salter who's going to start proceedings from the Taff end of the ground with a slip and a short leg as he comes running in over the wicket. Bowls past umpire White and played to mid-wicket by Carter, and there is no run. Ollie Carter on 24 of 64 deliveries, as Nick was saying, made 185 in the first innings, but I just a feeling that Sussex went into their shell a little bit last night. As Salter is in, bowls, Carter forward, head right over the ball, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Because once Sussex can get into positive territory, they then really start to take time out of the game. But here comes Salter again over the wicket, bowls, Carter drives firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. Apart from the slip and the short leg, there are 3 men saving one on the offside, a point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on and mid-wicket, and a short fine leg all saving the single as well. Salter is in, bowls, Carter forward, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run. The only fielder that isn't saving a single is at deep mid-wicket. He's the only fielder out on the boundary. Tidy over from Salter, who's bowled really well in this match. He's in his 12th over, figures of 1 for 17. He's in again, bowls, and Carter cuts, and there's going to be 4 runs. Nicely, just as I say that, he just drops a little short as Andrew Salter, and Ollie Carter rocks back and doesn't hammer the ball, he just times the ball nicely through the covers and picks up the first boundary of the morning. He goes to 28 and Sussex to 94 for 3. And perhaps the most important statistic on the scoreboard is one that says trail by, and it says trail by 24 runs. As Salter waits, Carter is ready and he's in over the wicket, bowls, and Carter just plays with very soft hand, plays the ball straight back down the track. Salter fields off his own bowling, just the one blemish on that over as he tosses the ball away. And Sussex at 94 for 3, Seifert yet to score. Carter is on 28, Sussex 94 for 3, trailing by 24. Lots on the news last night, Nick, about that wonderful England performance up at Trent Bridge yesterday. That really was a sort of I was there sort of moment, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I did watch the highlights on iPlayer, and it was a fabulous watch, and just nice to see a passionate guy like Johnny Bairstow succeed, who I don't think has been entirely fairly treated by the management and the great British cricket public over the years.
I'd agree with that.
Here's Nisa into Seifert, and he turns on the leg side to get off the mark. It'll be just the single as the throw comes in from fine leg.
I mean,
Eddie Byrom.
You kind of think in that England side that there are 3 really world-class, well, probably 4. I mean, Stokes would probably walk into any side in the world, I would think. So would Root. Then you've got the likes of Bairstow. Clearly Anderson and Broad keep on going, don't they? Still need to slightly sort things out at the top of the order. They haven't completely. I hope they give Crawley another chance. I'm sure they will at Headingley.
As Nisa into bowl, and that one kept a little bit low, and it's well defended by Carter out on the offside. No run.
But there's a good feeling around English cricket, isn't it? Funny, Rob Key probably thinks it's the easiest job in the world, doesn't he? You come in and appoint a new director of cricket, and all of a sudden it all looks well with the world.
Well, yes, they didn't mess around with the county championship then, as one of our BBC colleagues pointed out on social media last night. You know, county cricket having been hammered for England's failings over the last 18 months or so, does it now get the credit when England get a couple of fine victories. Nisa bowls and worked off his legs down towards backward square. In fact, that'll race away at square enough not to be cut off by fine leg. And there you go. Don't have to bother about the running. 99 for 3. Carter on to 32 not out.
Yeah.
But it is a good point, isn't it? People have been slagging off county cricket relentlessly for the last year, saying it's not preparing English players, and yet all of a sudden here England winning a couple of test matches with a change in management rather than a particularly large change in personnel.
No, agreed.
So maybe it wasn't the county game's fault after all. Here's Nisa to bowl. That's steered away on the offside by Carter, who's made a positive start this morning. He picks up another single down to third man, and the 100 is up for Sussex, and they just trail by 18 runs now.
We have a weekly cricket programme on BBC Sussex, and Chris Nash, the former Sussex opener, was on there last night, and he was saying a very similar thing, talking about the county game, and he was saying that, where do people think these cricketers came from? They didn't just sort of suddenly appear.
No.
They've all come through a county somewhere.
Yeah.
And have all played county cricket.
As Nisa into Seifert, who drives nicely down the ground, will pick up 4 runs to mid-off. So Nisa is proving a little bit expensive in these opening overs as Glamorgan probe for an early wicket, but a good positive start by Carter, and now Seifert joining in with his first boundary. Well,
from a Sussex perspective, I think it's exactly what they wanted to see. I felt they got a little bit into their shell last night. Clearly it's easy to say from up here, because if they'd have played a rash shot and got out,
we'd have been criticising them then as well.
That's a response. So they were on a slight hiding to nothing in the last few overs. But they've been very positive this morning.
104 for 3, 14 behind. Nisa bowls, and Seifert defends this one to mid-on. No run. So just the one other game ongoing in Division 2, which there's nothing going to happen there, is there?
Durham, Worcester, yeah.
Durham 642 for 7 declared. Worcestershire 445 for 6. So as long as Worcestershire get the other 48 runs to avoid the follow-on. Ed Barnard is 121 not out, and Brett D'Oliveira fell for exactly 100.
Bit of a brains trust out there. I think there's 4 Glamorgan players standing around. Colin Ingram, Kieran Carlson, David Lloyd as well. There's a big discussion going on about who's going to bowl and maybe field placings. Yeah, and I'd have to say that we've discussed it this week, haven't we, about pitches around the country and whether they are just 2 batsmen. Yeah, you'd have to say, looking at that game, that is too much weighted in favour of the batsman. If you've got you're into the 4th day with just 15 wickets having fallen.
But most of the games, it seems, have a chance of providing a positive result in Division 1, and a couple already over in Division 2.
Here comes Salter, bowls to Carter, who rocks back and clips this one away through backward point. He should get a couple of runs here. There's a long run down to third man for the Glamorgan skipper, David Lloyd, and Carter picks up 2 more. He goes to 35, Sussex to 106 for 3.
In Division 1 then, Hampshire against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 428, Hampshire 410, Yorkshire 107 for 6 in their second innings, so they're in trouble there against Keith Barker, notably.
Salter comes in, bowls to Carter, plays on the onside now, and he's a good cricketer, isn't he, Keith Barker?
Really come into his own, hasn't he, recently? Gloucestershire in trouble at Canterbury. Shouldn't be trying to do the scores during the spinner's over. I'll put the brakes on.
Salter in bowls. Carter clips through mid-wicket. More runs for Ollie Carter. It's a single this time. To deep mid-wicket, he goes to 36, Sussex to 107 for 3. I think actually that game looked like that was heading towards a draw, but I think something like 11 wickets went down in a session last night, out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Jacob Duffy, Kent's overseas, has got 4 out of the 5 to fall. Gloucestershire 51 for 5 in their second innings, still 75 behind, so they're in real trouble there.
Yeah, they are, and it looked like it was just heading for a draw. So wickets can fall quickly, which when it doesn't seem as if they're going to. In comes Salter bowls, full toss, hit straight to mid-wicket, and that's an absolute giveaway. And Tim Seifert, it was a full toss, it was an awful delivery, and he's just clubbed it straight to Kieran Carlson at mid-wicket. It's a horrible dismissal all round. Seifert wanders off, and Sussex are suddenly 107 for 4.
Well, Salter needs to bowl more full tosses because that's the second he's picked up in this innings. Tom Alsop drove a full toss to cover. Carlson was again the beneficiary. Oh, well, that's a self-inflicted wound for Sussex, I'm afraid.
Hugely. I mean, that's not what you expect, is it? I mean, he's dragging him. He made 5 in the first innings, he's made 5 in the second innings, and that's just what Sussex didn't need. Tim Seifert is on his way.
Is he likely to play much Championship cricket, or because you have a carousel of wicket-keepers and overseas players? Don't you?
I mean, I suspect that may be the last we see. I think he's due to go back because there's some T20 cricket coming up now. But my understanding is Mohammed Rizwan is due back, so he won't play. He won't play in any of those games. And there's a Championship game against Derbyshire. But I think he's due to go back on something like July the 1st, so I suspect that might be the end of a fairly inauspicious county championship debut for Sussex for Tim Seifert. Either way, he's gone. The new man coming out is Daniel Ibrahim. So 17-year-old Ibrahim made a single in the first innings. But after this, there's Ibrahim, and then there's
Rawlins next.
Rawlins, and then into the bowlers, who did resist well in the first innings. To be fair, Crocombe, Brooks, it might well be decided. Someone like Jack Brooks gets in, he might decide a bit of long handle, and 30 or 40 runs might be pretty useful for Sussex. But it's a big blow to lose a wicket so early in the day.
Yeah, I think if you'd ask Glamorgan what they'd want, it would be something before the deficit is knocked off, and the deficit is still 11 runs. But as you say, the lower order did quite well for Sussex in the first innings with 36 apiece from Henry Crocombe and from Jack Brooks, and if they can recreate that, then they'll give Sussex a little something to defend at least.
Well, Glamorgan now with plenty of men around the back. There's a slip, there's a short leg, there's a leg slip. And the pressure is being applied to Daniel Ibrahim, who was out for 1 in the first innings. I understand he was a little disappointed to be given out, caught down the leg side. That time was by Chris Cook off the bowling of Andrew Salter. Salter in bowls. Ibrahim is forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run. Suggestion made, but batsmen always say they didn't touch it, to be honest. How many times have you seen that in Club Crew Village cricket? Well, I never even touched it.
Yes, not allowed to gesture on the field these days, though.
In comes Salter and bowls, and Ibrahim plays to backward point, and there is no run.
As Glamorgan found out at Durham when they were penalised 5 runs for a couple of players.
Well, a bit of dissent.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't anything huge. One was given out LBW and held his bat up, and another was given out caught behind that he thought was off the glove, or not the glove, the arm or something like that, or off the shirt, and there's a little sort of touch of the part of the body that he thought it hit, and lost 5 runs. Yeah.
How's that signalled? Do you know at the time, or was that signalled at sort of the end?
It was chaotic end, because I think Glamorgan were 9 down by the time this happened, or this emerged, and we had a sudden visit from the scorer's box saying there's an extra 5 runs, but then it was added to the Durham second innings, which had finished sort of hours earlier.
As an extra, presumably?
As extras, yes, 5 penalty runs. There's Nisa bowls, and Carter is squared up by that one, but manages to defend it back down the pitch. So, all of a sudden Durham's second innings had increased by 5, and it was academic by then, but Glamorgan's target had increased by 5, and It's a good job that it wasn't a closer game, really, because it would have been a horribly sour way to lose if there'd only been a few runs in it.
Well, definitely.
As Wharf is in to bowl to Carter. Nisa is in to bowl to Carter. I said Wharf because he was the umpire on that occasion. Alex Wharf was in less than forgiving mood that day. 107 for 4, 11 behind.
You feel that the wicket of Carter here is absolutely key for Glamorgan. We battled away for that 185. But as I say, next man is the left-handed Rawlins, then into the bowlers. But it's a big ask to ask. I mean, Ibrahim has batted a long time, and I say he's already made a half-century in Championship cricket.
As Nisa bowls and Carter defends.
Got a spring in his step here, Michael Nisa, hasn't he? He's really racing in.
So having a look at that Gloucestershire scorecard,
yeah,
it seems very peculiar because it looks like they used 3 night watchmen, all of whom were dismissed, by the look of it.
Right.
Or all of whom have been dismissed by now. Anyway, because their numbers 8, 10 and 11 in the first innings all batted in the top 6. As Nisa in to bowl, forward comes Carter to defend solidly. Let's just check with the 5 down overnight. Yes, they were. So they used 3 night watchmen, all of whom were out.
Wow. Yeah. As I say, I read I thought something like 11 wickets went down in a session, a game that looked to be probably heading for a draw. Just looking here, Nick, I mean, it's a long way off. There's a lot of cricket to be played. We were discussing yesterday whether whether a new ball might play a factor. If Sussex do creep along here, the new ball could be a factor later on today. I know it's ages away. It's 40 overs away.
Nisa bowls and Carter defends.
But we rather thought it wouldn't perhaps come into the reckoning. But if Sussex are sort of 8 down or something.
Yeah, if they're going at 2 and over.
Yeah. 2 and over gets you from here for another 40 over. That gives you another 80. I mean, Sussex might, say Sussex are 100 ahead by the time the new ball is available. There would still then be another 50 odd overs left in the day.
Yeah, it could come into play, couldn't it?
Yeah.
If Glamorgan can keep Nisa going until then.
Yeah, I mean, presumably they'll rotate him, but it's the spinners who've done the damage so far, picking up 3 of the wickets.
As Nisa bowls, angled away to third man by Carter for 4 runs, despite the chase of Salter back from point. He was never going to catch that one, and Sussex ticking along to 111 for 4. Nelson on the board. Carter has 40. Ibrahim yet to score.
Yeah, I think Jacob Duffy is the Kiwi, isn't he? He played in the warm-up game that New Zealand had down at Hove a couple of weeks ago, which was a friendly game. So he's obviously gone to Kent, and I think Matt Henry is then due to go to Kent when the New Zealand tour finishes.
Did you do commentary on that, by the way?
We did, yeah.
It's not the easiest in those friendlies if they're using multiple people.
Oh, it was hard work, yeah. And I have to say, I didn't even query it. My thought process was that it was going to be a first-class game, and I think...
Well, it looks like it on the schedule, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think a few people thought it was as well, but when the New Zealand arrived, they said, well, their understanding was it was always a friendly. It's desperately difficult with no jeopardy in the game. In comes Salter, bowls to Ibrahim, who flicks it off the front foot to mid-wicket, and there is no run. A silly mid off. Yeah, I think had we known it was a friendly game, Nick, I'm not sure we would have. No. We would have spent the resources to do that. This is an interesting field, which there's just 3 men on the offside. But I'll explain it in a moment. As in comes Salter, bowls Ibrahim forward, plays onto the leg side. So that leg side field, there's a short fine leg, there's a short leg. There's a straightish short mid-on, would you call that, in there? Is that Sam north-east? How would you describe his position?
I think he's moving back towards mid-wicket now, short mid-wicket.
Salter in, bowls Ibrahim forward, and he plays that to north-east in that position. Carlson is an orthodox, Billy Root, is an orthodox mid-wicket, and then there's a mid-on. And the offside field is a mid-off. Is that Colin Ingram warming up there, at mid-off?
Probably.
It's a cover and a silly mid-off. In comes Salter, bowls Ibrahim, turns that to Nisa, a short fine leg. Again, there is no run.
Just wonder whether Salter might fancy a ball from this end. I know he's operated almost exclusively from the far end.
Coming in again to bowl to Ibrahim. Ibrahim plays an aggressive shot this time out into the offside. They've taken one. They'll think about two. And there probably was two there, to be honest, but Ibrahim wasn't keen on coming back for the second. Which means that if Nisa bowls another over, he'll be bowling to Ibrahim in the next over. How many balls to go in this over? One more ball to go. The field remains largely the same, although the silly mid-off has gone to short extra cover. Sussex already having lost a wicket this morning. Tim Seifert out for 5. Sort it in bowls to Carter, who flicks this to short fine leg, fielded by Nisa, who fumbles the ball but then regains control of the ball before they can go through for a single. End of another good, tight, accurate over from Andrew Salter. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 25 for him. So it's 112 for 4, and I think Nisa might enjoy bowling here at Ibrahim. New batsman coming in. We shall see. Arrears are 6.
Clemmy podcast boys say a win against Sussex would be huge for Glamorgan's promotion aspirations. Emir Evans says brave prediction. James Wheel to weigh in with a couple of wickets before lunch. 7 down, he reckons, at lunch. Gosh, that is optimistic from Emir. My salmon sandwich, totally unrelated to my polo shirt. It would taste all the better. A session to be patient and disciplined. Well, it's the weather to go pastel, I think.
Well, you and Ed would have been very summery this week. Edward had a very smart pink and white check shirt on the second. Was it the first or second? No, I forget now.
Nisa is in to bowl, turned off his legs by Ibrahim, and he'll get 4 runs because that's gone quite fine. Fine leg, and Byrom had no real chance of cutting it off, just noodled away, and Nisa needs to just tighten his line a little bit.
I just wonder, I thought he might like to bowl to the new batsman, but Ibrahim maybe is happier against pace rather than with fielders clustered around. Like they've lost the ball, actually, which has gone...
It's shot beneath the hover cover.
Yeah, the hover cover is at the far end, and there's a fielder down there who's marching along the hover cover, and he's found it. Well done, whoever that is all the way down there.
There's an incident up at Derby where Kieran Carlson went searching for the ball underneath some covers that were at the end of the ground, and he came back with one in each hand. I'm not sure whether he managed to switch it.
Oh dear. Well, certainly the cricket I played in, Nick, if the ball was lost in the long grass around the ground, everyone tramped over to try and find the thing. Because they're not cheap.
No, it doesn't help when the ground is next to a river.
Oh, right, okay.
As Nisa bowls and Ibrahim plays out on the offside, no run.
Well, how frequently does the ball go in the river?
Well, there's a few trees, and we've now put up a bit of netting, but we can't protect the whole ground because it's basically 2 sides of the ground a river. So there's a bit of tree, so it has to be a pretty big hit. There's a bit of foliage to
negotiate
to hold it up. But yeah, there's a couple of games, a couple of balls a match usually lost. Outside off stump, Ibrahim leaves that one go through to Glamorgan keeper, who is Tom Cullen.
And he's back there. Nisa.
He'll give everything, but needs to try and find that awkward little patch where it's kept low for the bowling from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. That was progressively yesterday. That seemed to be the case.
Will it wear even more? As Nisa bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through. If New Zealand were feeling pretty grotty this morning, having been whacked by England in the Test match. Michael Bracewell, their all-rounder, is feeling even more grotty. He's woke up with COVID symptoms this morning, has been put in isolation for at least 5 days, and the rest of the squad have to be tested as well. So just the last thing you want to do, I guess, after being stuck in a test match is get one of those down your throat again.
Yeah. And Carl Jamieson didn't bowl yesterday, did he? Is he injured?
Yeah, he's out of the third test with a back injury.
Right.
Kane Williamson, of course, missed the test with COVID. He's a ball's hit on the pad, out! And Ibrahim has gone for just 5, capped a little bit low. As we were talking about, Michael Nisa has his first wicket of the innings. Sussex are now 5 down and still 2 runs behind and in severe peril.
Well, absolutely they are. And I was just sort of thinking to myself that maybe Michael Nisa this might have been his last over. I don't think it will be now. Ibrahim looked disappointed. I've got to say, when we'll look at the replay in a couple of moments' time, he sort of drags himself off. But 2 wickets going down in the opening half hour, and Sussex not even in positive territory. They're effectively -2 for 5. I don't know whether we're going to see the replay. We might in a few moments' time, but umpire Taylor had no hesitation at all as he put the finger up. And the new batsman will be Delray Rawlins, who...
Here's the replay.
Here we go. Oh, that looked out. Do you think it looked out?
Yeah.
I think it did look out. Ibrahim doesn't look very happy, but it did look out.
Yeah, perhaps it was just a disappointed unhappiness rather than surely that's not been given.
No, I agree.
Looked okay.
So, 2 wickets down in the opening half hour. Well, I don't know what Rawlins does here. Does he come in and try and play an attacking innings? I mean, it's a long time to defend, isn't it? I'm going to go and update the listeners in Sussex. I'm going to leave you with Nick and Edward.
Thank you very much, Adrian. So, Glamorgan have Ollie Carter as the principal element between them and potential victory. Carter, of course, had that marathon innings in the first knock where he batted some 439 minutes. That's, 7.25 hours. He's been at the crease already for 2 hours in this second innings. So Ollie Carter has spent more than 9 hours at the wicket in this match. And he'll maybe deserve a glass of liquid refreshment at the end of it, whether Sussex get out of this or not. 116 for 5 as Rawlins joins Carter. Morning, Edward.
Morning, Nick. Lovely morning again.
Probably as good as Glamorgan could have hoped for. 2 wickets in the first 30.
Yeah, I was thinking in the car coming up this morning, it's not a case, oh yes, we've got to defend here. You've got to score runs because they've lost 5 wickets and they still trail by 2. Not as much as Seaford, because that was the first ball he'd faced from Andrew Salter.
Oh, I didn't notice that. No.
And he did try immediately. He didn't have a look at it, and off he went. But they're betwixt and between, aren't they now? Because you've got to try and score runs, otherwise you just lose wickets.
They may be, but the lower order did quite well in the first innings, didn't they? With Carter partnering them and scoring a couple of decent partnerships as Nisa bowls the left-handed. Rawlins, who's off the mark with a quick dab and run first ball.
The only difference there, Nick, is that they came in when lots of overs, 80 or 90 overs had been bowled, and the Glamorgan attack was tired. And without, of course, Michael Hogan. But now, how many overs have we had? 41, which, and it's the first thing in the morning. I think Glamorgan have just got to be patient, and they should win this game. Things have been said like that in the past. But Carter is defending well. He's 40 out of 117. But he must try and accumulate as well.
Yep, he's been solid in both innings, but it will be Colin Ingram to take over from Salter, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Salter switch ends, but maybe wrong.
Just take the wicket. Perhaps he'll say, give me another one, Captain.
One more maybe, but he's been used in shorter spells in this game, hasn't he, Nisa? Possibly, you know, as the main strike weapon. They've tried not to over bowl him, especially since he was probably stuck at home for a couple of days last week.
Yeah, Colin Ingram, them from the River Taff end, got a very important wicket with the last ball of the day yesterday. He's coming in now to bowl to the left-handed Rawlins, pushes forward and just blocks it back. Now Rawlins is known, I've seen him quite a bit on you have on or in 2020 games, and he's a powerful hitter. Now whether he's going to try and defend here, we'll have to wait and see as the next ball comes. And he does, in fact, sweep it away to mid-wicket for 4. He's got 2 men, and just behind, one in front of square, one behind square, 2 short legs, and a slip. But that was probably pitched just all around leg stump, and he helped it on its way. So he moves on to 5, and effectively, Sussex are 3 for 5. Might be worth him putting a man there if he's going to play the sweep shot. Ingram bowled with a lot of skill last night and put something in the minds of the 2 batsmen until Clark put up Perish to that final ball of the day. Ingram around the wicket again to Rawlins. He's gone wide of the crease this time. There goes Rawlins, and he says, I am not here to block. His balloons over mid-on for 4 more.
That's a full toss, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think most batters would have gone for that at most times of a game.
You refrain from saying you and I would have hit that for
No, I'd have spooned it to mid-wicket. 125 for 5, effectively 7 for 5.
Yeah. Now then, what do you suggest? I would suggest long on goes just back 20 yards, bring one of the short legs, try and block those shots as he's bowling on the line of leg stump, and he's quickly on to 9 is the left-handed Dear Rawlings, 125 for 5. 2 4s in this over as in comes the next ball, and he's gone for it again, and he's got another 4.
It's a hand of apology from Colin Ingram, possibly to his short leg fielders. I think it's Byrom in front of the wicket and Carlson in the backward square leg, stroke leg, slip sort of area. But Byrom was covering up, and it's not pleasant to be, 6 metres away from the bat, and someone bowls a long hop and batsman latches onto it. 129 for 5.
Well, he's now got a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket to try and block those, but it's not good bowling, in fact. So he's gone on to 13 with those 3 4s as Ingram in again, bowls. He's gone for it again and appealed for LBW this time. Well, I don't think Glamorgan will mind at all if they see Rawlins, and I'm with you in the suggestion that the spinner Salter comes this other end, because he'll be bowling with the ball moving away from Rawlings, where the leg spinner to the left-hander is coming across him.
Yeah, and that awkward spot maybe at the far end as well to pitch into.
In comes Ingram again, and this time he's played away on the offside. Expensive over that, 12 runs from it, 129 for 5. The Sussex lead is 11, but they have lost 5 wickets, including 2 this morning. Seifert was caught Carlson, bowled Salter for 8, and the other batsman Ibrahim LBW to Nisa for 5. Nisa is going to carry on, but why do you think Salter was taken off? I can't quite understand that.
I think he'll switch once Nisa's finished. Nisa had a wicket in his around about 10 minutes ago, didn't he? So
last over, wasn't it?
Yeah. So maybe Colin Ingram's bowling speeds, by the way, between 44 and 47 miles an hour, so he's flighting it up. Salter will probably flight up most of his deliveries. Nisa is going to continue. James Wheel just offering an opinion to Kieran Carlson, who seems to take quite a role as vice-captain of this side, to David Lloyd. Nisa is in, bowls, and Carter is forward, defending. Remarking before you came in, Gloucestershire last night sending in 3 night watchmen.
38 for 5, yeah, I couldn't believe it.
I've never seen, I don't think I can remember seeing 3 used.
That's quite ridiculous, really.
Surely once 2 go, then you say, all right.
I think Phillips will probably come in at number 9.
Very strange. Rawlins quickly on to 13 with those 3 boundaries. Carter on 40. Sussex effectively 11 for 5. Nisa bowls, angled by Carter down to backward point. There's no run. Decent game going on at Edgbaston, where Lancashire were set 329 to win by Warwickshire, but they've just lost a 2nd wicket to the Beanpole Oliver Hannon Dolby, and then 19 for 2, so Warwickshire on top there. And Somerset trying to bat out for a draw against Surrey at Taunton. Somerset are 345 for 8 in their 2nd innings, but that is only 143 ahead. Nisa bowls and Carter defends to cover, and there's no run. Game in which Somerset had to employ 2 substitutes, with Casey Aldridge and Marchant Talaga, formerly of Glamorgan, both brought into the 11 following the withdrawals of Craig Overton and Josh Davey. Jamie Overton hitting his brother on the helmet. Yeah, he batted on the day, but then was feeling groggy in the morning. Nisa bowls, hits him on the pad, big appeal. Nisa desperate, there's a quick leg by scramble, there's a throw at the wicket at the non-striker's end. All going on, just a dot ball as from the leg by. As that one may be going down, I think. Very close, very, very close, that. Implored by Nisa and the wicket-keeper in the slips to give that out, but he's getting more and more theatrical in his appeals, Michael Nisa, isn't he? But I think that one's probably give just benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt has to go to the batter, sliding down, possibly just outside leg stump. Nisa will come round the wicket for the left-handed Rawlins at 130 for 5. As that's nearly stopped on him and nearly caught and bowled. Nisa, I think was going to take that. Port of that, didn't he? Always difficult when you just bowl and Rawlins checked his drive, and the ball looped back past Nisa. Just a little bit away from him, and it was towards the non-striker as well. So might have been just a fingertip there for Rawlins, but a nasty moment for a fingertip for Nisa, a nasty moment for Rawlins. Interesting innings this so far from Rawlins. So Glamorgan creating chances, but not there, as that's turned away down to backward square leg for a single by Rawlins. He moves to 14, 131 for 5. Sussex are 13 runs in the lead. Eventful over that. It was, and I think Nisa probably just checked himself rather than collide with the non-striking batsman Ollie Carter there with that caught and bowled. But just missing out. I think you've got to get on the front foot on this pitch, because we saw Carter then going back, and he was very, very close to being LBW. We can't really trust it. And Colin Ingram having a chat there with Kieran Carlson. As you say, Carlson taking a long... Often, though, in the season, when it's sort of halfway, as we are now, I've seen it happen before. The captain will say to his vice-captain, "Do you fancy a session? You take over." And I think that's a very good idea. Well, as long as they're on the same page of the hymn sheet or whatever. Well, perhaps not. Perhaps one thinks I don't think he should be bowling.
Anyway, here we go again with Ingram bowling to Rawlings, and he goes, oh, just jams it back, gets back down in time on that.
Just a reminder of the batting to come. It's the, well, the specialist bowlers, really. Lanham, Crocombe, Brooks and Hunt, though Crocombe and Brooks both getting a few runs in the first innings, 36 apiece.
Colin Ingram from the far end, the river end, comes in, bowls again, and off the back foot this time. He tries to make room, but Rawlings, yeah, hitting the ball straight to the man at mid-off. Nisa's come in to say something. Where's he going? Oh, he's coming to plug the gap. There's a huge gap between backward point and mid-off. And he said, yeah, I'm not, because he has time on this slow pitch to move away and hit it through the offside. Ingram in, bowls to Rawlings. Rawlings drives straight to mid-off, and there's no run. He's changed his line of attack now, has Colin Ingram. He's more on middle and off than around leg stump, where he was smitten for 3 fours in his last over. And he comes again. Rawlings goes for the sweep and is going to get 4 more runs in that position of his. Yeah, Colin Ingram must be saying, shall I have another man there? We saw that in the Glamorgan innings when they had 3 men on the boundary to Colin Ingram and Ed Byrom. That huge stand they got put together. 17 is the lead, 17 for 5 in real money.
Yeah, so Carlson now has moved out of that backward short leg position. It's just Byrom in there in the firing line.
He's praying, please.
Poor so-and-so.
Will you go out to a deep square leg? Certainly will.
There is a deep square, there's a mid-wicket, a backward square about 2/3 the way back for the top-edged pull.
Carlson and Ingram have a little word again. In the meantime, 4 boundaries from Rawlings off Ingram has taken him on to 18. Carter just playing within himself. He's not out 40 following his 185 in the first innings. Colin Ingram then is in again and bowls to Rawlings, and Rawlings clips it away and is well stopped at short leg by Eddie Byrom.
Yes, that one was just pushed away rather than a full-blooded sweep that time. Thankfully for Byrom, who might have thought he's done his bit with 170 odd in this match.
Here's the next ball. That's a better delivery. Driven back down the pitch. That's the end of the over. Just the 1 boundary off it. 135 for 5 with Carter 40, Rawlings 18, and Morgan having taking 2 wickets in the first 3 quarters of an hour play today. If they'll be patient and just keep on bowling. Now then, has Nisa been taken off? Yes. Not the change we expected. It's Wheel coming on.
Yeah, Wheel had early success when Tom Haynes was given out, caught very well down leg side by sub-wicket keeper Tom Cullen, but suggestion that Haynes was not hugely happy with the umpire's verdict on that occasion. But
I don't know why, because his
well,
you saw the deflection on the replay.
Well, deflection isn't always bad, is that? And to be fair, the keeper doesn't always know what it's hit, just that it's hit something.
Terrific catch.
It was well held. But I'll go down as court sub, which is a bit unfair.
They generally put the person who dismissed him if it's a run out, don't they?
Yes, it's
It's
peculiar that it's gone as court sub on the BBC scorecard at the moment. Anyway, should have the catcher's name in brackets. 135 for 5 as Wheel takes over from Nisa at this Cathedral Road end and beats the prod of Carter with his first ball.
I think the reason you've got pace at this end is that the ball is keeping low. And if he does, of course, if he bowls straight, Wheel, the batsman does miss it, he's got a very good chance of getting the batsman out LBW. Hence, perhaps the reason why Salter's not bowling at this end. I really would have thought Salter would have been very effective against the left-hander Rawlings, who's playing aggressively.
Wheel into bowler Carter, hit on the pad, looks for a leg by and is sent back by Rawlins as Northeast makes good ground to his right at mid-wicket. No run. The second 11 at Abergavenny, Glamorgan seconds have moved on to 471 for 7, a lead of 156 on first innings. Century there for Tom Bevan, half centuries for Joe Cook, for Callum Taylor, for Dan Douthwaite. James Harris, who was prevented from playing in this match and taking Michael Hogan's place on the grounds that he was too good a batsman. He's 29 not out. As forward comes Carter, defends to points, no run.
As we perhaps think Chris Cook won't play in the weekend, the 2 T20 games, do you think there'd be an opportunity for my namesake, no relation, Tom Bevan, or was it Bevans?
There's 2 youngsters, isn't there? There's Tom Bevan and Morgan Bevans.
The lad has got 200s in 3 days.
Yeah, Tom Bevan's been in good batting form, but well, if Chris Cook isn't available, then they'll have to get either Tom Cullen or Alex Horton into the side. There's wheel in, edged or run down, I think, deliberately played by Carter. May not have meant to hit it so fine, but was looking to nerdle it away on the offside. It's run down to the vacant third man position for 4. Carter to 44, and Sussex under 139 for 5. So Glamorgan with just the 1 slip in at the moment. Northeast is in a close catching position at mid-wicket. Apart from that, 4 saving the single. Square leg and fine leg are back. Wheel bowls and Carter is forward, holding the pose in his correct textbook defensive shot. No run.
Even if Glamorgan just take a 1 more wicket before lunch, they will be very happy to have picked up 3 with more than half the side out. As it is now, the half the side, and it's a long, long day for the batsman here to defend and try and get a draw.
As Wheel is running away from us in the sunshine, weather improving through the week, and that's flicked down towards square leg, and Carter will take a single. 140 for 5. Carter to 45, the lead to 22. Steve West sends us a picture of Michael Caine.
Michael Caine?
Get Carter, Volume 2.
Saw that film. I've seen it a few times.
Get Carter is the key for Glamorgan, certainly. Well, they wouldn't mind getting Rawlins. 140 for 5 at the end of the over. If you have just joined us on BBC Sport Online or on the Glamorgan or Sussex websites, Sussex have lost 2 wickets this morning. Tim Seifert caught off Andrew Salter for 5. Dan Ibrahim leg before to Michael Nisa, also for 5. Which means that Rawlins has made a flying start with 18 not out, taking 3 boundaries in and over off the leg spinner Colin Ingram, but Ingram will bowl his first delivery in this over to the right-handed Carter.
And a message yesterday. Will you be giving the fashion report today, Mr. Webb? Well, I'll give it for a change. Nick is very smart in a polo shirt, pink, pair of shorts and summer shoes. I'm in summer shoes, shorts. And if any of you think you're wearing the same shirt as you wore on the first day, yes, of course I am, because it has been through the wash. And just in case people think I'm lazy. So that's the fashion. I haven't seen our good friend Adrian, but it's one of those days where you think, yes, it's a good day for dressing down. Long conversation going here. The captain having a chat with Colin Ingram, and how are we going to nullify Delroy Rawlings, but he isn't facing at the moment. It's for the right-hander, who after making career best score, Ollie Carter, in the first innings of 185, is now 45 not out, and defending well and accumulating slowly but effectively. Right, for the right-hander, he's got a short leg and a slip. In comes Ingram. Bowls, played back down the pitch to mid-on. Don't know if he does bowl the googly. I'm sure most, like most leg spinners, he probably does. As he comes in again to the right-handed Carter, goes off the back foot and will get a single down to deep extra cover. And Rawlings comes now and will try and emulate his previous tactics against the leg spinner, where I think he swept at 4-4s.
Yes, they've all been through that area on the leg side, haven't they?
And
sweeps, pulls.
And the vice captain is at it again at short mid-wicket. Yeah, I think it must be you take over for this morning, see what you can do, see what you think. Well, he's thought, if it is Carlson in charge, he's thought out 2 dismissals. In comes the next ball from Ingram. That's gone, an attacking shot, but it's not really. He was trying to flat bat it through extra cover, but it ended up at mid-off, not timed.
I think it was again a full toss, wasn't it? Don't think it pitched.
Didn't it? Ingram bowls and out comes the sweep, but not effectively this time.
Cullen whips the bail off.
And in fairness to Rawlings, he is trying to get runs on the board, because if you just prod around, as we saw Clark doing last night, you might well get out. 3 men round the bat, including the wicket-keeper, as in comes Ingram. Bowls again. Stifled appeal for LBW as he prods forward.
Well, Sussex could get 150 ahead, which would be a repeat of maybe their first innings lower order resistance. Then, you know, pitch playing up a little bit. It might be a few nerves around in the Glamorgan chase.
Ingram, but Rawlings is not quite ready. He goes and brushes something in the mind, I think, away. Oh, he's still at it. He's picked it up now. Must be a little twig from somewhere. Rawlings has moved on to 18 as Ingram is in, bowls to him, and he plays this defensively. Better over so far from Ingram. He's got the 1 wicket, an important wicket, 1 for 27 of 6 overs.
That would probably be his first Glamorgan Championship wicket in 5 years. I don't. I'll check back to last year's game at Hove. I don't recall him bowling much, if at all, which was Ingram's only previous first-class game until this season, in the last 4 seasons, where indeed he didn't bowl in either innings. Made 7 and 27, and that was his only match until the first game of this season, when he didn't bowl against Durham. So yeah, first Glamorgan Championship wicket since 2017.
Yes, and they've got trust in him and given him a couple of overs. May bowl more, of course, but I suspect Salter won't be long before he's back into the attack. But it will be the pace, or the medium pace, of wheel at this end. And lots of conversation, plenty of time, because Glamorgan, what are they?
Plus 3.
Plus 3
on the overs.
Yeah, they're safe.
Sussex also well ahead on the over 8, which is good to see. Although we're quite not sure how that transpired yesterday, because we ran late. Finished just after 6:30.
Oh, the slip has been taken away.
No slip, which tells you something about the pitch, I guess. Glamorgan have 6, saving the single, as that is defended by Carter. In fact, Lloyd is crouching in a catching position at short mid-wicket. So he's catching and 5 on the single. Fielder's out at point, at square leg and at fine leg. And the hot sun today, away to our left, there's a little gazebo being put up as Wheel bowls, and Carter blocks it for the, presumably for the use of the 12th and 13th man, just at the bottom of the pavilion steps. Rare outbreak of summer in Wales.
Yes, weekend didn't look well, as you said yesterday. Just have a look 2 days before, you might get heavy rain was forecast for Saturday yesterday. Glamorgan are due to play the same opposition, Sussex here, of course, in the T20.
On Sunday, yeah. Bristol on Saturday night is scheduled.
Yes.
Wheel bowls, Carter defends.
Yeah, we hope to be with you on Saturday night.
Yeah, there'll be a BBC service, whether it's a BBC Wales service or a joint one is TBC, due to various logistical issues that I won't bore you with. BBC describing it as light rain showers for Saturday now for Cardiff, and for Sunday as well. So fingers crossed that those don't turn into anything significant. Wheel to Carter on 46 not out, and he clips that one away down towards fine leg. It's bouncing down there. Reached him on the second bounce, but safe enough. There was the usual howl, probably of catch it from the middle. Single taken by Carter, who moves to 47 not out. He's hit 6 boundaries. He's batted 98 deliveries so far. Morgan with 2 wickets in the first half hour, nothing in the second half hour, as there's more consultations. These are getting a little overdone, I would suspect.
Yeah.
I don't know why they need to be consulting every couple of balls, but they are, as Lloyd, Carlson and Wheel come together in conversation. Lloyd is now trotting down the far end, so there will be a slip of some sort for the left-hander, albeit, where's David Lloyd perching? About 4th slip.
Lloyd, of course, got Rawlings out in the first innings thanks to a superb stumping by Chris Cook off a wide ball down the leg side. Whether it was pre-planned, we don't know.
Wheel into Rawlings, who leaves that one go outside off stump. And there is precious little carry for the Glamorgan seamers. Nothing really has risen above the keeper's waist height. Now, David Lloyd is grabbing a helmet. Where's he going to field? Is he going to come in close at a...
That nurdled the third man.
5th slip position, yep. He's grabbed the helmet. He's come in a little bit closer at a 5th slip. As Wheel bowls and defended by Rawlings to Carlson at cover. No run. 142 for 5. Sussex effectively 24 for 5 as Glamorgan try to work their way through this Sussex lower middle order, but Carter is standing defiant, and if Sussex do get out of this match with 13 points, then I think Ollie Carter must take the credit for quite a few of them.
Yes, indeed. I'm just looking to see there are 83 overs bowling, and if Salter and Ingram are to bowl, there'll be a few more than that. But I suspect that it'll be changed. New ball, how many overs we had in this inning? 47.
So new ball
Plenty
will be mid-afternoon-ish. But Glamorgan will hope it doesn't get to there, because Sussex could have a reasonable lead by then.
Ingram starts on the over and bowls, and I suspect Carter didn't spot that because he went away and then the ball came back into him, the googly. Short leg, slip, keeper standing up, and Ingram, after being hit for 3-4, has settled into a bit of rhythm now and bowls again. That's short, cut away down deep extra cover. It'll just be the single as Corbin is patrolling that area, which brings a little battle between Colin Ingram and Delroy Rawlings to us again. If he's going to continue sweeping, you'll have to be careful the ball just doesn't balloon up in the air. But he knows his game, and it's Ingram round the wicket, bowls to Rawlings. Rawlings this time hits it up to mid-off. Interesting to see that he's bowling to that off stump I mentioned earlier on, simply because he doesn't want to get swept again for boundaries. Next ball down the pitch comes the batsman, and a clean hit which has gone over the boundary, not first bounce, but in fairness to Rawlings, he's coming down and he's playing a few shots which Sussex really have to do if they could try and save this game. And a brave shot. And perhaps after this over, if there's no success, he might just turn to Andrew Salter again. Ingram bowled. Are you going to be out? Caught behind, is he?
Not given. Went miles up in the air. Cullen got underneath it.
I thought he just patted it away, but...
Looking at the replay, down the pitch, yeah, Rawlings just came about 3 metres down the pitch, realised he was semi-stranded and thrust out the pad.
Yeah, it's Ingram again bowls a little bit too short that, but it's fielded at extra cover. That's the end of the over. It might be the end of this little spell from Ingram, and a different line of attack possibly from the off spinner.
Yeah, Ingram's given it a twirl. He's got through, 4 overs today. A little bit expensive, doesn't hugely matter, but Salter will cause difficulties and probably be a little bit more economic.
And going away from the bat with a little bit of turn, I'm told, is out there.
It'll be Wheel to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Glamorgan's seam bowling resources are a little bit slim without Hogan and without Van der Hoogten. As forward comes Carter, there's one that keeps low and does well to defend. Van der Hoogten, we were told, I think it would be 8 or 10 weeks, and that was around about a month ago. So we'll see him
then
for the won't see him for the next month at least. Rory Smith still struggling for fitness to bowl. Just played in the seconds as a batter last week, but can't really do that at first team level. As Wheel bowls and Carter is forward. It's a very studied textbook forward defensive, isn't it?
Obviously the plan now, the intended plan is for Carter just to stay there and defend, try and get the odd boundary, and for Rawlings to attack. Because I've been keeping on, somebody has to try and attack.
As in comes a shorter ball from Wheel, and he banged that in 2/3 the way down, but it still didn't get up very much.
Sure.
And Carter got out of the way. He was down on one knee, but the ball probably still only passing through about shoulder high.
So the batsman out in this innings, also for 8, 19 for Haynes, Clark for 34. And today Seifert has gone for 8, Abraham for 5. Rawlings is not out, 22.
As Wheel bowls, and that's defended by Carter on the leg side. 147 for 5, 29 for 5 in effect. Adrian Harms is poised to replace me after the end of this over. And these two now holding Glamorgan up after 2 wickets in the first half hour. Seifert and Ibrahim falling for just 5 runs apiece. Wheel is in to bowl to Carter, who turns one off his legs down to backward square. Single taken, 148 for 5. 30 is now the lead for the visitors as they try to salvage a draw from this game. There will be no thoughts at all of declaration in Tom Haynes' mind.
Survival.
Survival. Get out with a draw, 13 points, limit the damage. Glamorgan should have a minimum of 15 from this game, but having worked themselves into this position, I'd be disappointed, I think, if they didn't finish it off. But 35 effectively. Rawlins, a decent batter who can operate in the top half of the order. Coming in at 7. Wheel is into bowl, and
a bit low.
Another one keeping a little bit low and well kept out by Rawlins. So they've got their heads on at the moment, these two Sussex batters. Glamorgan with some hard yards to do to dislodge them. 148 for 5. Rawlins is 22. Carter on the verge of a half century, but the key figure is the lead of 30, as Edward will be joined by Adrian very shortly.
Yes, very interesting final day in prospect here, as there is throughout the country. We know, of course, most of us know that Middlesex went down yesterday to Derbyshire, who've had a pretty good season up there. And it is Ingram to continue, and he will be bowling to Carter, one short of another 50. And here he is. Carter waits and just pushes that back down the pitch. Morning, or good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Edward. I'm sorry I was slightly later on parade. I've had continual laptop problems here this week, so people have sent emails, I haven't got them, and so every time they say they fix it, it hasn't, so I've sort of given up, really. Oh, that was an edge. Was that a chance?
An edge that... no,
I think it was just short of Lloyd.
I suspect it was just short, but that turn, the leg spinner from Ingram,
yeah, that's
the only one that's appreciably turned.
See this one again. Yeah, it was short.
Yeah, short. But he'll be heartened by that.
Mm.
And he comes again and bowls. And that's played rather hurriedly back down to the pitch. Again, he's not... I know he's going pretty slowly, but he's not attempting to score. Where Rawlins could... He's taken his chances, could have been out, but I think if Carter did that and Glamorgan get well behind...
Yeah.
Because at the moment, if Carter does get out, well, he's been in there for some time, hasn't he?
He has, no, absolutely.
Ingram bowled, and he shoveled out of the way very quickly as the ball came on to him and played it out into the offside.
Well, you know, it's an obvious statement to make, but the bigger the lead Sussex can get, the less time Glamorgan will have to get the run, so that gives Sussex more chance. But this situation, you come dancing down the track and hole out, and everyone says, "Well, I've given your wicket away." So it's tricky.
He's got a run, and that is his 50. Second 50. Well, it's more like his third or fourth 50 because he got a huge score in the first innings.
Yeah, 185.
Carter 185.
Mm.
So he's holding Glamorgan back here in their victory charge. And you sense if another one wicket might have tell Glamorgan, well, you've had a very good morning. Rawlins waits now as in comes Ingram, bowls at him, sweeps down to deep mid-wicket. Yet again, he seems to have mastered the sweep. That is the end of the over. and Rawlins keeps strike.
Ollie Carter's 50 came off 110 balls. It included 6 balls.
I'm sure you heard all that, Carter. As,
I think Rawlins is doing the right thing to attack. I think if we could, I mean, there's still another potentially 80 overs to be bowled today. So you know, Sussex. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, Edward? You know, when does Sussex get to a stage when this game is safe? Perhaps, you know, if they lead by, say they led by 150 with 20 overs left in the day, Glamorgan might have a crack at that.
They'd have a crack at that.
You know, so they're going to have to. The umpire's looking at the ball, actually.
Are they?
Yeah, there's a surprise. No, they're going to change it. No, they're not. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are.
That's about the fourth time.
So the umpire has to go running off the field to get the ball. If we were at Hove now, Brenda would come walking out with the box of balls to save the umpire, the running all the way. He looks quite fit, the umpire, doesn't he, to be fair? That's quite impressive. Is that Taylor?
No, White? It's White. He hasn't retired long, has he? But it's 3 years ago.
Today for the events at Ambience. It's the 3rd day of the Second 11 Championship match between Somerset.
Waiting for the score from Abergavenny.
Somerset dismissed on the opening day for 314. Currently in reply, Glamorgan of 485 for 8, leading by 171 runs.
It's a good track.
Well, small ground.
Yeah.
And beautiful little ground. Glamorgan used to play regularly there, but for some reason they finished. And it was always a joy to go up there. Not only was it a nice, wonderful setting with the mountain behind you, the ladies that made lunches and cakes and a hog roast that went down very, very well.
Right, okay.
And they made the hog roast exactly. We were sitting out on a table commentating, and it was next door, and all of a sudden, around 1 o'clock, over would come the ladies with a couple of
lovely
nice hog roasts.
So why can't we play there anymore?
Well, I wish. Yeah.
Mind you, Sussex aren't playing any outground cricket this year. Not going anywhere.
They're not going to Horsham?
Or Arundel. Or Eastbourne. Yeah, shame. Hopefully that'll all recommence next season. There's a long debate going down here. The Glamorgan over rate was +4. It's now down to +3, so they could afford to have a long discussion about things. James Wheel's going to carry on from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. And the field is, what would you call it? I would say it's sort of like a fifth slip. Yeah, not really a gully, is there? I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment as in comes Wheel running away from us. The sun is a bit hazy at the minute. Bowls to Rawlins, who clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no runs. There's a 5th slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, it's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I'm just wondering if there's anyone, because one of Rawlins' favourite shots, I'd say his favourite, you know, this arc on the leg side, so straight down the ground or out towards Cow Corner would be favourite shots of Del Rey's, which I'm sure they know.
Yeah.
But there's no one out there in case he tries that shot. Wheel is in and bowls short, and well, I don't think. Well, he's gone for 4 runs down to 3rd man. It was a bit of extra lift from James Wheel. I'm not sure whether Rawlins intended to play the shot knowing there was not a slip there. Let's make up our mind now. I'm not sure he did.
He's going to get into first slip's hands, it would have been.
Yeah, he's got 4 runs for it. The slip is standing, as I say, at about a 5th slip. And now they've lost the ball down at the far end of the ground. It's gone underneath the covers. They could do with a steward down there. It's just to sort of, just on ball watch, just to retrieve the ball every time it goes under the hover cover.
He hasn't got a clue the fielder who's gone down there. No, with the ball is. He's looking up in the air.
There's some down on a gantry down there. I think he's just asked them where did it go, and they can't find it. So now David Lloyd is having to help.
More time is lost.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating really. Colin Ingram is running across because he wants his sunglasses from umpire White.
Which might tell us that he will be replaced at the far end.
The ball hasn't been retrieved. Well, they've got a ball.
That'll do, they say.
Yeah, Nick was saying at Derbyshire, Kieran Carlson went under the covers and returned with 2 balls. But anyway, we're assuming that's the ball that's been lost. Has now been found.
Rawlins doing a good job here. He started very aggressively.
Yeah, he did.
He's more selective at the moment.
I think it's the way Del Rey plays. You wouldn't bet on him getting out, is all I would say, Edward. And Glamorgan will know that. And I think that's why they've been quite slow, taking their time, trying to frustrate him. In comes Wheel, bowls, Rawlins, hammers that way. That's a lovely shot. Now that is a good shot, and he's so capable of playing just that short of shot, Del Rey Rawlins. It was over pitched. And he didn't hammer that one away. He just timed the ball beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. His second boundary in the over, and the Sussex lead goes to 40. And Rawlins goes to 31. He's made 31 of this partnership of 42.
Yeah, he's played really well and aggressively. It's exactly what Sussex needed at the time, because they were just plodding along and getting nowhere. But as long as he stays there, and Carter doesn't look like getting out.
No, he will score. If Rawlins stays, he will score quickly.
Quickly, yes.
There is now a first slip, but you think that the horse is rather bolted, perhaps. A slip and a fourth or fifth slip. In comes Wheel again, around the wicket bowls, and Rawlins is forward to bowl of good length, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So sometimes it's just been a little hazy this morning. There is some high-level cloud, but in the main it's
warm
a beautiful
outside,
day. Yeah, it is warm. It's a beautiful day. Here in Cardiff.
I wouldn't be surprised if we'd see a double change before long, because up to now he's been very ineffective as Wheel, and Ingram hasn't really caused a threat, so possibly a return of Salter.
Wheel round the wicket bowls. Short, hammered away by Rawlins, 4 more. Oh no, I thought it was gone for 4. I do apologise. He obviously didn't catch that. I was expecting to see that speeding out towards the boundary. It was a short delivery, and he didn't hit it quite as firmly as I thought. In fact, he played it straight to mid-on. Yeah, filtered by Ingram.
It was very short again.
It was there to be hit before, wasn't it? And now they have made a change in the field, so the mid-wicket is going back to a deep mid-wicket. And one of these slips has come out, that 4th slip has come out to an orthodox mid-wicket. So just the 1 slip in place now, 3 men on the offside, saving 1. Then the onside field, a mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as Wheel, number 29 on the back, comes running in bowl short, and Rawlins bends at the knees and lets that one pass by the end of his nose. Through to wicket-keeper Cullen. It's the end of the over. I wouldn't be surprised. I think you might be right that maybe James will be rested for a couple of overs. 158 for 5. Rawlins 31, Carter 50. These two have added 42 for Sussex. And the most important statistic, or one of the many important statistics, is that the lead is now 40. The overs remaining in the day is still 79. So Glamorgan won't be panicking. And I think we are going to have a change. I think that is going to be Andrew Salter coming back in. So the sunglasses was the clue, Edward, and well spotted.
Yes.
Were you a detective in a past life?
No.
Inspector Bevan of the Yard. It's got a nice ring to it, actually.
Only Inspector?
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to see Salter, who's been Glamorgan's most effective, and I think David Lloyd, he's a wicket taker. In as much he might bowl some ineffective deliveries. All of a sudden he'll get a wicket, and I can see him that slip. He's making or doing his exercises as yet another. You can only change the field around, boys. You can just bowl to a plan, and that's it, and get on with it. But I don't know what Carlson is trying to tell Salter.
The follow-on in Championship cricket is
150.
Right, so it looks like Worcestershire may not avoid the follow-on at Durham because they're 477 for 8, still trailing by 165. So that game's perhaps got a bit of life in it. There's only 18 wickets. No, actually, only 15 wickets have fallen, and we're at lunch on the 4th day.
Long days.
Yeah.
Here we have Salter then from the far end, and he's coming in and bowls to Carter, and Carter beaten on the outside as he nudges forward. Good delivery, the arm ball, and Carter just has a quick look at his stance, where he's standing, what his guard is, and the score is 159 for 5. The next ball comes, good delivery, just prodded forward by Carter. as far as he's concerned, runs don't appear to be all that important, because he's just waiting for the odd loose ball, which he hasn't had of late. And having said that, he's driven him past mid-off for 4. Having prodded the first 2 balls and been beaten outside the off stump, this one drifted a little bit further and driven for 4 as he moved on to 54.
Yeah,
will we see any of these young players on Sunday? Saturday, when is it?
Sunday, yeah. Almost certainly Rawlins, who plays in the T20, bowls his spin, aggressive batsman down the order, and a fine fielder, so I'm sure Rawlins will play. Apart from that,
Allsop will play.
Allsop will play, he will play. Archie Lennon will probably play. I suspect that'll probably be it, because Mills will play, presumably Finn will play.
162 for 5 as Salter prepares again, and bowls to Carter. Straighter ball this time, is nudged away backward of square. Backward of square on the offside.
I can see the Glamorgan backroom staff are going for a walk around the field.
Matthew Maynard with his customary wide-brimmed sun hat. Here's the next ball. That's tucked away for a single.
Looks like he hasn't got any socks on, or has he got flip-flops on?
Flip-flops, probably. David Harrison and the other gentleman. He's on the support staff. I don't quite remember his name at the moment. Nick will tell me.
Now, this is going to be interesting, because I think this is the time that Salter has bowled to Rawlins. And as I say, I think this is a deliberate ploy from Glamorgan. I think he gets quite frustrated, Delray, and I think they're just taking. Yeah, I think they're just taking their time.
And he's kept his mid-off and mid-on. They are in a very good position, of course, Glamorgan, but he's keeping. So he might just try and hit him over the top here. In comes Salter, bowls to Rawlins. Rawlins is forward. Just pushing it back. That's the end of the over, and the score is 163 for 5. The lead for Sussex is 45.
Well,
so a little bit of defence here.
Yeah, we were, as I say, we were looking ahead to maybe later today and little milestones that maybe Glamorgan may be looking at, and we were talking about the new ball at the start of play today, which is now available in 28 overs time. So if Sussex were to score at 3 and over from here on in, 28 threes, that's another 75 onto this lead. That gives them about 120, 130. So the new ball could still play a part here.
It could, yes.
Particularly if they're 7 or 8 down, and you might have Nisa steaming in with a final throw of the dice.
But it's not a new. It doesn't appear to be a new ball pitch, as it is. Glamorgan did lose, of course, David Lloyd in the second over, but then they went on and on and on, and when Sussex went into bat, well, they didn't get much success, the Glamorgan bowlers, and it was up to Salter and Wheel to get those. Wheel, he snaffled one down the leg side, strangled the batsman, and for some reason Haynes hit one a full toss.
It did. Well, it is going to be David Lloyd who's going to bowl from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. I'll see this over there. I'll have to nip next door, but I will be back, Edward.
It's all right.
He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Ollie Carter. Keeper Cullen is standing up to the stumps. As he comes and bowls, Lloyd forward is Carter with his head right over the ball and plays to mid-on. It's been a wonderful effort of concentration from Ollie Carter, making 185 and now 50 in 116 balls. His maiden 100 in the first innings. He's been on the field a long time, in this match.
He's only a young lad.
Yeah, he is, yeah. In comes Lloyd, bowls, and that's erring down the leg side, and Carter steps inside the line and helps it down to fine leg and picks up a single. Now, what will Rawlins do here?
Well, he'll hit the bad ball.
He will.
And David Lloyd, as I say, has a knack of picking up wickets when he comes on to bowl, and that's the reason possibly why he's bowling now.
10 overs in the first innings, 10 overs, 1 for 36. He picked up the wicket of Delray Rawlings, who was stumped by Chris Cook. A lovely bit of work
Down the leg
side, yeah. Always good to see a keeper doing that. As in comes Lloyd, bowls, and Rawlins plays firmly into the covers, and there is no run. Rawlins on 31 off of 35 deliveries. He certainly set about. Colin Ingram, a couple of deliveries that deserved to go for 4, really. There's a couple of 4 tosses, wasn't there? That he,
exactly.
I wouldn't have fancied being at short leg, I have to say. In comes Lloyd, in and bowls, and Rawlins showing good restraint. Plays very straight to mid-wicket, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run.
I suppose at lunch, if no other wickets fall, you'd say, well, whose morning has it been? And you'd probably say, well, pretty equal. You know,
I would agree. I think Glamorgan would have probably settled for 2 this morning when the lead is only 46. In comes Lloyd again, bowls wide, and Rawlins carves that one away into the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Gets his 32nd run. Sussex to 165 for 5. The lead goes to 47. And Lloyd wanders back to his mark for the right-handed Carter. There's still just the 1 slip in place. A ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside. A sweeper on the cover boundary. The onside field, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. As Lloyd, the Morgan captain, is again running in. And bowls, and Carter this time plays an indifferent shot. Bit of a nothing shot, really, outside of the off-stump. He always seemed to be caught in 2 minds as to what to do. He sort of played the shot and then sort of practiced where he was wanting to play the shot, but in the end the ball whistled and ended up in the whistle past him into the gloves of keeper Cullen. There is no run. I need to disappear for 2 or 3 minutes, Edward, but I will return.
165 for 5 then. The lead is 47 after the 2 dismissals this morning. Seifert was caught by Carlson of Salter for 5, and Ibrahim also had made 5 before he was LBW to Nisa. So 165, just the 47 runs. About the 15th discussion this morning between Bowler and Carlson, the vice captain.
Yeah, I know Glamorgan have got time in hand, but might they usefully
deploy it? Yes, I know you're going to
try to get a bit of pressure on by getting the spinners quickly at the batters rather than keeping them hanging around. And just get on them and give the batters less time to settle.
Well, it's salted the ball to the left-handed Rawlins. In he comes, the first ball. Shimmies down, down the pitch, and then blocked it, and then realised to dash back because the ever-attentive Cullen was not far from running him out.
No, that was a neat piece of work from Cullen, who flicked the ball back onto the stump soon. Let's practice that one. Possibly.
Yeah. Saturday.
Since Cullen's out, no, I can't, can I? Bristol.
Well, of course, I'm forgetting that. Down the pitch he comes this time and hammers it down to mid-wicket, but it's just the single. And applause,
50
because that is the 50 partnership. There was that gentleman with the support staff. We know, of course, Messrs. Harrison and Maynard.
Is it Mark Walton, the other one?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Usually
Walton. He's not quite good. Another assistant coach, is it?
Assistant coach, come
advisor.
Psychological advisor, stroke academy coach.
Okay.
166 for 5, 50 partnership between these two.
Yep.
Rawlins has 2/3 of them on 33.
Well, these discussions are getting a little bit tedious.
Yeah.
Adrian did say everybody knows Rawlins just wants to get on with things. So it might be, well, I don't think it'll unsettle the other batsman, Ollie Carter.
Looks as though he's got a very good temperament.
Salter comes in, bowls, and Carter prods forward, back down the pitch.
He'll remember this one fondly, won't he, Ollie Carter, with more than doubled his previous best from 72 up to 185.
Here's Carter waiting now, as in comes the next ball, and again it's a prod from the batsman. He's on 56. And Rawlins, Carter had a big head start on him, is on 33. Salter bowling his off spin from the river end. He's round the wicket, bowls again. Carter drives, but straight to mid-on. And there is no run. This is the 16th over for Salter. 2 for 31, very economical again as he turns, comes in, bowls again. And again, there's a defensive response. And that is the end of yet another over. And the overs are now ticking by. There are 76 overs left. As these two try their very best to try and draw this game. They've got no chance of winning it. But Lloyd now prepares to bowl. Sam Northeast is now talking to the captain and offering advice.
Former county skipper himself, of course.
Kent, yeah.
And Hampshire. David Lloyd, who is celebrating his 29th birthday today, so happy birthday to David.
Absolutely.
Celebrating, well, his celebratory mood tonight, I guess, will depend to some extent on whether Glamorgan managed to force home a victory, but hopefully he can enjoy an evening off
before the next
whatever
game
the result.
2 days' time.
Yeah, I guess they'll have tomorrow off before a bit of T20 practice on Friday. Lloyd then from the Cathedral Road end into Rawlins, who forces it towards point. Nisa stoops to field close to the boundary, unleashes that powerful arm and plops it into the gloves of Cullen. 167 for 5, Sussex. With Rawlins moving on to 34 not out. Carter is on 56 not out as Lloyd is into bowl to him, and he defends on the offside. Ball bounces up to Carlson at cover. There's no run. Bit more cloud around at the moment. Paul Sussex says, not surprising Glamorgan seconds of top 400 of Avenue Road. Idiosyncratic shape of the ground. Lots of top players on the honours board, and he sends us a photo of that. Lloyd bowls down leg side, worked away by Carter. We'll just pick up the single though, down to fine leg. Centurions. The bottom one on the photo is one SP James. Who had
Not surprised.
a couple in 97 for Glamorgan against Northants. Matthew Maynard, the late Andrew Simmons in 95 for that record-breaking innings. At the time, attempted stumping down leg side. Oh no, Colin didn't take the bails off in the end, I don't think. But
Yeah, he's learned from the first innings, Rawlins.
one down the leg side. As Lloyd back to his mark, runs away from us. Fifth ball of his second over, up in the block hole, defended by Rawlins to Carlson, who misfields slightly at mid-wicket. Who else is on the honours board as far as Glamorgan are concerned? 80s and 90s these are. John Ponty Hopkins, Jeff Holmes, Alan Butcher, Greg Thomas, Matthew Maynard.
H. Morris.
Getting to him. That's on leg stump. Turned away by Rawlins. They'll just take a single. 169 for 5. Rawlins 235. Maynard, Butcher, Shastri, Cotty, more Butcher, Morris, more Butcher again, Dale, Morris again, Hemp with a couple, Maynard. Yeah, so a lot of the Glamorgan top order batters have enjoyed Abergavenny in the 80s and 90s. 169 for 5 as Adrian's turn to resume commentary with 22 minutes until the lunch interval. Edward, don't eat it all. 169 for 5. Sussex lead by 51 and not having lost a wicket for over an hour now. So one of these very lengthy Glamorgan committee meetings. Oh, do get on with it, boys.
I do think a bit of this is deliberate to try and unsettle Rawlins, who he just likes to get on with it. But he's showing admirable restraint today, is Delray. 35 in 43 deliveries. It's not quite as wall-to-wall sunshine today as it was yesterday. There's a bit more sort of high-level cloud around me.
Hopefully this will burn off again.
As in comes Salter, round the wicket, bowls to Rawlins, who's forward, plays onto the onside, fielded at short leg by Byrom. Just the slip and the short leg of the close fielders, 3 men saving 1 on the off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, short fine leg and a deep mid-wicket as Salter in again, bowls to Rawlins, and that's a full toss and he clips that away through mid-on for 4 runs, I think. Or is it not going to get there? Oh, hang on, the fielder's in hot pursuit. No, he didn't get there. Just won the race. Colin Ingram, I think Ingram was sort of trotting after it. Then I think he realised, hang on a minute, I might be able to catch this up. But I think he's a bit annoyed with himself. He didn't chase earlier. Anyway, it was a full toss and Rawlins dispatched it for 4. He goes to 39, does Rawlins. 173 for 5, Sussex. Importantly, the lead now 55, so it's creeping up as Rawlins waits. Sort of just surveys that leg side field and is coming in again to bowl, and Rawlins stretches forward, play down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So actually we're coming up to how many overs have we had today? So it started off with 96, so we've only had 22 overs today.
Yes, it's been a poor over rate, hasn't it?
I mean, Glamorgan are +3, although I think that changes with every session, so that might well change. Salter in bowls, Rawlins dances down the pitch, plays it firmly to mid-on where Ingram fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, I suspect they'll probably lose a couple of those in the over rate. Might be even back level by lunchtime, so they'll have to press on with the over rate in the afternoon session.
Salter. And again, bowls. Rawlins is forward, sort of outside edge of the bat. The ball finds its way to backward point where northeast fields. A slightly full shot from Rawlins. You feel here with Rawlins, he's probably better not doing anything reckless, but probably attacking the bowling rather than defending. But getting this period now, 20 minutes to go until lunch, and he's probably thinking to himself, well, I don't want to get out here. But Salter in again. Rawlins again just nudges forward, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. Another over safely negotiated by Delray Rawlins. Sussex 173 for 5, Rawlins 39, Carter 57. The partnership between these pair is worth 57. The lead is 55 and there are 74 overs remaining in the day. David Lloyd having a bit of a ponder now. He's talking to James Wheel. The over rate really is slow at the minute. Sort of in between every over there seems to be a long debate about who's going to bowl or where the field's going to be. I mean, the Glamorgan over rate has been excellent throughout the match, but this morning it has been quite slow.
Yeah, psychological tactic as much of as anything, as you say.
Yeah.
As Lloyd, 29 today, is bowling to Carter on 57 not out, and Lloyd bustles in bowls. Carter works that comfortably away on the leg side for a single out towards forward square leg. Nisa in, throws. Cullen backpedaling slightly because Nisa has a powerful arm. Single taken. 174 for 5. The lead is 56 runs. Glamorgan, I don't think would want to chase more than about 150 on a slow, low wicket as Rawlins defends that one from Lloyd.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, I hadn't even considered the fact that Sussex might win this game, and I still think that's the highly improbable result. I still think at this stage you'd say Glamorgan victory is the most likely, perhaps, but edging towards a draw. There's not a lot in it.
Yeah, I think if Sussex get to lunch without losing another wicket, as Rawlins pushes on the offside, thinks about a single, decides otherwise, northeast fields. I think if Sussex get to lunch 5 down, then maybe the draw is almost equal with the Glamorgan victory, which has receded somewhat in the last hour and a quarter since the Dismissal of Ibrahim shortly after that of Seifert. Rawlins doing a fine job at the moment. As he pulls away, he's not ready to receive. And Lloyd has to pull out of delivering. Rawlins goes down and prods for no particular reason.
I don't know if someone was moving down below us. Or perhaps he's just getting his own back a little bit.
Could be. Lloyd to Rawlins, full length, driven to Carlson at mid-wicket, no run. 174 for 5.
You got any games down at Swansea this year, Nick?
No, Swansea's fallen off the list.
Has it?
Due to the state of the facilities there.
Oh, right, okay.
As Lloyd in bowls, runs here for Rawlins, leg glance, down to fine leg, raced away up the River Taff end. Rawlins to 39 and the lead. Rawlins to 43 and the lead to 60 at 178 for 5. Swansea was struggling a bit. There hasn't been any investment there for years really, and was struggling before COVID, and it was used as a training base by the Ospreys rugby team, which didn't really help things. Lloyd to finish his over. Bowls, slower delivery that Rawlins jabs down on, plays out on the offside, no run. 178 for 5, Sussex lead by 60 runs. So Glamorgan instead will play a couple of one-day matches at Neath this season, which are their only first-team ventures outside Cardiff, unfortunately.
I came down to Swansea several years ago now for a one-dayer.
Yep.
And it got rained off. I think we played about 10 overs, probably less than that, and it hosed it down with rain. And got called off fairly quickly. I forget who was the Australian who was playing for Sussex at the time. We went out on the outfield. There was a lot of school children there, and there was various games of cricket going on the outfield. Can't remember who that was. Either way. Now, Michael Neese is going to bowl from the River Taff end, which I don't think he's done so far in the match. I think he's bowled exclusively from the Cathedral Road end, but he's going to have a blast before. I think this is probably a decent bit of captaincy by David Lloyd just before the break, because I don't think these Sussex batsmen will want to take liberties against Nisa, who's bowled 13 overs and taken 1 for 28. He's been used very sparingly, Nick, hasn't he? You know, little bursts of 3 and 4 overs here and there. Sounds like someone's fallen off a chair. That didn't sound very good, did it?
Probably the right way to go in terms of handling Nisa, as investigate the rumbles down beneath.
Sounded like it was a slightly longer corridor here, didn't it? So that's where it just toppled off a chair or something. Let's hope everyone's okay.
178 for 5.
I think Nick's going to go and have a quick investigation as well. Let's hope everything's okay. Michael Nisa is going to run in from the River Taff end, running into bowl to the right-handed Carter, and Carter is forward and plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 178 for 5. Sussex, the lead is 60. Overs remaining. There's a bit of discussion going on out there, actually, with Delray Rawlins, who's making some sort of a signal towards the pavilion. I don't know if he wants some gloves brought out or something. But there's a bit of debate. It's all well.
As far as I can find to see, there's no one obviously in distress along this particular corridor. Maybe it was something down beneath us where building work is going on, so it could be related to that.
Nisa races in, bowls to Carter, who drives slightly uppishly, but nonetheless down the ground. He's going to get at least a couple of runs. Ingram in hot pursuit fields the ball just inside the boundary, and it allows Carter to come back for his second run. The total goes to 180 for 5. Carter goes to 60. Nice looking. He was in the air slightly as he played the shot. It wasn't all the way along the carpet.
Yes, the first suggestion we've had of anything remotely false from Carter, who's looked very, very solid this morning.
No, he has. He's been out on the field a long, long time. He was obviously out there the whole time of the Glamorgan innings. And both Sussex openers out in relatively quick succession in both innings. So he's been a long time on the pitch. There's Ollie Carter. As Michael Neser comes racing in again. Bowls. Oh, Carter sits on the pad. Oh, he must have got a little nick on that, because I think that would have been quite close. Stretching forward, he was only half forward. I just wonder whether he got a little inside edge on that, Ollie Carter. Delray Rawlins is coming down the wicket. We haven't been aware particularly of the ball keeping low when the bowler has been from the River Taff end. The low bounce predominantly seems to have been when the bowling has been coming from this end, the Cathedral Road end, but that maybe did keep a little low. Carter wasn't that far forward. The sun has disappeared entirely now as in comes Neser on bowls, and Carter is, this time he is right forward, head right over the ball, making sure that he was not going to get trapped on the crease. I can see James Wheel is warming up at mid-on for Glamorgan. Oh, how Glamorgan wish they had Michael Hogan here today. Because Neser in his 14th over makes his way back to the mark. He's getting the slow over 8 continues because the mid-off, who is Colin Ingram, is furiously shining the ball on his trousers. We're only in the 24th over of the morning. As in comes Neser, bowls again right on the stumps, and again Carter is there resolutely forward. Now they're looking for a change in the field. As Neser makes his way back to his mark. We've only got 10 minutes to go until lunch, so we may only get through about 26 overs this morning, which is completely against how the over rate has been for the majority of the match.
It's poor, isn't it?
Yeah, it is poor. It has been poor this morning. I think some of it may have been premeditated. I think perhaps trying to frustrate Delray Rawlins. Neser in again, bowled. Carter drives. I thought momentarily the ball was in the air again, but played to mid-off, and it is the end of another tight, accurate Michael Neser over. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. Sussex 180 for 5. 9 minutes to go until lunch. Still the potential for another 72 overs to be bowled in the day, so we could be here for some considerable period of time if the game goes its course. I don't think Glamorgan will call anything off here. I mean, they'll, I guess if Sussex had a lead of 200 with, 20 overs left, then they will shake hands. But for the time being, Glamorgan wicket, which is why Rawlins' innings here is an interesting one for Sussex. Does he go on the attack and just try and bash Sussex out of trouble? In comes Lloyd, bowls, and Rawlins plays down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run.
Thank you, Adrian. David Lloyd into action rather sooner than anticipated. He's trying to sort out a few other bits and pieces at the same time. 180 for 5 then. Lloyd into his 4th over. Shortish run, business-like, into Rawlins. Drives back to the bowler. No run. So there is a slip in now. Ingram in a relatively conventional slip position. Morgan did have a 4th/5th slip on his own earlier. Tom Cullen is standing up. Sam Northeast is practicing his golf swing at short extra cover, but I'm sure we'll be concentrating by the time Lloyd bowls. Carlson is shortish at mid-wicket, so that's up in the block hole. Lloyd bowling a full length and Rawlins defending to Carlson. Gorvin at mid-on is conventional. Wheel at mid-off is just a little bit back for the miss-hit drive. Lloyd bowls. Rawlins drives back to him. No run. 4 dot balls so far in this over, but survival the key largely for Sussex. 180 for 5. 62 ahead. As slip now comes out. 2. Silly mid on the drive is Colin Ingram. So where's Andy Gorvin going to go? Wider of him. So they're not exactly in line. Lloyd bowls to Rawlings, who's forward, defending. Decent over from David Lloyd to this, but Rawlings has defended manfully, showing that he has got more than a top gear. 43 off 59 deliveries now, as Lloyd pulls out of that attempt to deliver, whether Rawlings pulled away. A little cat and mouse going on out there as Glamorgan probe for a breakthrough with 6 minutes to go to lunch. Lloyd bowls another ball right up in the block hole, which again Rawlings defends. It's a maiden over, 180 for 5. Lloyd 4 overs, 0 for 10. So wickets this morning for Salter and for Nisa. Seifert for 5, Ibrahim for 5. But since then, Sussex have put together a stand of 64. Rawlings has 2/3 of them, more or less. 43 not out. Carter remains on 60 not out.
180 for 5, as Nick says. So the current over rate, we ought to get 2 in really, but I wouldn't back on it. So we've had 25 overs this morning. It's a bit sort of test match in terms of the over rate. One interesting stat I saw last night, Nick, about the test match was that it's the most boundaries that's ever been scored in a test match, apparently.
Wow.
Which is
good stat.
Yeah. In comes Nisa, bowls to Carter, pulls, and well, let's describe what happened. Pulled the ball to backwards square leg. There was a try of catch. I'm not sure whether it was a chance or not. Is that Lloyd there?
It is Lloyd.
I don't know if we're going to get a chance to see that again, but momentarily Carter didn't go for the run. Rawlings called him through and successfully got through for the run in the end, but it was a trap that was set. I'm just not sure whether that was a chance or not.
Couldn't quite see from my angle.
No, it all happened very quickly as the ball was pulled away by Ollie Carter. Nonetheless,
I think it was a scrambling stop by Lloyd, rather than had the impression.
Rawlings on strike, Carter to 61. This partnership worth 63 between these two. 181 for 5. There's more changes than we may not get another over here, you know, Nick. It's slightly strange tactics. I'm sure there's some kind of rationale behind it. 3 men saving one on the offside. There's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket. As in comes Nisa, bowls to Rawlings. Nisa clearly has a plan here. So just to describe that leg side field, there are 4 men in saving one. An orthodox mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, almost a square leg, and a leg gully, I would describe that as. So 4 men in catching positions, and supplemented on the leg side by a deep square leg and a fine leg, who's on about 45-degree angle. So it's a 6-3 field. The 3 men on the offside, mid-off cover and backward point, are all saving a single as Nisa herring in, bowls to Rawlings, and Rawlings turns that wristily to Carlson on the onside. He's being bothered by a fly or something, as Delray Rawlings, which he's trying to swat away. And there is no run. There's 3 balls remaining in the over. The clock's saying 12:57. Rawlings 43 coming off 62 deliveries. Sussex morning including Seifert and Ibrahim both for 5. Nisa in again, bowls, and Rawlings again plays a very similar shot to Carlson, who shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end. He clearly thought Carter was out of his ground. Well backed up by James Wheel, prevents an overthrow. Do you call it an overthrow or buzzers, Nick?
Well, overthrow is the correct term, but it's more fun to shout buzzers.
Yeah, I must admit, I've always called it overthrows. Nisa again. Bowls. Oh, that's a There haven't been too many deliveries that have been poor deliveries, but that was one that Michael Nisa. I mean, he's obviously bowling to this leg side trap that he set. But that was a long way down the leg side, and Rawlins was able just to watch it sail by into the gloves of Cullen. There is no run. The deep square leg is going slightly wider to more of a deep mid-wicket now. That's Eddie Byrom who's out there. I'm not sure Rawlins has noticed, actually. And now Nisa is on his way, and I think there was some chatter going on because Rawlins turns around and sort of stares at Tom Cullen. Last ball of the over, that won't improve Nisa's mood. He's got to run all the way back to his mark. Now he's herring in again. Bowls to Rawlins, and Rawlins is forward. Plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. The clock shows 12:59, so I think we are going to get one more over before lunch. So that will mean that we will have had not quite as bad as we thought. 27 overs this morning. And there's a big debate going on out in the middle between North East, Carlson and Lloyd. About how the field's going to be set for this final over before lunch. So the Sussex lead is 63, 70 overs remaining in the day. The new ball will be available in 19 overs time after this one. So,
oh, hello.
Oh, that's a change of volume. We weren't expecting that.
It was one that was suggested by one of my Twitter correspondents to say we haven't seen Carlson for a while. Why not? Chris Drew, I know he hasn't done it for ages, but a few overs from Kieran could be useful. Well, he's going back to the spin with which he started his career, rather than the medium pace he resorted to at a while. Carlson is in to bowl, driven on the offside by Carter, no run. He's got a short leg and a slip, has Carlson. Just someone that Sussex won't necessarily have seen before. Won't know much about him, if anything, with the ball. As Carlson floats one up, it's worked away on the offside for a single by Carter. Moves on to 62, 182 for 5. The lead is 64. Little consultation between the two batters. Maybe thinking if Glamorgan are going to spend ages chatting away, then so will they. 182 for 5, 64 in the lead. Carlson bowls. Rawlins back on his stumps, defending. I wonder if Salter will be given a twirl from this end as well. Hasn't bowled from here so far. Carlson round the wicket to the left-hander. Rawlins steps back and slaps him through the offside for a single. He's under 44. 183 for 5. The lead is 65 not out. So Carter and Rawlins have batted the last 90 minutes or so after Glamorgan claimed those 2 early wickets in the first half hour. And Carlson to Carter, steps back, plays it into the offside. Sprawling stop from the veteran Colin Ingram there at cover. And they'd set off for a single, but quickly changed their minds. Last ball then of the morning session. As Carter checks his card again. Byrom shuffles round from forwards short leg to backwards short leg. And Carlson bowls the last ball of the morning session, which Carter defends. He survives intact on 62 not out. Rawlins is 44 not out. And Sussex's hopes of salvaging a draw have risen rather in the last 90 minutes.
Yes, they have, and I think it's been a good counter-attacking innings by Delray Rawlings. Sussex can't just push and prod around all day, so to get some sort of a lead is some sort of insurance for Sussex. Still a long way to go though, Nick, but I think they'll be pleased with their morning.
183 for 5 then. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow shortly, and commentary at 1:40. Sussex resisting strongly. They're 183 for 5 now, a lead of 65 runs, with the ever-patient Ollie Carter, first innings marathon man, on 62 not out, and Delray Rawlins rather more aggressive, 44 not out. Glamorgan did claim 2 wickets in the first half hour, one apiece to Michael Neser and to Andrew Salter, but have struggled for further breakthroughs. Sussex at lunch are 183 for 5, 65 ahead. Play resumes at 1:40.
A reminder that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during this lunch interval. If you are going to be venturing out there, though, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wickets around, so please don't take any food or drink with you as you venture onto the outfield. We also welcome onto the outfield, in front of the media centre, the boys and girls from Radnor Primary School, who are going to be giving us a display of their quick cricketing skills. I've got some latest scores and some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place around the country. We'll start once again at Abergavenny, the third day of the second 11 championship match between Somerset and Glamorgan. Currently, Glamorgan are 525 for 9 in their first innings. They're leading Somerset by 211 runs. The lunchtime scores from the LV Insurance County Championship matches will start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Yorkshire are currently 168 for 8, leading Hampshire by 186 runs. At Taunton, Surrey are 21 without loss at lunch. Their target is 193. That's after Somerset were dismissed for 394. At Edgbaston, Lancashire are chasing a target of 329 to beat Warwickshire. At lunch, they're 87 for 3. At Chesterley Street, Worcestershire are still in their first innings. They're 499 for 9, trailing Durham by 143 runs. The other game still taking place is at Canterbury, where Gloucestershire have moved on to 142 for 7 in their second innings. They're leading Kent by 16 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens. That includes the International T20 game on Thursday the 28th of July, when England meet South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages which are available for the remaining games in the Vitality Blast as well as in the 100. If you're seeking a scorecard, a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure or a 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, all can be purchased via electronic means from reception. That's on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. They're also available in the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports, situated opposite Gate 2. And to access the club shop, please use the walkway in front of the Castell Howell stand. The shop will be open today until 5 o'clock, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased, again using electronic means, from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And a reminder for members that tea and coffee will be available in the Lewis Lounge between 3:30 and 4:30. There are also vending machines where you can purchase drinks and snacks at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, don't forget the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. And amongst the displays, there's a special one commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a well-known journalist and broadcaster.
So
ball did with that. Yeah, I said, but the ball did with that, he said, chips. Oh, it's chips. No, it's chips. He said, stay and talk to me. He said, what's there? Get a chat with him, isn't it? That kid is sat on that screen and was that underneath the scoreboard? He said, stay and talk to me for a while. He's a young boy. He said, what did he do? Stay here and talk to him. I think I might be slightly confused. Remember that game we had against Northampton when we hit 680 odd and they hit 750 odd? I think we were medium pace in that. It was like a dead game, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. And yeah, mixed up with it. I seen him. I come in. He tried to get tickets. Claire Taylor come in. He might be. What are we going to do? Why did tennis ball back? Claire Taylor? Claire Taylor was the World Cup. We're still involved with her. I think, not even more, we're going to chase something awkward we might have to chase maybe I'm going to need maybe carry on this morning because we know about that. That chap I spoke about, what do you reckon it is? Could be anything. Could be all my stuff. I think you could go right through the passport tonight. My money is on the draw. I think they definitely can. I think that they really came down. Look, I chat to Robin and Robert, to Rob. They discussing this forward. I'm just looking to get it done. Oh, perfect, yeah. Who's captain? You know who's captain. Carlson is doing all the other things. Well, they were not being wrong. Aye. 99 on. But you only like in the first from 10 or 400, yeah. They do look too good when we don't you? 30 May. Running around on the
To resume the Sussex second innings, Ollie Carter and Del Ray Rawlins. Many thanks to the boys and girls from Radnor Primary School for forming this afternoon's Guard of Honour, as well as entertaining us with a display of their quick cricketing skills during the lunch interval. We hope, boys and girls, you've enjoyed your day here at Sophia Gardens.
Very good afternoon then, and welcome back to the second session on the final day of this county championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex from BBC Sport Online, where the news is that Sussex resume the afternoon at 183 for 5 in their second innings. That's 65 runs ahead of Glamorgan. So, Adrian Harms, Sussex have still got a bit of work to do, but they've done a bit of it in the last 90 minutes.
They have it. It's an extraordinary game, cricket, Nick. I'm just thinking we've had 40 minutes for lunch and the players are out, and now the umpire and the players discussing, I think, the ball. So why wasn't that done during the lunch break? I mean, there's a conference going on between Rob White, the umpire, and a couple of Glamorgan players. That's extraordinary, isn't it? But there you go. I think we're eventually. I think they are looking at a ball. So whether the ball has been changed again, yeah, the umpire is now carrying off the balls. Anyway,
it's just standard procedure this year. We've got used to it, haven't they? Because there've been so many ball changes, as we've reported. Anyway, your commentary team is full of lasagna and chips,
which is very nice.
So hopefully we get some entertaining cricket to keep us awake.
Well, you were saying, and I think Sussex will. I mean, I think it's pretty even Steven after the morning. I think if you just said to Glamorgan, you'll get 2 wickets in the morning, and Sussex will lead by 65. I think I might have said, well, okay. From a Sussex point of view, much depending on these two, although the lower order did show they could bat in their first innings. Delray Rawlins has been attacking the bowling. He's on 44. He likes to attack, and it makes you wonder whether maybe that's the way to go. On the other hand, he won't want to play. He can often play a rash shot, Delray, and he won't want to do that. So, well, you could say all 3 results still possible. I think the chances of a Sussex win are remote. But who knows? The wicket still looks a pretty good one to us. It's not really taking too much spin. And it's going to be James Wheel who's going to start us off after lunch from the River Taff end, running into bowl to Delray Rawlins. He's in and bowls, and Rawlins is on his way with a boundary. Clips that one beautifully away through extra cover. It's going to race away. The fielder's not going to get that. And Wheel concedes a boundary off the first ball after lunch. Perhaps he had a bit too much lasagna.
I would hope that the players didn't get the same
no, I don't
food
think,
as the media.
Yeah, I don't think they would have had lasagna and chips.
I don't think even I'd have had lasagna and chips if I'd been playing 10 minutes later.
Unfortunately, my laptop has given up the ghost. I'm fed up with trying to fix it. Rawlins on to 48. I'll check my records. I'm fairly certain that's his highest championship score this season. As Wheel is in bowls and Rawlins nudges onto the onside, and there is no run. Delray Rawlins' first-class average is around about the 20 mark, and there is absolutely no question he's a far better player than that. But he just plays too many rash shots, and this is, he's got an opportunity now. He's in. It's a flat deck to really make a score. He's just got 100 to his name in first-class cricket. That was against Lancashire. You won't be thinking that far ahead, but in comes Wheel, bustling in, bowls, and Rawlins drives straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
I think it's fair to say that the other game in Division 2 is going to end in a draw, with Worcestershire having avoided the follow-on at Durham. They're 532 for 9, 110 runs behind, thanks to last man Dylan Pennington, who's 31 not out, took him past the follow-on.
Wheel.
Interesting contest potentially in Division 1 as well.
Wheel on his way. Tall man round the wicket, bowls to Rawlins, who in drives into extra cover fielded by Coulson, and there is no run.
So at Southampton, Yorkshire 168 for 9 in their second innings, a lead of 186 over Hampshire. Gloucestershire have just nudged into the leads, but then still in trouble at Canterbury, 150 for 7, only 24 runs ahead, but they've still got genuine batters because they use 3 night watchmen.
As in comes Wheel, bowls to Rawlins, who drives to the offside, and that equals his best score of the season. He made 49 in the opening match of the season against Nottinghamshire.
At Taunton, Surrey need 183 to beat Somerset. They're 35 without loss in just the 5th over.
Wow.
Flying start by Surrey.
You'd expect Surrey to knock those off, wouldn't you? And
You would.
Top of the championship, unbeaten in fact, they're unbeaten in any form of cricket this season, Surrey. Wheels reverting to over the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Carter. Far more cloud around now. It's certainly not the clear blue skies that were predicted. There's pockets of blue. It is warm outside as Wheel is in bowls and Carter is forward and plays to mid-off. And there is no run. I'd imagine the Glamorgan bowlers are heartily fed up of seeing the Ollie Carter forward defensive in this game. But he's batted very well. He's on 62. He's faced 137 deliveries. It's the end of the first over after lunch, an over that cost 5 runs. Sussex 188 for 5. The lead is now 70.
Switching to the Cathedral Road end, Michael Neser.
Overs left, and Michael Neser, they're certainly getting their pounds worth of flesh out of Michael Neser in this game. He's absolutely roared in. We were discussing it at lunchtime as, you know, an overseas player who gives absolutely his all, and that's what you want.
Yeah, he's played through a few niggles as well this season, I think. Just missed a couple of games with COVID, but you can't do anything about that.
No, well, he's absolutely charged in, hasn't he? I mean, he can't fault his. But you know, Glamorgan will be thinking here. I mean, Lenham, they can all bat down the order, and Archie Lenham is underrated as a batsman. But you know, they'll be thinking here, if we threw these two into the bowlers, which they are, however well they may be able to bat. Carter was the scalp they'd like.
At Edgbaston, Warwickshire against Lancashire is a good contest, as Neser will come in around the wicket to Rawlins, and he punches that one to mid-off and calls his partner through for a quick single, and that is a half century for Delray Rawlins. So well batted to the young man. It's included 10 boundaries because he really laid into Colin Ingram early on, and it's taken just 73 balls. So two very contrasting approaches between these two batters. Carter digging in for the long term, and Rawlins looking to push on and get the scoreboard moving and extend that Sussex lead. Nearly caught and bowled by Neser when he was just 13. The ball just lobbing fractionally away from the bowler's fingertips. So Lancashire 88 for 3 at Edgbaston, needing a further 241 to beat Warwickshire. That game could still go either way. Neser is in and bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side by Carter, and there's no run. 189 for 5. So cloudy conditions this afternoon, but I don't think that's going to affect the swing on the ball. I wouldn't have thought so. As Neser bowls again, and Carter turns on the leg side, fielded by Lloyd, coming around from backward square. That leg side is fairly thickly populated at the moment. In fact, it's a 6-3 leg side field.
Yeah. It's an odd field, isn't it? I mean, they clearly feel that there's something about the way that Ollie Carter bats that they feel that there might be a flaw there somewhere.
As Neser is in to bowl to Carter, pulls into the leg side, and we'll get a single down to square leg.
Interesting, really, Nick. We were having a conversation at lunchtime about the Sussex side and the number of young players in the side, and certainly batting-wise, some have come to the fore. So Tom Haynes, we all know about. Alistair Orr has batted well this season. Tom Clark's made a couple of hundreds. Now Carter's made 100. The problem has been bowling sides out, and that's why they've gone as long as they have without winning a game of Championship cricket.
Neser to Rawlins, no slips. Short ball from Neser. Rawlins ducks underneath it. Through it goes to Cullen. Cullen keeping wicket as a substitute in the absence of Chris Cook, who has a calf injury but seemed to bat without too much obvious discomfort. So
he batted well, actually.
Hopefully, well, I think it might be too much to hope that he'd be available for the weekend, but hopefully before not too long. Glamorgan playing Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Friday in T20. Nisa bowls, Rawlins pushes on the offside and is called through by Carter for a quick single. It was perfectly safe. And Sussex move on to 191 for 5.
Rawlins' 50 came off 73 balls. It included 10 balls.
Well,
those stats confirmed that we gave you.
Delray Rawlings' first-class average, Nick, that's his 8th first-class half-century, by the way. He averages in first-class cricket 22. And he's, you know, you've got to average more than that if you're batting 6, 7 in the order. And he's a better player than an average of 22.
Yeah, bowling average in first class. We got that to hand.
In a tick. First-class average of... His wickets come at 64.
Wheel, the first ball, the over is defended by Rawlins. I was expecting better than that.
27 first-class wickets in 33 matches.
Okay, so he'll want to get those
so
figures heading in the right direction.
Yeah,
He's doing something about it today.
Yeah, and batting-wise, as I say, 33 matches, 57 innings, 100 at Old Trafford, only 1,200 runs at an average of 22. Wheel is in bowls and Rawlins forward, plays back to Wheel, and there is no run. The lead is 73. Rawlins on 51. This partnership now with 75 between this pair. Sussex losing the wickets of Seifert and Ibrahim early this morning. Nessa and Salter, the wicket takers. Salter's picked up 2 so far. Nisa 1, the other taken by Wheel and Ingram with the last ball of last night when Tom Clark was bowled. As Wheel is in again around the wicket. Bowls and Rawlins drives expansively into the offside but doesn't time it and fielded at extra cover by Carlson, and there is no run. It looks like this heavy cloud is just starting to break up above the ground. Actually, there's a few more patches of blue. And the spectators who are decked out in in shorts, hats and T-shirts, very much the order of the day. Just the one slip in place. There's a backward point who's almost a gully, but I would say he's backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side as Wheel is in again. Racing in bowls, and Rawlins tucks this comfortably through mid-wicket and picks up singled as Rawlins. He goes to 52 and Sussex to 192 for 5. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, online, wherever you're listening from, a very good afternoon. Apologies if you've been trying to send an email through on our Sussex Cricket email address, but we've had a lot of technical problems. I hasten to say not anything to do with the ground, but more to do with the device that I'm using that's caused some problems. So apologies if you've sent an email without response.
I think that hammer was a bit excessive though, Adrian.
Yeah. yeah, chucking it out the window wasn't the best thing to do. Anyway, in comes Wheel, running in over the wicket, bowls, and Carter with a very un-Carter-like shot. I don't know where on earth that came from. I can only think that was a complete loss of concentration from Ollie Carter, because he tried to hoik that away on the leg side, and he's very, very lucky not to get bowled.
That was ugly, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
could have gone absolutely anywhere. That's the sort of last over of a limited overs match sort of shot, not a I want to bat all day shot.
Well, he's been played so straight and with such concentration right the way through. That was completely out of character. Wheel is in bowls, and Carter pulls this down to a fine leg. He was more in control of that shot, fielded by Billy Root down below us on the boundary, who gets in the throw. One more to Carter. He goes to 64. Sussex to 193 for 5, and Carter has pinched the strike at the end of that over. 193 for 5, Rawlins 52, Carter 64. 66 overs remaining in the day. The lead for Sussex is 75, so they're by no means out of the woods yet. Wickets can go into clatter, and Sussex certainly will not be on safe ground, anything like safe ground at the moment. They're going to need those overs to be down around the 30 mark maybe before they can think of starting to relax a little.
So Nisa is in to bowl to Carter, who hooks down towards fine leg. Will get a couple of runs. Good diving stop by Byrom on the fence or on the ropes, and they come back for 2. Carter went for the pull shot, didn't get an awful lot on it, or the hook shot, and rolled away though quite safely down towards fine leg, a fine-ish fine leg at that. 195 for 5, Sussex lead by 77 runs. You're on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Sussex county websites. The over rate is level, Glamorgan having had endless committee meetings in the morning session. So they've lost 3 and they can't afford to muck around anymore.
That's interesting. They've lost, as you say, they've lost 3 in a session. In fact, I think it was +5 at the beginning.
Was it?
Or +4?
Nisa bowls, flick down towards fine leg. Shouts of catch, but the ball didn't go anywhere near any fielder. There's another single to Carter, who moves on to 67.
Here comes the sun. There's the line in a famous song. It's disappeared for a while, but as I say, the cloud seems to be breaking up around Cardiff. Certainly as we look out to the ground away towards the city of Cardiff, there's lots of blue sky over there. Busy city Cardiff was last night. A lot of people sitting out, eating out in the outside of restaurants as I walked back to the hotel last night. Now this field for Rawlins is a 7-2 field. There are 5 men, or 4 men in a ring and 1 in an inner ring, as in comes Nisa and bowls, a short delivery. Sorry, did I pinch your delivery then, Nick? I do apologise.
That's all right. You're rhapsodising about the weather.
Yeah, strange field though, isn't it? So they've got these 4 men sort of in a semicircle on the leg side, but 1 man in close at mid-wicket.
Here's Nisa then. News breaking of ECB laying charges against Yorkshire and a number of individuals following the racism and other allegations at that club, as Rawlins defends this one on the onside. Independent panel will hear the cases in due course. Alleged breaches of ECB directive against improper conduct and anti-discrimination. Thorough and complex ECB investigation, it says. They're not identifying the individuals at this stage, though I think you may see some media outlets naming names. As Nisa bowls and Rawlins turns that away on the leg side, and there's no run. I think it's fair to say that they're fairly high profile, some of them. 196 for 5.
Are they just Yorkshire players, Nick? Do we former Yorkshire players, or do we know they play as... Presumably if it's a Yorkshire investigation, it's Yorkshire players? I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed. As Nisa bowls, run down by Rawlins into a gap towards third man. Byrom scuttles back from point to field. Another single taken. Runs coming quite easily at the moment. As far as Sussex are concerned, the lead has moved on to 79, and maybe another 100 runs would probably see them safe.
Yeah. So other little milestones, other little things that could have a bearing on the match. A new ball is available to Glamorgan in 15 overs, which may be significant. I'd imagine that certainly Glamorgan will want to make sure that Michael Nisa is reasonably fresh to bowl with the new ball. Andrew Gorvin hasn't bowled at all today, who replaced Michael Hogan. We haven't seen anything from Andrew Salter either since lunch. It's going to be James Wheel. who's running into bowl to the left-handed Rawlins, who's in on bowls, and Rawlins stoutly forward, plays to extra cover, and there is no run. 197 for 5. This partnership now worth 81.
Yes, Paul Sussex wondering about the speed gun, as Wheel is showing quicker than Nisa, he reckons, which is probably not the case on average.
Where is the speed gun, is it?
Just see figures popping up on our screen now and again.
Right, okay. Wheel in bowls to Rawlins, who drives handsomely into the covers, but again fielded by Carlson, and there is no run. Carlson is just making sure that the fielder at mid-on, who I think is Michael Nisa, is just ready for a shy at the stumps. He picked up the ball there, Carlson, and made as if to shy at the stumps. But I'm not sure that anybody was really backing up. As Nick says, the over rate is level. Glamorgan did have a lot of debate this morning about field placings and other things. The last thing I want to do is to lose any points if it slips too far this afternoon. Wheel in bowls, Rawlins forward, played down the track. Lloyd gets a hand on it. He's in there at a short mid-wicket position, and he helped the ball onto the stumps. The ball actually hit the stumps, the bails toppled off, but Ollie Carter was firmly in his ground. There is no run. Lloyd now wanders off in the direction of Michael Nisa to have a chat to him about maybe is he going to bowl another over, is he going to take him off? We shall see. Wheel turns. He's at a very straight mid-on is David Lloyd, hands on knees. Wheel is in bowls, Rawlins slightly wide. He looks to drill that through the covers, but it wasn't quite there for that shot. He played it comfortably enough to mid-off. And again, there is no run. Total remains 197 for 5. The sun has disappeared again.
BBC story says charges have been brought against a number of individuals by English cricket's governing body in relation to allegations of racism at Yorkshire. The accused, who have not been named, could be banned or fined by the England and Wales Cricket Board. This following the Azim Rafiq allegations. 16 members of staff have left.
Comes the Wheel and bowls, and Rawlins clips this down to fine leg. It's fielded by Andrew Garvin, who we hadn't mentioned too much today. He gets in the throw. One more to Rawlins. He goes to 54. Sussex 198 for 5.
Yorkshire itself has also been charged with breaching anti-racism rules. ECB expects hearings to take place in September or October. Although they're not being named at the moment, the outcome of each case is expected to be published after decisions has been reached. And as I say, you may see some areas of the media naming those people.
Yes, which we won't be doing, as Wheel is on his way from the River Taff end of the ground, running into old Ollie Carter. Bowls, and Carter plays comfortably through backwards square and picks up a single, fielded out on the boundary there by Andrew Salter. One more to the total, and it's been relatively comfortable for Sussex since lunch. They've picked up the 1s and 2s. They went to lunch on 183 for 5. They've only added 16 since the interval, but they haven't, the ball hasn't sort of done anything to suggest that this is anything other than a very flat pitch. Famous last words, as he'll probably get out next ball, but these two, the partnership is 84 between the pair. As Wheel is in again, round the wicket, bowls. Oh, now that did hit Rawlins. That was a pacey delivery by James Wheel, and Delray Rawlins took his eye off the ball. He turned his head, which is never perhaps the best idea. Was watch this delivery again from James Wheel. He's in and he bowls. Yeah, he ducks. He saw it was short, Delray Rawlins, and he was down on his knees, but he did turn his head. I think the ball hit him around the shoulder area. He's okay. It's the end of the over. I can see that wicketkeeper Cullen is being brought out, some sort of running repairs. End of the over. Michael Nisa is going to carry on from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He will be bowling his 18th over. Figures so far of 4 maidens, 1 for 38. Sussex 201 for 5. Rawlins 54. Carter 68. 64 overs remaining in the day. Sussex leading by 83.
And Glamorgan wondering where to turn to next.
Yeah.
Having plugged away. Nisa's been bowled in short spells. Wheels had a couple of blasts. Salter, Ingram, Lloyd, even an over from Kieran Carlson. So they've shuffled through most of their available bowlers today, as Nisa will step up for his 18th over, 1 for 38 so far. The over rate slipped to -1 as Nisa bowls, and it's defended by Carter on the onside, and really Glamorgan only have themselves to blame for extensive consultations about field placing and so on, only bowling 27 overs in the morning session when a good few of those were from spin. Is not ideal. So Nisa into bowl. That's pulled round to short fine leg, but Carter managed to get on top of it and hit it down.
You get the feeling that that's where they feel that Carter has got a weakness. This leg side field with a fine leg, a deep backward square, and then 4 other fielders all on the leg side. Interesting one. I think that's northeast, who's kind of just halfway to the boundary. Poor old Sam northeast. He's been ill for 4 days, and he's just faced one ball that he got out to.
In comes Nisa. Bowls to Carter, another short pitch ball that again he tries to pull around and plays straight to that man at short fine leg, and there's no run. So Glamorgan trying to test Carter out with these short pitch deliveries, and so far he's been able to respond reasonably well.
Yeah.
Another short pitch ball. It's hooked down towards wide fine leg, picked up just inside the boundary. A couple of runs to Carter. He moves on to 70 not out, and Sussex on to 203 for 5.
Well, they obviously feel there is something there for Ollie Carter, but he's played the short ball pretty well, to be fair. There are now 7 men on the leg side, Nick. Just 2 men at backward points and an extra cover come mid-off. 5 fielders on the leg side. 7 fielders, sorry, it's extraordinary.
Yep. I'm going to test Carter out in that area. Another short ball. Pulled again towards short mid-wicket. And stopped. No run.
He's not shied away, has he, from taking on the short ball, Carter?
Yeah. He's tried to play them.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan will be happy that he is trying to play them rather than just getting out of the way. Rowland's trying to get out of the way against Wheel and took a blow in the last over. He's in again. Again it's short, and again Carter plays it down towards square leg, where Gorvin at the second attempt makes a scrambling stop and saves a couple of runs. 2 more to Carter. Moves up to 72. Totals 205 for 5.
Yeah, I just wonder whether that might be it's a little spell from Michael Nisa. David Lloyd is saying, well, we tried. So, well, Kieran Carlson there. He's getting a bit of applause from his skipper. I wonder if that's it for the time being, and they'll hold him back for the new ball.
Interesting that the speed gun here is giving Wheel and Nisa similar speeds of 79 to 81 miles an hour.
Well, 12th man is now racing across the field. He's got a helmet in his hand. I think he's maybe going to...
Prem Sisodia.
Oh, right. He's talking to Eddie Byrom, who's chucked a bit of his protective gear towards him as Wheel is in, bowls to Rawlins, who drives into the covers. The eager Carlson is there, fields, and there is no run.
Yes, I don't think they'll be able to sneak Sisodia on to offer a left arm option, left arm spin.
That would have been, I'm sure, I can see that Gorvin is warming up down below, so I reckon that might be the end of Michael Nisa for the time being. Still this predominantly leg side field now for both right and left-handers. Wheel is just moving Gorvin just a little finer, literally just down below us, number 11 on the back of his shirt. As Wheel is on his way round the wicket, bowls, Rawlins drives into the offside, and there is no run. Carlson fields it, he hits the stumps. Now, he threatened to do that in the previous over, and he looked at Michael Nisa in the previous over and said, just get ready for this. Good fielder, Carlson, isn't he? I mean, he just picks it up, you know, just one stump to hit, and he hit it. Carter was home. But it's funny how little things like that can make a difference sometimes.
Well, they've got to try and keep the batsmen on their toes, haven't you?
Definitely. Carter leans on his bat, looking unflustered at the far end. Wheel is on his way, and he's 14th over, figures of 1 for 51. He's in and bowls, and pulls by Rawlins, and he's going to be caught at deep mid-wicket. No, he's not, it was just short of him. I thought for a minute that carried all the way to deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there exactly for that shot, but he was too far back. It's Byron who's out there. It was pulled away. It was in the air for longer than Delray Rawlins would have wanted. Nonetheless, he survives. He's on 55. It didn't go to hand, but I thought for a minute he'd hold out. And the leg side trapper worked. 206 for 5. The Glamorgan over rate is now at -1.
Poor.
So it is. You know, earlier on in the match we were thinking it was changing virtually at the end of each session.
Yeah.
But they have only bowled today 33.5 overs. So it has been painfully slow.
And it's not going to improve with Wheel and Nisa bowling, you wouldn't have thought.
No. Wheel in again, bowls. Carter hooks down to fine leg, picks up a single fielded by Ingram, who gets in the throw. One more to the total. One more to Carter. He goes to 73. The centurion from the first innings. What's that? 73 and 185. Well, he's over 250 runs in the match, isn't he? Ollie Carter.
Yep, there'll be a few Sussex records that might be writing himself into the record books if he gets to 3 figures twice.
Comes Wheel, bowls, and Rawlins took that on. That was a short delivery, and Rawlins took it on. Taken by keeper Cullen high above his head. It was a quick delivery by Wheel, and Delray Rawlins, that's what you get. I mean, it's a sort of shot that he could easily have got a nick to. On the other hand, he could just smash it away over deep backward square for 6 runs. There are 6 fielders on this leg side just waiting for a mistake. So, you know, deliberate tactic from Glamorgan. They've got to try something. The lead is 89. Wheel in again, bowls. Oh, another good delivery. And Rawlins just ducked inside the line. And there is no run. So a couple of pacey deliveries to finish the over from James Wheel. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 53. Sussex 207 for 5. Carter 73, Rawlins 55. The Sussex lead is 89. 62 overs remaining in the day. And the first of those 62 is going to be bowled the first time into the attack today. We are going to see Andrew Gorvin's coming into the attack across the Cathedral Road end of the ground. As we said in synchronicity, that's probably the wrong word, isn't it, with the stadium announcer. Jamie Atkins has come running on with all sorts of paraphernalia. What on earth's he got there? He's got a towel. He's got maybe a change of batting gloves. He's got a drink for Ollie Carter. Who says thanks very much, Jamie. Who goes running off with his yellow bib on, health and safety and all that kind of stuff. He goes running off with the various supplies.
Yeah, the fielders have to wear, the 12th and 13th men have to wear coloured bibs on, don't they, in case they're lurking on the outfield and masquerading as fielders, so they have to have something of a different colour on. 207 for 5, Sussex lead by 89. Andy Gorvin to bowl his medium pace, around about 70 miles an hour mark. Sets off legs pumping from the Cathedral Road end, and Carter drives his first ball straight at David Lloyd, who is at silly mid-on. It's also a short mid-wicket, Carlson. So Morgan hoping that Carter will mistime a drive on the leg side. No slips. Mid-on, too deep on the leg side. As that's worked away down to fine leg by Carter. Single. 208 for 5. Carter to 74. Just the 3 on the offside for the right-hander. Presumably some of those personnel, or at least one, David Lloyd, the skipper, will change sides of the wicket and go on the drive on the onside. In a silly mid-on position. Rawlins takes guard. And Gorvin to continue the attempts to dislodge this pair. Noodled down to fine leg for a single. A few oohs and ahs, purely for dramatic effect from the infielders. Rawlins to 56, 209 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online.
A very comprehensive Glamorgan yearbook. Do you have anything to do with putting that together, Nick? Are you?
No, I can't claim any.
Right.
That again is Dr. Hignell.
Oh, very comprehensive. It was taking all winter to put that together, actually.
There's a lot of words in there.
Yeah.
Gorvin in to bowl. Played on the offside by Carter. No run.
The 2022 Glamorgan yearbook is on the desk in front of me, and there's a picture, and I can only assume that's Glamorgan celebrating as they won the 50 over competition at Trent Bridge.
It is, yeah.
Good day had by all, Nick.
It was a good day.
Yeah.
Very enjoyable to commentate on and to watch. As Gorvin bowls and Carter defends to short mid-wicket, no run.
Did you stay and sort of join in some festivities afterwards, or did you have to?
My holiday plans are carefully timed, Adrian. I drove back to Cardiff. Gorvin is in to bowl to Carter, who defends back to the bowler. So the game ended it's fairly late by the time finished work, but drove back to Cardiff, put holiday suitcases in the back of the car, and drove to Bristol Airport. Well, I got my wife to drive to Bristol Airport because I was absolutely cream-crackered by then. So yeah, I didn't get any sleep that night.
What time was your flight? Early the next morning?
It was about 6 o'clock from Bristol.
Wow.
so we left Cardiff about 3, I think it was. That's timing. You have to squeeze your holidays in very carefully if you're trying to cover the entire cricket calendar.
No, you do. It's sometimes not possible either.
But having missed a few matches through COVID, I was particularly keen to be on board for the latter stages.
No, absolutely. Well, and who knows, you might do again the same this season. In comes Wheel, bowls to Rawlins, is up on his toes and plays into the offside. Wheel comes running down the wicket, kicks the ball at the stumps, but Carter was pretty safely home. One more to Rawlins, he goes to 57, that is. 57, yeah. 210 for 5, lead of 92.
Yeah, Glamorgan should really have serious hopes of that one-day cup.
Yeah.
Because they will be, as things stand, unaffected by the 100. Don't have any players called up, although there are wild card additions, so presumably that'll be one player per franchise. No Welsh in the Welsh fire at the moment, and as far as the men's squad is concerned.
In comes Wheel, just 2 men on the offside. Comes in bowls to Carter, and Carter is, oh, that was what they've been playing for. That's what they've been playing for. It was down the leg side, Carter gliding the ball down towards fine leg, and it was just out of the clutches of, I think that's Lloyd. Let's just see it. Oh, I think it wasn't a chance. I mean, it was just in his direction.
Yeah, he dived away to his right, just in case, but it was a reflexive action rather than a serious attempt to catch it.
Yeah, so it
wasn't quite under control though, and
no, and that's what they've been bowling for to Carter. So the lead goes to 96. Sussex 214 for 5. Carter on to 78. Wheel. In again around the wicket bowls and loops over the head of Carter. No, I probably need to. It's a good point you made, Nick, and without my laptop, we'll see if we can get the. I don't know if the boys are listening down at Sussex back in the club. They could tell us the last time somebody did score. We don't want to put the mockers on Ollie Carter, but the last time someone got 100 in each innings for Sussex would be quite a useful statistic to know. If they could let us know. You could tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. So unfortunately, the emails aren't working at the minute, but it would be good to know. As in comes Wheel, and Carter again leans back and pulls up, but completely under control down to fine leg, fielded by Colin Ingram.
Played the shot well, but he didn't really need to, because he had to reach to get that. He got a single out of it, and it suggests that was not really justified a risk-reward.
Sussex lead goes to 97, 215 for 5. I mean, Sussex, in terms of their side for the 50 over, I mean, none of this side will be playing in the 100. I'm pretty certain Delray Rawlings, who had a deal last year, I think, with the Southern Brave, I'm pretty certain he hasn't got one this year. So Sussex largely unaffected as well. As in comes Wheel, bowls. Rawlings is very casually forward and just plays straight back down the track, fielded by Wheel off his own bowling, and there is no run. Whether Steve Finn will play in the 50 over, I don't know. I don't know whether he's got a 100 deal or not. He did last year, but I'm not sure about this year. I must say, I'm not completely up on who's got deals and who hasn't in the 100.
Who is?
As Wheel is in again. Bowls, and that keep low to Rawlings. Had to dig that one out. The ball dribbles to square leg, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. 2:15 for 5. Carter 79, Rawlings 57. This partnership is now worth at 99. Coming together when Daniel Ibrahim, LBW, to Michael Nesser for 5. 2 wickets have gone down today, and as the minutes tick away and the overs tick away, Sussex are inching their way towards the draw. Still some work to be done. The new ball will be available to Glamorgan in 10 overs time. You wonder whether that might be the final throw of the dice. Now I'm very indebted to John Philby, who's very kind, got in touch, and he says the most recent instance is Mike Yardy at Scarborough in 2011. There have previously been 22 for Sussex. Carter would become the youngest. John, thank you so much for getting in touch and letting us know.
Gorvin bowls, Carter chops it down to short, third man, no run. Mike Yardy, 2011.
Mike Yardy, 2011 at Scarborough, previously 22 for Sussex, and Ollie Carter would be the youngest, so that's a nice feather in his cap.
Should he get there?
Should he get there, he needs another 21 runs.
As Gorvin is in to bowl to Carter, who chops another one down to short, third man, no run. Just scrolling through these men's squads for the 100, I've come across Ollie Robinson so far with Manchester Originals.
I would imagine that's got to be a doubt with the fact that he hasn't played any cricket all season.
Yes, quite. Luke Wright is a well-known Northern supercharger.
Yeah, who doesn't play anything other than T20 for Sussex these days.
Gorvin bowls. Carter is beaten by that one. Hit on the pad, I think. Ball bounces down in front of him.
Yeah.
David Visa is a Northern supercharger as well. Is he still on Sussex's books?
No, he's not. I think that's a mistake. I think David would have been a very welcome addition to Sussex, but he went at the end of last season and hasn't returned.
He was an overseas wild card.
Yeah, a good wild card as well.
So there appear to be 4 overseas per squad this season. As Gorvin bowls and Carter props forward.
Not sure if Bapara has picked up a... So that would suggest that neither Bapara or Finn, who both got selected in the 100 last year, haven't so far. Oh, George Garton. I thought he'd have been picked up, but then he's not playing in this game, and
no.
Has, I think, just played the 1 championship game this season so far. I'll double check.
Scrolling through these squad names, trying to spot Sussex guys, as that's forced off the back foot by Carter, but straight to shortish cover, and there's no run. It's most likely to be Southern Brave, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So
where Tamal Mills.
Yep.
George Garton.
Right. Would have been Jofra Archer, but clearly not Jofra.
No. No. Well, he's still listed there. As that's down leg side and flicked away by Carter to fine leg. Ball just rolling down there for the single. And the applause for the century partnership between these two batters, which really has taken Sussex from a position of peril to a position where safety may be in sight in an hour or so's time.
Yes, when they came together, they were effectively -2 for 5. We've got another delay here. The umpire is chatting away to David Lloyd and to Tom Cullen. I don't know what that debate's about, but people looking in the direction of the pavilion, I'm not sure whether they think the ball's going to shape the game. Now this is interesting, isn't it? Because Ingram was quite expensive this morning, particularly with Delray Rawling getting after him. But maybe Glamorgan just feel it's just worth a gamble. Edward has wandered back into the box, and I need to wander next door and do my update. So Edward is looking very summery today in a bright yellow shirt, and he's got his very nice ironed white shorts and a very dapper brown belt. Nick in a pink top, pink salmon top. It's like a fashion parade here. I feel a little out of place, so I'm going to go next door and because I'm unfashionable.
Get away.
I'll leave you with Nick and Edward.
Ingram then from the River Taff end to bowl, and that's defended on the offside by Carter, and there's no run. Byrom picks up at cover. 216 for 5. Sussex doing a job. 90 minutes before lunch and 50 minutes now. Oh, that's edged by Carter. Did that carry to Lloyd? It hit him on the boot. Whether it was on the full, I'm not sure, but for once a false shot from Ollie Carter, as that one I don't think quite carried to Lloyd, but it was certainly edged. Ingram then maybe encouraged by that. Balls to Carter, tosses it up, driven through the offside and beats a couple of sprawling dives, the latter of which by Rory Smith as a substitute fielder at mid-off, and that one's run away for 4. 220 for 5. Lead is now into 3 figures with that blow.
And unless something happens very soon, it'll be a 10-5 shake of hands by the looks of it. Some time to go, but
yeah, draw now probably favourite.
Yeah.
As that is driven back to him.
This young man in sight of his second 100.
As we've got a replay of the edge. Oh, half volley to David Lloyd. Don't think it quite carried. Pushed on the offside. The next delivery by Carter.
Carter probably wishes he could take this pitch around with him.
Very few false shots in his time at the crease overall. Ingram bowls a shocker down leg side. Oh, he's poked it straight to short fine leg. Nisa takes the catch, and what a way to get out after Carter's long vigil. Ingram strikes with a second wicket as Carter lost control as a full toss, and it's poked straight to short fine leg.
Really? I thought it was top edge.
Oh dear.
He stayed there, the young man, after Clark stayed there last night. Couldn't believe it.
He was trying to sweep it, basically, but just as if he was giving someone catching practice on the beach.
Off the bowling of Colin Ingram for 83.
Well, maybe Adrian jinxed him by talking about Sussex players to get 2 centuries in a match.
It makes it a little bit more interesting, doesn't it?
What is it with the full toss, Edward? We've had, I think, two of Salter's dismissals and now one of Ingram's.
3, isn't it?
3 in the innings off full tosses.
Didn't Seifert have a full toss?
Seifert and Alsop off the bowling of Salter, and now this one.
So that's 3.
3 off for full tosses, yeah. 2 Salter, 1 Ingram.
What a bad ball at times. They say that, don't you? Because you can't score off it. But he was crestfallen, just as I say, was his...
The incoming batter for Sussex
partner
is Archie Lennon.
So Lenham, Crocombe, Brooks and Hunt to come. We saw Crocombe and Brooks prosper in stands of 60 or 70 in combination with Carter in the first innings. Carter went in at 4 and was last out, but Glamorgan have got rid of him for a relatively cheap 83.
Yes, indeed, and they were set for the close the way that they were playing, but this is a different complexion now, completely. I bet Colin Ingram, after his wonderful innings, didn't think he'd be the leading wicket taker in this second innings. He's taken 2 now, and it was the last ball of the over. Yeah. What on earth was he trying to do? Because he wasn't going to get a run
sort
there.
Of paddle sweep, maybe.
Yeah.
Fine leg, but he just poked it straight to him. So Salter has 2 for 35 and Ingram 2 for 38. Wicket apiece to Nisa and to Wheel. And Gorvin to continue from this Cathedral Road end, who's into this match as a replacement after day 1 for Michael Hogan.
In the meantime, Rawlings takes fresh guard, or just checks his guard as Corvin, just filling in here. 8 overs to the new ball. And he is going to bowl to the left-handed Rawlings. Bowls to him now. He's got him out. He has bowled him, I think. Played on. Mr. Rawlings, you're out. Oh, please don't stay. You can't believe it. 2 and 2. Yes,
just crept through somehow. Just crept through his defences. We'll try and pick up which part of the stumps
Let's have a look at this.
Hit. But that's 2 and 2 balls for Glamorgan.
Oh no, I think
it's just played just down the wrong line, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know why he waited there for such a long time. Probably disappointment, but
disappointment, I think.
Hugs all round for Gorvin, and all of a sudden 7 down.
By Andy Gorvin for 57.
Well, the old, usually untrue cliche of 1 brings 2.
I was about to say that, but I wasn't going to.
2 in successive balls.
Never mind. Sam Northeast knows what it's like. But the Rawlings did get runs. Poor Sam Northeast was bowled. 2 batsmen then at the crease, and they have not faced a ball.
Well, that really has turned the game in the space of a couple of minutes, a couple of deliveries. So Sussex are now effectively 102 for 7.
I don't know if the boys can play that back again. I thought it just went through and hit the off pole. And then, because he waited and then put his arms up.
Probably Gorvin didn't see, because Rawlings was blocking his view. Probably didn't see the bails come off initially.
Yeah,
but Cullen's celebration was instant behind the stumps anyway.
Initially I thought he played on, as Clark did. I don't know about you, but there we are.
Don't think there was any bat involved.
Drama here at Sapphire Gardens. It's,
well, just as we were...
Mr. Crocombe, I think it is.
Just as Sussex had hopes of a draw being favourite. We get another replay. Just played down the wrong line. Hit the off stump. Maybe... a little bit of cut there from Gorvin, maybe moved...
Was there a gap in between?
No, I don't think so. I think he played inside it and it hit the off stump. Well, maybe a bit of a cutter, maybe.
If you've just made a cup of tea and gone into the kitchen, you come back. Sussex have lost 2 wickets and 2 balls. The first when Ollie Carter, who looked as if he was there for the duration, made 83, inexplicably tried to paddle a full toss from Colin Ingram and was caught. On the 45, simple catch for Nisa. End of the over, on comes Gorvin, first ball, and he's bowled Rawlings as Crocombe comes in, and now he's adjusting his pad. You would think he'd get prepared. He's pulled one pad off and now he's put it back on. And he will come in. Crocombe played pretty well in that first innings. He made 36, important partnership, 73 with Carter. And I'm just thinking, why did he look so crestfallen, Rawlings? Because he was bold. Normally you put your gloves on your bat and off you go.
Well, I just couldn't believe it had got through, I guess.
Now then, 2 batsmen and no, 220 for 7. The lead is 102, and it will be Gorvin to bowl to Crocombe, and the slip is in attendance. In he comes and bowls to him, and left outside the off stump. The game has changed in a twinkle of an eye.
What a strange game, says Johnny Gaffer. Like buses, wickets drop. Best format of the game by a long way, says Johnny.
Here comes Gorvin over the wicket to the right-handed Crocombe. Bowls to him. It's a big appeal. What's happened there? It's gone down towards the final
Four-leg
boundary.
buys.
And there was a big appeal, not so much by Crocombe. I suspect it was going
down leg side, yeah, from the shot that was played. And I think that was Cullen getting overexcited there, because Gorvin didn't really appeal much, just a token joining in, and it's just straight onto leg stump really, and shot away for 4-leg buys, but runs from all sources very welcome for Sussex.
Yeah, they don't want Glamorgan on the other hand, don't want that sort of thing. In comes Gorvin, bowls to Crocombe. Oh, he's bowled him again, I think. Oh, is it a catch of the wicket? One of the two.
Caught behind.
Another gone. A beautiful catch yet again by the wicket keeper. And wickets are tumbling here. 224 for 8.
Crocombe gone without scoring. That is now 3 wickets in the space of 5 deliveries. Caught. Cullen bowled Gorvin. Up went the umpire's finger, and Sussex are all over the place all of a sudden.
Yeah, we just watched this. It was just short, and it was taken, beautifully taken by Cullen, and up went the umpire's fingers. Oh, I've come in a good time for Glamorgan. We've taken 2 in this.
So, 224 for 8. That's 3 wickets for 4 runs in the space of 5 balls.
Oh.
So, game turned on its head. Can Glamorgan now knock over the last 2 quickly enough?
Well, they've got plenty of time now. 8 down. Cullen bowled Gorvin has picked up 2 wickets. And
Gorvin wasn't used at all in the morning session. Maybe they thought his medium pace would be relatively innocuous on this flat deck, but he's bowled straight and he's got the reward. Maybe bowling at the correct end where there's not a lot of bounce there. Skidding through a little bit, and slightly in the manner of the captain David Lloyd himself, or Adrian Dale of years gone by. Little skiddy medium paces. So
about the last dismissal, it was LBW.
Oh, there we are. That's the official word. It ended up in Cullen's hands anyway. So leg before wickets now is the official verdict.
I've just filled my immaculate.
Get the eraser out. Get the eraser out. Scribble away. 224 for 8. Sussex effectively 106 for 8 with Lennon, Brooks and Hunt, the man charged with extending that lead.
Interesting to see how he will play. Brooks.
Yes, likes to put bat to ball. First innings 36 off 44 deliveries, so you would have thought he'll try and get some quick runs and extend the lead rapidly.
Here is Gorvin coming in and bowls to Brooks. Brooks full plays forward, no run. So 3 wickets have fallen for the addition, as you say, Nick, of 4 runs.
And those are off the leg by. It's strange, isn't it, as Glamorgan switch their infielders round north-east onto drive on the offside. You've got a medium pacer bowling on a flattish wicket, and all of a sudden it's just scoreboard pressure, isn't it, as Glamorgan put those close fielders in.
In comes Garvin, bowls. That's flicked down the leg side. And he will retain strike, but there'll be some applause for that over around Sophia Gardens, because he might have well have. There's a long way to go to win the game for Glamorgan, but he gets a tap on his back from a couple of fielders. The game has changed. Now then, do you keep Mr. Yes, you do. Keep Ingram on here, and for Jack Brooks, will he perhaps try and whack him over the top? Will he defend for his life, or anyhow? The lead is 107. There are 57 overs left. 225 for 8. Can you do what I did, Nick Webb?
Well, that was a double wicket maiden, Edward, with 5 accumulating from extras in the over. I think the last one was signalled as a bye. It's either a bye or a leg bye. 225 for 8, lead 107, and the numberless Jack Brooks will face up to Ingram once umpire Taylor has crossed to point, because Glamorgan have a short leg fielder in, and therefore would be obstructing the view of the umpire. Ingram then, 2 for 38, is into bowl to Brooks, who pushes forward with not much idea of where that one was going, and was beaten by the turn, and it just went over or fairly near to the off peg as well. Ingram then into Brooks, tosses it up. Oh, hit out on the offside, not under control, just looped up slightly towards cover, and maybe Brooks will just be better off trying to hit a quick 20 or 30.
I think he'd be better off. His mid-off goes back.
Ingram into Brooks, who watches that one turn past or away from his off stump. Quite a lot of turn for the leg spin of Ingram at the moment. As is into bowl and driven on the offside. Brooks will get off the mark with a single as Carlson tries to swoop, but is slightly off balance and doesn't shy at the stumps. 226 for 8, lead 108. But if Sussex can get that lead up to 150,
then we're going to have some fun and games here. Slow wicket, 150.
There might be a little bit of pressure on if it's about 40 overs, as Lenham gets in a bit of a tangle there. Cullen appeals very hopefully for anything.
Should know how to play leg spin in Archie.
Being a practitioner of that himself. Ingram bowls quicker, and Lenham plays it off the back foot. Back to the bowler, no run. 226 for 8, Brooks 1, Lenham yet to score. Lead is 108, 56 overs remain in the day's play. Minus, in all likelihood, 2 for a change of innings, unless that conflates with the tea break.
T20 to 4, whatever happens, as you say.
Well, yes, unless they're all out within 10 minutes of it.
I feel as anything could happen now with Brooks at the wicket, and secondly, what happened the last over or so. 2 men on the drive either side here for the man of the moment, Garvin. Carlson momentarily forgot that he was supposed to be there and runs to his position as Brooks waits. In comes Garvin, bowls to him, and he turns around and nudges that to short mid-wicket. May have been told, look, don't be too adventurous, just try and watch the overs tick by. There's a lot of overs. Andy Garvin, medium pace, comes in and bowls and just hit him on the pad. Matt Silliman, who is Kieran Carlson, yelled all on his own. And this brings the batsman who's watched a couple of wickets fall and hasn't faced, Andy Lenham, down at that far end.
Yeah, Lenham is going to have to get his head down.
Yeah, he can hold a bat, certainly. So can Brooks. Don't know about Sean Hunt, but...
No, well, as soon as he came in the first innings, Ollie Carter started slogging.
Yes, he did.
So he had no confidence in him.
In comes Gobin, bowls, and this is driven. Nice looking shot, and it's going up past mid-off, and they're not going to come back for a single. Just the single gets Lenham off the mark, and the score moves on to 228 for 8. Adrian has just come in, probably can't believe what he's seen.
Oh, I wish I hadn't left the commentary.
They're going along nicely when Adrian was on.
Full toss strikes again. In comes the next ball. Oh, an appeal for LBW, not given. Huge
It's shot. I think it was going down leg because probably hit him halfway up the knee roll, so I think it must have been the direction rather than height on that one. We're seeing the replay on the video stream. Going down leg.
Interesting when Adrian comes back. Would he be better advised to try and get some runs or block? In comes Gordon bowls, and this time he plays defensively, does Brooks. He's been given the responsibility to try and withstand this.
First class high score of 48, Lenham.
I think Jack Brooks got 50 against Glamorgan once.
70, 72, something like that. First match of 2020, Somerset at Taunton.
Yeah, is Gorvin again to Brooks, bowls to him, and he's forward, pushes it into the covers, and the overs are going very quickly here. Gorvin doesn't take long. Ingram takes probably about 2 minutes.
Well, Glamorgan need that really because they're still -1 on the board. That'll change at the interval because they messed around so much in the morning session.
Exactly.
And all right, there might have been something of a plan to unsettle Rawlins by keeping him waiting now and again, but it was overdone and it was quite painful to watch. But pleasant watching from the Glamorgan dressing room at the moment. Here's Ingram then. Flights that one up. Punched away through the leg side by Lenham. He may get 4. No, Salter has run round the mid-wicket boundary and fielded, saved a couple of runs. Lenham moves up to 3, 230 for 8. The lead is 112. Ingram bowls. Lenham plays a nice shot on the offside, just watching the ball onto the bat and hitting it away to northeast, fielding in the deep at cover. Takes a single, 231 for 8, 113 ahead. So
yeah, they're crowding. Brooks tempting him to have a go, short leg and a slip.
Ingram bowls. Brooks plays on the offside. We'll go through for the single. Carlson stops it at point. 232 for 8, 114 ahead. So there's a slip. There is a short leg. Most of the rest poised for the miss hit as Ingram bowls a full toss that's turned through mid-wicket for a single.
And then, of course, Nick, you have Andrew Salter waiting in the wings. And then you decide, do you take the new ball or do you call Salter back in a few moments?
Ingram bowls, forward stretches Brooks to defend, no run. Where are we? 4 overs away from the new ball after this delivery. Maybe Nisa and Salters take the new ball.
Think of that.
Bit of bounce for the spinner. Ingram bowls and played away on the offside by Brooks. Is sent back and needed to be because it's well fielded by Carlson. Cullen whipped the pails off, but Brooks was safely back in his ground as Adrian Harms will pop in alongside Edward for the next stages of this unfolding drama here at Sapphire Gardens on BBC Sport Online, with spectators in the sunshine enjoying well, there's a bit of dark sky around as well away to our left. Hopefully no rain in the forecast. Adrian to join Edward.
Thanks, Nick. And it'll be Andy Gorvin who broke that very good stand between Ollie Carter and Rawlings as the first ball is left outside the off stump and taken by Tom Collins standing up. Yeah, it's been stubborn resistance here from Sussex in their second innings, and their run rate is, what is it, just over 3. So you can judge by that they haven't seen any attacking cricket, and unlikely to unless Brooks thinks he can have a dart. Here's the next ball. Lennon comes right forward, and he's right on his left knee pushing forward there, suggests it's just keeping a bit low. Well then, Adrian.
Well, extraordinary, wasn't it? I mean, Ollie Carter, he'd batted so well. Full toss and Colin. He just couldn't believe it, could he? He just helped it down to short fine leg. And
he must have forgotten that there's a man there.
I think he's perhaps he's lost a bit of concentration, but he's batted beautifully, really.
Gorvin bowls. He's pulled down towards fine leg by Lenham, and they'll stick at a single.
Then those other 2 wickets going down so quickly, Rawlins and Henry Crocombe. In answer to your question, Edward, I just wondered here whether Jack Brooks putting his foot down the wicket and just, a quick 30 or 40.
It'll put pressure on Glamorgan then.
There's still a lot of overs left in the day.
Oh yeah, there's 50 odd.
53 overs left in the day, and of course
it's a big chunk. Here's Gorvin then bowls to Brooks. Brooks is forward. Yeah, and if he got out like this, Brooks would be kicking himself and saying, well, why didn't I have a go, especially with the spinner is up and there's spinner's bowling and the 2 men are up, mid-off and mid-on.
Well, I'm just wondering, a quick 30 or 40, say he got Sussex up to a lead of 150, and that would use up a certain amount of overs, that he'd also lose 2 overs for the change inside. It might leave Glamorgan 40 overs to get 150, something like that.
Which I'll look at. Gorvin bowls. Brooks turns it out towards short mid-wicket, and they don't run.
Well, Archie Lenham is a decent batsman, and he comes, as you know, from good stock.
Well coached by his grandfather, no doubt.
And his father.
And his father.
Yeah, so he's and actually in the T20 match last week, while everyone else around him was losing their heads, he didn't. So he can bat, can Archie Lenham.
But it's Brooks who's facing now. It's Gorvin comes in, last ball. And he's looking very jumpy and nervous, isn't he, Brooks? Pushed it away to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. I think perhaps one more from Orbit of Salter. I think I might just bowl Salter. But no, it's going to be Ingram. Ingram, sorry.
I was just saying, when they turned, literally as I was leaving the commentary and they brought Colin Ingram on, and that's when Ollie Carter was out, and we were sort of thinking then, well, he might as well have a go, because I think David Lloyd was starting to run out of options, actually. I mean, he was probably thinking very hard about the new ball, which is now just 3 overs away.
Yeah.
And you would have thought almost certainly they'll take that.
I would, Nick was saying now, I would think of not Gorvin, Nisa and possibly Salter.
Well, it's going to be Ingram who comes in over the wicket to bowl to Archie Lenham, who's forward. Plays it straight back down the offside of the track, fielded off his own bowling by Colin Ingram. 234 for 8. Lead is 116. Archie Lenham on 6. Jack Brooks on 2. Ingram in again. Bowls, and that's a full toss. And Archie Lenham looks to clip that one away when he gets as far as fine leg. Interesting here, Ed, because we spoke this about a bit last night, didn't we? This, sometimes just. Perhaps it's good to go on the attack here a little bit, because you can get bogged down. I know you're chewing up balls, but yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And he can hit the ball a long way.
Ingram in again, bowls, and Lenham lets that one go. I don't think that missed the off stump by that much, judging by Colin Ingram's reaction. The ball passed by the off stump, taken by Cullen. A slip and a silly point. The silly point is in very close. As Ingram again turns, comes in and bowls to Archie Lenham. Lenham is back and across. I'm not sure you should be going back too much in this track. I'll try and get forward if you can. It's very easy from up here. But Sussex are really under the cosh here now. 6 games in the Championship so far this season. 3 defeats, 3 draws. Ingram again bowls, and Lenham plays with a very high left elbow, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Ingram again. There is some darker cloud around, which I didn't think was at all forecast. Comes in and bowls, and Lenham lets that one go outside the off stump. Maiden over from Colin Ingram. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 44. Sussex 234 for 8. Brooks on 2, Lenham on 6. The lead is 116, and still 52 overs could be bowled today.
Anissa is coming back to bowl, 1 over before the new one, and he's going to take over from Gorwin, who bowled extremely well. Took 2 important wickets.
It's going to be Carlson, I think.
Oh, it's Carlson.
Just for an over, I think. I mean, they got 2 to go to the new ball.
They both looked. They look dark, longish hair, the both of them, and I thought, right, Nice is going to have one here. But it's Carlson's little off spin who is going to, I think, tempt Jack Brooks. Now, will he take the bait and mid off and mid on? Then again, they're in sort of no man's land. The single is there if they want it, and if Brooks clears it, then he's got 6, and the first ball is pushed away on the offside. I don't think these two, they probably haven't batted together. They're not too confident about their running.
No, I would agree. They haven't batted together.
Yeah. Yes, it looks as if Glamorgan are hurrying toward this second new ball as Carlson comes in and bowls. Just tapped away for a single by Brooks. And they go through for a single. So boundaries are not coming, it's just singles. It was Glamorgan with all the overs left. The lead is now 117. As you say, difference a quick 20 or 30.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would do.
Well, it's going to make it more difficult for Glamorgan. I mean, they'd still fancy their chance of chasing down 150, but...
Here's the next ball. Good length ball, pushed away. No run. 1 over left after this before the 80 overs are up. It's 3 o'clock now. So we've got a few overs left before tea. And that's the 9 are down. Carlson in, bowls to Lenham. Lenham cuts, but straight to Salter there at point. Well, at least he's not taking long to bowl an over, is Kieran Carlson. Little off breaks he bowls.
Changing the angle of attack now, Edward. He's coming around the wicket.
Yes, just try to... In comes Carlson, bowls. This time it's pushed rather nervously onto the offside. A little bit of a leading edge.
Colin Bowman's been in touch. Hello, Colin, who's listening from his garden in mid-Sussex.
Here's the last ball of the over, and Lenham again plays it away onto the onside. Let's see, we're going to have, Colin Ingram rushing along.
Yes.
Wants to get his over out of the way and then unleash Nisa.
And also, their over rate is showing us -1, Glamorgan. I mean, that's probably not enough to get a penalty, but they won't want to leave anything to chance. Colin says, I really enjoyed days 1 and 2 at Cardiff this week. Sussex batting very well in the first innings. Just wanted to pick out Delray, who's played 2 exquisite innings. Well, he's certainly played well in the second innings. Hopefully his red ball career... hoping his red ball batting career can now go on to blossom. Well, he's batted well here today, making 57. Not so good in the first innings, made 21 before he was stumped. In comes Ingram, bowls a looping leg break that Brooks just runs out onto the onside and picks up a single. Does Brooks? He goes to 4. Sussex 236 for 8. The lead is 118. No sign so far of Brooks. He clearly trusts Archie Lenham. As in comes Ingram again. bowls, and Lennon looking to turn that one on the leg side. The ball ends up in the hands of cover, fielded there by Michael Nisa. A new ball is available at the end of this over. Doesn't mean to say it's going to be taken. Ingram in and bowls, and Lennon was going to cut that one away through backward point, and in the end decided not to. It's another dot ball.
I suspect, Aaron, that the instructions might have been pick them out. If you get a bad one, hit it to the boundary.
Ingram in bowls, Lennon forward, plays with soft hands to backward point, fielded by Carlson, who with a bit of nifty football juggles the ball into his hand and then gets the ball back to Ingram. Quite a heavy cloud around Cardiff at the minute.
This wasn't forecast.
No. In and bowls, and Lennon again back on his stumps, manages to play the ball down the offside, fielded by Byrom, who's in very close there at silly mid-off. Just the one slip. 236 for 8. Comes Ingram again, bowls. That's a full toss, and it's clipped by Ingram onto the legs, by Lennon onto the onside. Picks up a single, does Archie Lennon. He will pinch the strike. End of the over, 237 for 8. Big question, do Glamorgan take the new ball? Well, Michael Nessa's taking off his cap, and I think that probably indicates the answer to that question.
Yes, as we thought. It was just hurrying it up with Carlson there, and you think Glamorgan's hopes obviously lie with the batsman, but if Nessa can take 2 quick wickets, he is the senior bowler, the best bowler they've got playing.
Yeah. What did say this morning, Edward, when we were talking, you know, halfway through the morning's play, we said we wondered whether the new ball might become a factor. And we were proved right, because it is going to become a factor. Glamorgan are going to get the use of the new ball whilst they're still in with a chance of winning the match. The lead is 119, so that's assuming Glamorgan score at, well, they would chase, what would they chase? Well, if there's 30 overs left, they're going to chase down whatever's required, isn't it? They've got the option of shutting up shop if they need to.
Nisa then is just bowling his practice ball, the new ball, to the man at mid-off. 2 slips now, and Archie Lennon, looking first innings, was bowled Nessa for 7. I don't put the hoodoo on him. He's on 7 at the moment, and Nessa has got the new ball in his hands and will bowl to Lennon, and bowls the first ball, which is cut away, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Short, outside the off stump, and the new ball does go rather quickly.
It does.
This outfield is very, very quick. At the moment, I cannot see Brooks taking a chance. I think it's survival, because he can hold a bat.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just survival, whoever's bowling. So loosener there for Nisa, disappears to the boundary. As he comes in again and bowls. This is a better delivery, gun barrel straight and played up to mid-off.
Indebted to Bruce Talbot, who you would know well, Edward.
Very well, Bruce.
Who's sent me a note saying there's never been 200s by the same Sussex player in a game against Glamorgan. Ollie Carter got within 17 runs of that.
Yes, indeed.
I also know that it would have been the first time in a match a Sussex player has got 100 in each inning since 2011, when Mike Yardy did so at Scarborough, a ground I've never been to.
Oh, lovely, beautiful. Nisa is over the wicket and bowls to Lennon. Lennon plays it away on the onside. He'll get a single, and this now will bring Brooks down to the receiving end. Is Bruce still scribing down there?
Yeah, Bruce is regularly seen in the press box at Hove.
Because he was involved with the club, wasn't he? And then wasn't he involved with Crawley Town?
Yeah, Bruce was involved with Crawley for a while, and had done some bits for the Albion. He's involved in the writing of the club handbook as well.
Yeah, my regards if you're listening, Bruce. Nisa to Brooks is in and bowled. Dead back response, plays it back down the pitch. After the flurry of wickets, things have settled down here now as they attempt to defend and delay Glamorgan the victory charge.
Yeah. Lead 124.
Mounting up slowly. Nisa in and bowled. And this is held out again and gets kept a little low, but no problem for the batsman. 242 for 8.
Tea is at a set time today, isn't it? 20 to 4 regardless. Is that right?
Unless the 9th wicket falls.
Oh, of course. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Or 8th wicket.
9th wicket. Yeah. Right. Okay. So it could be a lot of cricket after tea. What's the time? Coming up to 3:10.
Here is Nisa in, bowls to Brooks. Brooks plays it nicely. He's going to get boundary here.
He is.
Out towards mid-wicket, an in-swinger, which he helped on his way. And that's a useful over, 9 runs coming from it. And this pitch shows no sign. Glamorgan will be dying to bat on it because it's such a flat pitch to chase any target. End of the over. Nisa not happy, hitting his cap onto his side. And the score moves on to 246 for 8.
The camera's showing a gentleman who looks enjoying or hoping for the sunshine. He's stretched out across.
Yes, he is.
Not sure where he's. Oh, there he is. He's sitting to the right
to the right
of the side screen. Yeah, he's completely on his own there. But he's looking up at the sky as if to say, "Where's the sun gone?" Because the sun has disappeared. Now, you called this correctly as well, Edward, because it looks like it's going to be... Oh, no, it's not. It's going to be Gorvin who's going to bowl. I thought for a minute it was going to be Andrew Salter.
But after his exploits some 25 minutes ago, he deserves a bowl, I would have thought.
Well, he picked up those 2 wickets, didn't he? The wicket of Delray Rawlins and then the wicket of Henry Crocombe. Sussex at one stage, 220 for 5, then all of a sudden 224 for 8. These two have added a very important 22 for Sussex. So it is going to be Gorvin who's bowling with 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg. As in comes Gorvin bowls, and you heard him grunt as he delivered that delivery. Lenham having nothing to do with it, and the ball passes by outside the off stump, taken by Cullen. He's completely in control of his emotions, doesn't he, Archie Lenham? He's just sort of rehearsing his forward defensive. Goes down, does a little bit of gardening. And now he's back in his crease.
This is turning into a 50-over game, a Royal London game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Gorvin bowls, Lenham lets that go outside of the off stunt. Taken again by Cullen, and again there is no run. So he's preferred Gorvin to Wheel, who has picked up just the 1 wicket in this innings. He accounted for Tom Haynes. I was saying to Edward this morning, I think there was some discussion around the Sussex camp as to whether Tom Haynes got a nick on that last night down the leg side. Feeling that perhaps he didn't. But
well, that's how the game goes. You get some and you go and get some.
Yeah, you do. Gorvin in again, bowls, and Lenham drives, and there was a cry of catch I heard, but it was a bump ball fielded there at a very straight, silly mid-on, and there is no run. Fielded there by, is that Carlson in there? Yeah, it is. And there's another dot ball. 48 overs remaining after this one in the day. 128 is the lead. In comes Gorvin bowls, let go by Archie Lenham, and that was a good leave actually, because that didn't miss the off stump by very much. Taken by Cullen. I suppose from a Glamorgan point of view here, it's not a disaster if an overslip. I mean, clearly they want to take these wickets, but if the ball was disappearing around the ground, it may well give David Lloyd a bit more of a headache.
Yeah. Well, they're not accumulating very quickly, are they?
Gorvin in again, bowls, and then lets that one go outside the off stump, and again there is no one. He needs to make Archie Lenham play here with the new ball, because he's 4 of the 5 deliveries in this over he's been able to let pass by to the wicket keeper. In his 12th over, 3 maidens, figures of 2 for 31, the bowling replacement for Michael Hogan, who hasn't participated in the match since the first day.
Much missed.
Yeah, absolutely, having contracted COVID. We wish him well. There's Gorvin in again, bowls, and then drives sweetly into the offside, but straight to the fielder, who's Billy Root at extra cover. It's a maiden over, bowled by Andrew Gorvin, who's now bowled 12 overs 4 maidens and has taken 2 for 31. Sussex are 246 for 8, leading by 128. 48 overs remaining in the day. For those joining us, a partnership of 104 between Ollie Carter and Delray Rawlins looked to be steering Sussex towards safety. Then Ollie Carter, who had made an excellent 83 to add the 185 he made in the first innings, was caught off a full toss that he top-edged to short fine leg. Almost immediately, Delray Rawlins was bowled by Gorvin. Henry Crocombe followed soon afterwards for a duck. And Sussex battling to survive.
Anissa in bowls, and this is chopped away into the covers where Salter fields, and there's no run. I'm a little surprised that Salter hasn't bowled more today. Certainly after lunch. Has he bowled in the afternoon session? We've seen Ingram, we've seen Wheel bowl. Maybe a bit of fitness, but I wouldn't have thought so. Brooks is on 8. Lenham is on 17 as Michael Nisa turns, comes in and bowls. That's taken very well down by the leg side. Away with delivery from Nisa. Not what you'd expect with the new ball.
Kept well, Cullen, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
very tidy.
Very good little keeper. Very good keeper. Yes, they're not concerned about scoring. They just want to keep Glamorgan in that field. Nisa in, bowls again, and this time there's a forward defensive response from Brooks, and there's no run.
Well, they might feel that it's every ball they can chew up is more frustration for Glamorgan. I'll give you a rundown of scores in the other games. Heading for a pretty dull draw, you have to say, up at the Riverside. Durham 642 for 7. Worcestershire avoided the follow-on. Nick was saying that earlier on, making 550. Durham 24 without loss in the second innings.
Anissa in bowls. Just gets down and it plays it to mid-on. Quiet passage of play now.
Yeah. Important game down at the Ageas Bowl and could be a good finish. Hampshire favourite 62 for 2 in their second innings, needing another 135 to beat Yorkshire.
They competed well in that game.
Yeah.
2 balls to go from this over. No runs off it as yet as he comes hurtling in and bowls to Brooks. Brooks turns it on the onside and what's the matter there, Adrian?
Wasn't far from Billy Root, that was it. He wasn't in control of that shot at all, Jack Brooks.
You wonder why he hasn't got a short leg in there.
You get the feeling here that Brooks is playing well within himself. You get the feeling that he's
if he
desperate.
doesn't like to play.
Yeah, you get the feeling he's just desperate to get bat on ball and clump a few boundaries. And actually, who's to say that's not a good tactic? You know, a quick 30 or 40 here.
If he gets out trying to do that, then
that's the problem. He's on a hiding to nothing, really.
Nisa in bowls.
Oh, and he's bowled.
His off pole goes back, and that is the end of Brooks, who stay there. But my word, why didn't he play some shots?
Yeah. Well, he probably wishes he had now.
Bowled then. Good delivery from Nisa, and that's another wicket gone as he pushed forward. And that was the last ball of the over. How often that happens? We'll just look at it again, Adrian.
Jack Brooks was bowled by Michael Nisa.
Played right down the wrong line.
Yeah.
And he'll probably think going back, perhaps I should have attacked more.
I mean, it's very difficult, isn't it, in this situation? Because if you come charging down the wicket and sky one, people say it's irresponsible. On the other hand, 20 or 30 runs, it then means Glamorgan need to get 150, maybe 160. 40 odd overs, you'd still fancy Glamorgan to get it, but they lose a couple of wickets. You never quite know how it's going to work out, but now
it's just in Glamorgan's favour, 128.
Oh, hugely now. Sean Hunt is the last man who can defend away, Sean, but I think it's what I think will be the problem for Sussex now is they won't get enough runs. Yeah, and I'm not sure that's going to happen. So taking the new ball was justified. We were discussing whether or not that was a good thing for Glamorgan to do.
Yeah. They've stuck at it. They've been out there for 83 overs.
Yeah, so Sussex have lost what here? They've lost 4 for 26.
For Sussex is Sean Hunt.
Right.
Yeah, so the lost my thread there. 5 for 116, and then it was 6 for a.
Yes, it was 5 for 116.
Yeah.
Then it was 6 for 220.
That's right.
So a partnership of 104 between Carter and Rawlins.
7 for 200.
7 for 220.
And then
8 for 224.
And, yeah.
9 for 246. Yeah.
They have fallen in a cluster, haven't they?
Yep. And I just got the feeling, and when I came off commentary, you came in, Edward, and I just got the feeling they turned to Colin Ingram, and I thought, I just wonder whether it wasn't a last throw of the dice because the new ball was still around the corner, but you just got the feeling that David Lloyd's probably thinking, I just need to do something here.
I had my money on when we passed here about 40 minutes ago that it would be a draw game.
Right. Okay.
Might still be.
In comes Gorvin, bowls to Lennon, lets that go outside the off stump, there is no run. So the equation is at the moment, Glamorgan would need 129 to win. There are 46 overs and 5 balls remaining. They would lose 2, unless of course a wicket goes now, in which case we wouldn't take tea yet. So they would lose 2 overs. In comes Gorvin, bowls down the leg side. Lennon needs to be careful there, and actually he was wandering around outside his crease, and I'm just looking there at Tom Cullen, who's thinking, do you know what, I should have shied at the stumps there, because Archie Lennon was definitely out of his ground.
How does Archie Lennon play now, I wonder?
I think he will start to play a few shots. No disrespect to Sean Hunt, I haven't seen enough of Sean batting, but in comes Gorvin, bowls, and Lennon drives firmly to mid-on, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run. I mean, these two could chew up 10 overs, but it's still going to mean there's 36 overs to get 128.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, they could maybe sneak that up to 130, 140. Now, they're asking for something to be bought out, maybe some pads or something for a close fielder. As Gorvin is in from the River Taff end, he's in and bowls, and Denham clips this to mid-wicket. There is no run.
I think now after this ball, 3 balls have been bowled, we'll have the old cat and mouse game where fielders will come in to try and stop Lenham getting a single.
Yeah.
Because Nisa to Hunt. Nisa might well fancy his chances, wouldn't he?
Yes, unquestionably. Gorvin comes in, bowls, hits Archie Lennon round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces down onto the offside, and there is no run. Those sort of darker skies have drifted away.
They generally do to the left.
To the left of the ground, and behind them are much brighter. I mean, it never looked like it was going to rain, but it just looked a bit thundery for a minute, I thought, Edward. Across towards the city, across towards Cardiff and the castle and the Millennium Stadium, skies are much brighter. There's Gorvin is in again. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Lenham, who's struck on the pad. He's going to get a single as the ball dribbles out on the leg side. I think that's going to be a leg by. Is it? Yes, indeed, it is a leg by. Signalled by umpire White. So Sussex 246 for 9. Hunt yet to score. Lenham is on 12. 46 for overs remaining in the day. And
did you see how quick Hunt was to get away from from the other end? Yeah, that was the last ball of the over.
Well, I think as a number 11. You probably don't want to face Michael Nisa. The lead is 129, so there will be work for Glamorgan to do. But you would think that they would they'd fancy their chances with the home side.
Nisa bowls.
That's David Lloyd might have hurt his finger there. It's gone through the slip cordon for 4 runs, and I think he's hurt his left hand as the skip. No, he's okay. The wicketkeeper Cullen's giving him a little pat. Wasn't a chance. Although he is looking at his left hand, is David Lloyd. So let's hope the skipper's going to be okay. And now the ball is lost.
He didn't. It was, as you say, byes. He was going to the.
No, it was runs. Yeah, off thick edge.
Was it?
I thought it was a thick edge. Well, actually, no. Maybe you're right.
No,
maybe you are right.
No.
I thought he got a thick edge to that. In which case, you're right, because Archie Lennon was on 12 before.
Nisa turns again. In past the umpire and bowls, and Lenham is forward, pushes it up to mid-off. He won't be going home very early tonight then.
No, it's
at this rate.
No, it's going to be a.
It's not going to be a 10 to 5.
No, it's going to be a. Oh, crumbs! It's going to be a. Well, we're going to be on for 6, maybe after 6 tonight, Edward. I think by the time we're done and dusted.
Back to Guildford tonight.
Yeah.
Up to
Chelmsford on Friday. Yeah, and then back down here on Sunday.
So you come and you stay in Chelmsford the night, back early in the morning.
No, I'll go to and fro in the day. But it's not. If the M25's clear, it's not a bad journey.
Here's the next ball, and it's pushed away backward of square. There's no run.
It's just that Friday night round the M25. You go round the M25 up to the Dartford crossing. It's horrendous on a Friday night. We talked about Bruce earlier. There was a time that we went up there on a Friday night. It was absolutely horrendous. I mean, you can queue for a good hour or so just to get over towards Dartford.
Sometimes you've been lucky to go around the other way.
Well, you would. No, you would. But then often you can get caught round by the M4. It's like M40 or around the top end of the M.
It's a horror job. Here's the next ball, defended. So 4 balls, is it, that's been bowled?
Yeah. I mean, the Gloucester boys are going to have a busy weekend, aren't they? Because they're down to Bristol on Saturday night.
Yeah.
By the time that finishes, it's going to be sort of 10 o'clock, I guess. Get back to Cardiff, and then here for the next day to play Sussex.
Ooh. For us, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's only a 40-minute drive.
Yeah, sure. But you got back-to-back games, haven't you? A night game then.
Here's Nisa charging in and bowls to Lenham. Lenham goes for the pull there to try and get some runs and get to the other end. Now then, 5 balls gone from the over. I suggest he might pull mid-wicket in and give the chance to get at Hunt, who's yet faced the ball, and he is doing that.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah, they're all. Well, the third man is still out, and the fine leg.
Here comes Nisa and bowls to Lenham. Lenham drives, and it's a run for him. He'll have to scamper. Good bit of fielding, but he does get the single he wanted. So he keeps the bowling. Hunt will again have not faced the ball. He moves on to 17. Lenham 252. And belatedly, Lenham was given that 4. He's moved up to 17.
He's a wise head on young shoulders, I think, Archie Lenham. I think, you can tell he's got a good cricket brain, Edward.
Cricket family,
Yeah, that's right. We saw it in the T20 the other night that he clearly is thinking about what his role is here.
He might have a big role to play here later on.
Corvin is in bowls, Lenham is forward. That was a good delivery, actually, and Lenham was forward and just played with soft hands. He's rehearsing that forward defensive shot. The lead 134 to 52 for 9. Lenham on 17. Sean Hunt hasn't faced a ball yet.
No. He'd be quite happy not to.
I think he will. Corvin in bowls. Lenham is forward and plays to square leg. Again, there is no run. Not a huge crowd by any manner of means, sort of a scattering of spectators, but it's enthralling cricket.
Yeah, they're probably waiting. Had that pair, Rawlings and Carter, still be there, a lot of them would have disappeared.
Well, and a win here for Glamorgan in this match would have left them joint 3rd in the 2nd division.
Yes.
Corvin in bowls, and Lenham is forward and plays firmly down the onside. Good bit of fielding by Carlson, prevents a single. And I think I worked it out last night. You'd be 17 points behind Middlesex with 6 games to play. So that's sort of game on, really.
Yeah, but a win they need here.
Not Middlesex, Glamorgan, Derbyshire. I mean, you think Notts. You'll get promoted. I'm not sure about Middlesex.
No, they've faltered, haven't they?
In comes Corvin over the wicket, bowls, and Lenham drives handsomely down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot by Archie Lenham. Lovely on drive, beautifully played. Past the diving Kieran Carlson. Archie Lenham goes to 21. Sussex 256 for 9. The lead sneaks up to 138. Good shot.
It was a good shot, yeah, and he's in control here at the moment.
every run, every ball is going to be frustrating here now for Glamorgan, because they are so close to wrapping up this innings. They want to be out there batting as Corvin is in, bowls, and Lenham is forward. Plays to Carlson, there is no run. Now that's 5 balls gone of the over. The new batsman, Sean Hunt, is yet to be tested. I'm sure Michael Nisser is chomping at the bit to bowl to the number 11. That's not to do Sean Hunt's batting ability down in any way, but, you know, an opening bowler wants to bowl at a number 11. Corvin turns at the River Taff end. In, bowls, Lenham is back and across, plays to mid-off, fielded by... Who's that there? That's fielded by Sam Northeast, and there is no run. End of the over, 2:56 for 9. Lenham 21, Hunt yet to score. 44 overs remaining in the day. We won't go to tea at 20 to 4 because, as Edward was saying, there are 9 wickets down. And the Sussex lead, which is the other important statistic, is 138.
Yes.
And now Nessa is going to get an opportunity to bowl to Sean Hunt. I'd have thought they'd stick a short leg in here.
Unless he just wants to try and get a straight ball.
Yeah.
Left-hand seamer, right-hand batsman, Sean Hunt. Did he
Yeah.
appear? No, not out naught in the first innings. I don't think he did. He face a ball? I don't know.
That's a very good question. We were saying Sam Northeast has only faced 1 ball in the whole match, hasn't he? That's all he's done.
Absolutely. Here's Nisa then, bowls to Hunt. Hunt is forward, plays it up to mid-on.
Solid enough, wasn't it?
Yes.
I'll make way because I've got to do an update, and Nick is going to be on his way.
Okie doke.
Bad news when I did an update last time. Don't you laugh.
Nisa walks back to his mark. He's tried his very best in this game. 21 overs he's bowled, 2 for 56 as he comes in again, and bowls to Hunt. Hunt gets back and plays defensively up towards mid-off. Tantalising here, Nick.
Yeah, Lenham's doing his best to extend this Sussex lead. 21 not out. A couple of nice shots and some dogged defence.
Big lad is Sean Hunt, and he's got this long push forward which might nullify Nisa, who is going to run in very quickly from this end now, and bowls to Hunt, and Hunt plays a good looking shot, and he might well get 4th up towards the pavilion boundary. Salter is after it and stops it, and they'll stop up 2. Nice positive looking shot there, and a good chase there by Andrew Salter. Pulls it in about a yard or so from the boundary in front of the pavilion, so he's off the mark.
Yeah, lovely way to get off the mark for a batsman of any number in the order there.
Nip and tuck this game is a good advertisement for county cricket, you have to say. Result in the balance as in comes Nisa and bowls, and that's going down the leg side. Hits the pad, fielded at short leg. No run, 2:58 for 9. The lead is 140. Once it gets down, if they bat well enough, what have we got? Overs remaining, 43. If it gets under 40, we begin to think...
Yeah, scoring for the scoring rate goes to 4 and over.
The old Sunday League 40 over, but of course with the fielders are not the same. One of them will have to tee off, I think. Probably Lloyd. In comes Nisa again. This time he has caught it. Short leg. Well bowled, Nisa. These Sussex batsmen like staying there, don't they? He stayed there and looked at it. And that is the end of the innings. 258 for 8. And the batsman out was Sean Hunt, caught at short fine leg.
Eddie Byrom.
By Byrom, who's been there for most of the innings, bowled by Michael Nisa. And the equation is 141 runs. I have to raise my voice, Nick.
We'll turn him down a bit, shall we? 141. We assume that's the tea interval.
We do assume, yes.
Hopefully won't lose those 2 overs. So 141 to win in 43 overs for Glamorgan, as they finally dispose of some dogged Sussex resistance today, notably from Ollie Carter with 83, Delray Rawlins 57. Archie Lenham 21. The rest couldn't hang around as long. 21 not out, Lenham. Nisa 3 for 58, 2 for 35 for Gorvin and for Salter, 1 for 59 Whale, 2 for 46 Ingram were the wicket takers.
And you would say that the new ball worked?
It did indeed.
And so did the old ball.
Glamorgan to resume then at 3:51, if you want to set your watches. Chasing 141 in 43 overs. Sussex will have to bowl really well to prevent them getting there. Edwards, myself and Adrian will be back then just after 10 to 4.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. So with players taking tea, I'll go through the Glamorgan bowling figures. So Sussex's second innings total 258. There were 16 extras comprising 5 byes, 7 leg byes and 4 no balls. Here are the bowling figures then for Glamorgan. Michael Nisa 21.5 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 58. Andy Gorvin, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 35. Andrew Salter, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35. James Wheel, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 59. Colin Ingram, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 46. David Lloyd, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 10. And Kieran Carlson bowled 2 overs for 3 runs. And as it's tea, if you would like to go out to look at the pitch, you're very welcome to do so. But once again, please remember not to walk across the square wall that surrounds, and don't take any food or drink with you. I've got some latest scores as well from the other games taking place elsewhere. We'll start at Avenue Road in Abergavenny, the 3rd day of the 4-day second London Championship match between Glamorgan and Somerset. If you remember, Glamorgan made 529 in their first innings. Currently, Somerset are 112 for 2 in their second innings. So Somerset are still trailing by 103 runs. In the LV Insurance County Championship at the GS Bowl, Hampshire, chasing a target of 197, are 80 for 4. At Taunton, Surrey, in their second innings, are 117 for 3. They still require a further 76 runs to beat Somerset. At Edgbaston, Lancashire are 164 for 4, requiring a further 165 runs to beat Warwickshire. At Chesterley Street, Worcestershire were finally dismissed by Durham for 550, batting for a second time. Durham at 44 without loss, with a lead of 136 runs. The other game today is at Canterbury, where Gloucestershire, in their second innings, have just been dismissed by Kent for 213. So when play resumes after tea, Kent will need 88 to win. Mentioning tea, if you're looking for refreshments, a reminder they can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk or the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. And for members, Tea and coffee is available in the Lewis Lounge until 4:30. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens. That includes the International T20 game on the 28th of July, as well as the remaining Vitality Blast and 100 games later this summer. And if you're seeking a score sheet or a Glamorgan yearbook or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, you can purchase those from reception.
Going back and forth then, and it was like, I don't want to spoil the work in getting it to free, and we want to have a good use of it.
open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, David Lloyd and Eddie Byrom. To open the bowling for Sussex at the Cathedral Road end, Jack Brooks.
Welcome to the final session of Glamorgan against Sussex here on BBC Sport Online at Sapphire Gardens, with Glamorgan chasing 141 for victory in 43 overs after Sussex were bowled out for 258 this afternoon. Michael Neser finished with 3 wickets. There were 2 apiece for Andy Gorvin, for Andrew Salter and for Colin Ingram, and 1 for James Wheel. It was Ollie Carter who led the resistance with 83, Delray Rawlins with 57. But they fell in the space of a couple of balls, and now Sussex's bowlers have got some work to do to drag this match back. David Lloyd and Eddie Byrom opening up for Glamorgan, and Jack Brooks to open the bowling for Sussex as he runs in from the Cathedral Road end and bowls to Lloyd outside off stump through to the keeper. Just 1 slip to start with. Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, is alongside me, having continued his battles with the world of information technology.
I'm not very good at IT, but I have to say I don't think this is my fault. When you're not very good at it, it makes you feel a bit, let's go back. I've just got my book, Nick. That's what I've got my book. That's got all my notes in.
Brooks bowls, Lloyd defends.
As far as this is concerned, what does Glamorgan need to score 3 and over, just over 3 and over to win this game? Sussex need to take wickets, don't they?
Yeah, they need to get Glamorgan on the back foot and wondering where they're going.
Yes.
As Brooks off this economy run up really in the afternoon sunshine, bowls outside off stump, and Lloyd allows that to go through to Tim Sofet.
Well, that was in terms of the Sussex innings, I mean, it was 220 for 5, wasn't it?
Well, it's 1 stand really of significance. There's a bit of resistance last night before Clark was bowled the last bowl of the day. Clark and Carter, and Carter and Rawlins today. Yeah. And a little bit from Lenham. As Brooks bowls, and it's off a thick edge from David Lloyd as he drove at that and edged it down to third man for a single. And Glamorgan are up and running.
So they lost 5 for 38. Sussex. I'm just going to make a note of that, Nick. So thick outside edge, Glamorgan on their way. As I say, I mean, if you looked at this as a T20 match, well, they've got low more overs than that. But if Sussex don't take wickets, Glamorgan are going to canter to victory here. But wickets just might put Glamorgan on the back foot a little. But I think having done all that hard work, Glamorgan will kick themselves if they don't win this game now.
Scoring rate, asking rate 3.28 at the start of the innings. Brooks bowls. Byrom plays that one comfortably enough to point Burn.
Yeah, in 43 overs. So you'd think that Glamorgan have done the bulk of the hard work, but they won't want to relax. As we were saying, it would be a big win for Glamorgan and would take them into 3rd place in the table, just 17 points behind Middlesex in 2nd.
Next delivery is defended by Byrom to short mid-wicket, so Glamorgan not coming out with flashing blades. They know they don't need to. The runs will naturally accumulate, you would have thought. Michael Neser 3 for 58. Andy Gorvin 2 for 35. Andrew Salter also 2 for 35. James Wheel 1 for 59. And Colin Ingram 2 for 46 with his leg spin, which hasn't been used in the Championship for 5 years.
Yeah. And they just they just took wickets when they needed to take them. It was just a stage when Rawlins and Carter were going on quite nicely. You just wonder whether Sussex were going to escape. But let's see what Sean Hunt can do. He's picked up important wicket, Sean Hunt, and has bowled pretty well in this match. But he's on his way now, coming into bowl to the right-handed Lloyd, who he got out in the first innings, caught behind by Tim Seifert, who's had a pretty miserable game. Other than that, he's only scored 10 runs in the match. He dropped a relatively simple catch in the first innings as well when he put down... who did he put down? He dropped Eddie Byrom when he was on 126.
So that cost him nearly 50 runs.
Yeah, and they were just Byron's runs. As in comes Hunt, bowls, and up in his toes is Lloyd, plays onto the onside, and there is... no run. Lovely afternoon now in Cardiff. There was some sort of heavy cloud around that wasn't forecast, but that's blown away now, and lovely blue skies above the ground. So Sussex, quite rightly, you're not going to get any help from the elements, and nor should they. Hunt bowling with 2 slips, Alsop and Clark in there. Hunt is in bowls and driven by Lloyd nicely to mid-off. A tumbling save by the skipper Tom Haynes, who gets smartly across from mid-off to field. And there is no run, and the total remains 1 without loss. Lloyd on 1, Byron yet to score. In terms of championship cricket, Sussex's next 2 matches are at Hove against Derbyshire, who are going along very nicely in the championship, but then a bottom of the table clash with Leicestershire. Hunt. And again, bowls, and Lloyd up in his toes. Then it's a trip to Lords to play Middlesex. It doesn't get any easier for Sussex. Then there's those 4 sort of late August, early September fixtures. In Worcestershire and Glamorgan visit Hove.
Yeah, last game of the season.
And Sussex with a long trip to Durham. And they must go somewhere else as well. I can't think where. Oh, that'd be it. Yeah, long trip up to Durham.
Keep the sun switched on till late September, please.
Yeah. In comes Hunt and bowls. Lloyd up in his toes, plays into the offside, and again there is no run. Yeah, that's right. So Worcestershire and Glamorgan, trip to Durham. There must be somewhere else we go as well. I can't think where it is. My mind is scrambled. But
you're in tech overload, aren't you?
Yeah. So Sussex, if they don't win this game, or if they lose this game, or if they don't win this game, it'll be 19 games in the championship without a win, which is a pretty miserable record. Hunt in bowls and driven by Lloyd, not time though. Hunt does well, gets down quickly, fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's the end of Sean Hunt's over, and a maiden over for the young left-arm seamer, who takes his cap.
Looks as though Sussex sit out the first of those September rounds.
They do.
It's only 3 games.
That's correct,
which is why you can't remember the 4th one.
It is, yeah. Because I think I'm going to be on holidays. Yeah, and a bit like you, Nick, you look for little gaps and think, yeah, because Sussex had this awful start where we played the first 6 rounds of championship matches and then played New Zealand in the friendly game.
Well, that was your mistake, doing the commentary on the friendly game.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, there was no let-up at all, so you're quite right. That's where Sussex get their little break.
Here's Brooks in then to bowl to Byrom, who's on the defensive, playing it out on the offside. 1 for 1 in 43 overs is the target at 3.28 runs per over. And a team effort from Glamorgan to dismiss Sussex in their second innings. The wickets shared round 5 different bowlers. They used 7 in all. Lloyd just bowled 4 overs and Kieran Carlson a couple. As Brooks is in to bowl, and on the back foot Byrom defends. And there's no run. Come on, Glamorgan, you can do it. So the Glammy podcast crew. Nick Webb 2017, Adrian Harms. If you wish to contact us via the medium of Twitter, Adrian's email has exploded.
Yes.
Brooks bowls. Byrom's beaten there. A rather indeterminate shot outside off stump. The feet weren't quite there. It was neither one thing nor t'other. And he knew that was a poor shot. Luckily, he didn't make any contact, or unluckily for the bowler, Jack Brooks. Next delivery, driven by Byrom off a thick edge, and he's underway. Well, there have been 2 runs so far, and they've both been edges down to third man, 1 for each batter. 2 without loss.
Yeah, it's just a couple of decent deliveries there from Jack Brooks, which just what a slight edginess from Ed Byrom, who batted so well in the first innings with that career best score.
Yeah, 176 was his career best. 3 big hundreds in the course of this game, as that's defended by Lloyd, with Byrom and Ingram reaching the 170s, and then Ollie Carter topping them with 185. So this game of championship cricket will go deep into the final session. Sussex's over rate appears to be +7.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. I can't believe that, but it is.
Brooks bowls, Lloyd steers it to backward point, no run. Just a single off that over, so Glamorgan 2 without loss after 3, but they can afford to have a look at it. The target is 141 in 43 overs. I think I'd better continue for this over because we have an update for BBC Radio Wales.
No, that's fine, I'll keep quiet.
In the meantime, there's Sean Hunt having started off with a maiden. Fastest growing black hole in 9 billion years has been discovered. Hopefully it won't impact us in the next 2 hours.
Glamorgan will hope not.
Play suspended by expanding black hole. Just getting the news bulletin in our ears, wondering. If you're wondering why we're talking about black holes all of a sudden.
I'm rather worried about my fuel bill, to be honest, Nick.
And bowls and beats the edge of Byrom's bat through. It goes to Seifert. I think fuel bills are causing black holes in people's bank accounts, aren't they, at the moment?
Oof. And it's going to get worse. Let's not think too much about the winter, Nick.
On your bike.
Yes.
Update for Radio Wales listeners. And Glamorgan have a realistic chance of victory here. Their target is 141 in 43 overs in the final session of this match. They're 2 without loss in the 4th. A cautious start, but they don't need to fling the bat at all. Sussex eventually bowled out for 258, despite resistance led by Ollie Carter with 83 and Dan Ibrahim with 57. Delray Rawlins with 57. They fell in successive balls in mid-afternoon. Glamorgan eventually polished off the visitors. They're 2 for noughts, chasing 1 for 1. Play and a miss for Byrom. You missed that. And that delivery was bowled by Hunt, who will come towards us with 2 slips waiting behind Byrom. Bowls and beats Byrom again outside the off stump. And Byrom not looking in the touch of a man who's got his career best in the first innings. He's played and missed several times. Glamorgan will be hoping the pitch doesn't start keeping too low. There hasn't been any up bounce. Talk about up and down pitches, it's been more down and downer. Hunt then, left arm medium fast from the River Taff end, bowls to Byrom, who
give you the benefit of the doubt.
Did just about play inside that one, I think, deliberately.
Good little spell this from Sean Hunt.
It is. They're asking questions of the Glamorgan openers. Byrom might have a slightly misleading leave. This is his first championship match this season, so he didn't. He only had one big score last year, so not usually quite in the rhythm of watching him bat. As Hunt is in to bowl to Byrom, who drives rather streakily through the offside. He was looking to play straight. He's got a single out to cover point. And Glamorgan 3 without loss, as Hunt wanders back to his mark for the last ball of his over. 2 slips in at the moment. How far does Haynes press? He needs wickets, as you've been saying.
Yeah.
He needs to stop runs as well. How do you square the circle?
Yeah, not easy, is it? 3 wickets Sean Hunt picked up in the first innings, in 19 overs.
Hunt is into bowl. Lloyd drives out to wide mid-off. We'll pick up a couple of runs at least. There's a chase on. It's just about stopped inside the boundary, and they'll turn and come back for a very comfortable 3rd run. So Glamorgan 6 without loss after 4 overs, needing 135 more to win in 39.
A couple of good games elsewhere in the county championship. In the first division, Hampshire are doing their best to get beaten by Yorkshire. They're now 82 for 4, still needing 115 to win. So that's a good game down at the GS Bowl in the first division. Surrey, who are top of the table, look to be coasting to a win at Taunton. They're 128 for 3, needing another 65 to beat Somerset and keep their unbeaten record in the championship and indeed T20 cricket as well. Kent look like it'll meet Gloucester. That'll be their first win of the season. Kent 27 without loss, needing another 61 to win. As in comes Brooks, bowls, and beautiful shot by Lloyd, and a very good bit of fielding by Tom Clark at mid-off. Prevents anything more than a single, and Lloyd goes to 5, and Glamorgan is 7 without loss. Lovely looking shot by David Lloyd. And a good game as well. Actually, all good games in the first division. But Edgbaston's a good game. As in comes Brooks, bowls, Byrom is forward, plays that into the covers, fielded by Ibrahim. There is no run.
You've been afflicted by Bruce Forsythitis. Good game, good game.
Good game, yeah. Yeah. I once saw the Generation game being filmed, actually.
All right.
Yeah, Lancashire 173 for 4, needing 156 to win at Edgbaston. So all the games in the first division are alive, not so in the second. I'll tell you more in a minute. As in comes Brooks, round the wicket comes in and bowls. Up on his toes is Byrom. He plays it to Carter, who stops the ball at extra cover and prevents the single. Durham 53 without loss. Leading Worcestershire by 145, but that's going to be a draw. Yeah, I saw it being filmed in London many, many years ago. I used to get involved in the local pantomime in the village.
Oh, yes, he did.
And a guy in the pantomime actually got onto the Generation game and won it.
Wow.
As in comes Brooks and wins. Shot by Byrom straight to Carter at extra cover. A shot that deserved a run but didn't get one. As a result of that, we went on a coach. All the people from the pantomime had an outing up to see the filming of the Generation game, which took forever. It did take ages.
Did it detract from the magic slightly?
Well, it did, because it took so long. In comes Brooks. Bowls. And he's going to be caught. It's a leading edge. He's going to be caught at mid-off. Tom Haynes takes the catch. And Byrom is on his way, and he was undone by the pitch then. He was looking to play that one around the leg side. He got a big leading edge. The ball looped in the air, and Tom Haynes just slipped out to wander round and take the catch. And Glamorgan have lost a wicket. 7 for 1, and Byrom, who made that wonderful innings of 178. No, he didn't. He made 176. He's on the way this innings for 2.
Looking to play through mid-wicket, and the ball looped up in the air, and mid-off had plenty of time to move a couple of metres to his right, Tom Haynes, and take the skied catch. And Sussex have got rid of one of Glamorgan's first innings centurions quickly. Can they do so with the other as well, as Colin Ingram will be next to the wicket? Or will he? That doesn't look like Colin Ingram.
Who does that look like?
Is that James?
Coming back to for Glamorgan is Colin Ingram.
Ah,
It's Colin Ingram. There we are.
looks too tall for Ingram.
There we are. Ingram's the man in. Yes, what took all the time in the Generation game, Nick, was when they'd, you remember the contestant sits in the chair and he has to remember everything that goes round on the conveyor belt, cuddly toy and, toaster and kettle and whatever it was. It took forever to get, to double check that the contestant won all the things that they thought they had, and then get them all off the conveyor belt, then put them on a lovely stand, and at the end of the show there'd be Bruce standing there and, there's, oh, thanks very much, and, these are all the, but that took ages.
All right.
So it did take a long time to film an hour's programme, but it was all interesting to watch it being long time ago. That is.
It is Ingram. He's looking taller than I thought he was, which is strange since I interviewed him a couple of nights ago.
Brooks' his first wicket for Sussex, I reckon. Yes. Yes, didn't get any in the first innings. Ooh, he had a little feel for that outside the off stump. I apologise, I didn't realise that was my ball. he just felt for that outside the off stump. So Sussex have reduced Glamorgan to 7 for 1. Lloyd on 5, Ingram yet to score. Still 38 overs in which to score these 133 runs, but Glamorgan's still heavy favourites, but at least Sussex making the home team work a little.
Run required has gone up to 3.53. It started at 3.28 in the second 11. At Abergavenny, Somerset fighting back a little bit. Glamorgan had a big first innings lead. Somerset 136 for 2. They are 79 runs still in arrears, with half centuries for George Bartlett and Xavi Clark. 2 early wickets for James Harris, as Sean Hunt is into bowl and David Lloyd plays defensively on the leg side, and there's no run. So Harris has got 6 in the match, having been refused as a potential replacement for Michael Hogan in this match when Hogan went down with COVID. Harris judged to be too skillful a batter to replace Hogan. So Glamorgan's second team keeping in 4-day practice there, as Lloyd tries to play that one on the leg side, but hit on the thigh. Ball just bounced straight back down the wicket, and there's no run. So plenty on the BBC Sport website about the ECB and the Yorkshire racism charges, which will play out in September and October. As Hunt bowls, Lloyd drives through the covers. It's half fielded by Rawlings, did well to save 3 runs there as the ball spat up off an old surface, and Lloyd goes to 6 and Glamorgan to 8 for 1.
I mean, we'll wait to see what that brings, Nick, but that sort of casts a bit of a shadow over the rest of the season. That's something that's sort of hanging around, isn't it, over that? Perhaps that's why he decided to leave it. I don't know. But so, October is the end of the season.
It is rather, I suppose. Hunt is in to bowl to Colin Ingram, and Ingram defends to mid-off. And I suppose that the aspect is that, well, I better not go into too much detail, because the people involved have been named by some media sources, but I don't think the BBC is at the moment, so I'd better not give any hints as to who they might be. So
we'll steer clear.
Steer clear on that one. Hunt is in to bowl to Ingram, who tries to work it on the offside, and the ball just ends up at his feet. Don't think it rolled back too much, but he in the end picked it up and handed it to the nearest fielder, as that was almost an inside edge towards the stumps, but luckily he inside edged it onto his pads and it didn't roll back too far. So Sussex doing their best to make this a tricky start to the chase for Glamorgan, as Ingram is hit on the pads and given out LBW. Hunt celebrates. Ingram goes for naught. Glamorgan's 2 marathon men from the first innings are both back in the pavilion, and Glamorgan are 8 for 2, chasing 141.
Wow. Well, earlier on this morning we were sitting here nattering away, Nick, weren't we? And I said I think the very least outside result is a Sussex victory, and that's probably still the case. But credit to Sussex, have come out and bowled really well here. And there'll be 1 or 2 little jitters in the Glamorgan dressing room now, having done all that hard work.
Yep.
The next man out is presumably Sam Northeast, who is on a king pair.
Yes, having been in the first innings yorked by Henry Crocombe, having sat for hours and hours during the marathon stand by Byrom and Ingram, but they have both gone cheaply, and well, twists and turns in this game. Looked as though Sussex had a decent chance of saving it in mid-afternoon. Fell away badly in the second hour of the afternoon session, but they've come roaring back with a wicket apiece for Jack Brooks and for Sean Hunt. 132 still to win, 8 wickets in hand. The pitch not the easiest. Byrom getting a leading edge to Brooks, and Brooks will continue, and he'll be bowling to Lloyd because that was the last ball of the over with which Hunt claimed the wicket.
Well, the Sussex fielders are suddenly very chipper, aren't they, out there? As you would expect, having picked up those 2 wickets. Sam North East, who's got lots of experience. I mean, this is still a very good wicket. But Sussex have putting up a fight. Brooks is in bowls, and Lloyd, the skipper, is forward. Played to mid-wicket, fielded by Carter. And there is no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan need a bit of momentum, a few boundaries, don't they? David Lloyd, if he survives, will probably bat at a reasonable pace, so I don't think they need to start worrying about the run rate required of 3.6 as yet, but they need a stand within the next wicket or 2.
Here comes the most important man of the day, as in comes Brooks, bowls to, look at this, a selection of macaroons. Look at these. They're on the webcam as well.
Oh dear, I do apologise to you,
listener. People can see particularly. So macaroons, wonderful. I think we've been left them all as well, Nick. Oh, no, we haven't. I'll take 2. I'm going to take that one as well.
Get in there.
Yeah, I need feeding up. Thank you very much. Brooks, who won't be thinking about cakes, comes running in bowls, and Lloyd drives down the ground and is going to get runs here, but just a single because Clark is very quickly in from mid-off to field. Tom Clark, who would normally be in the slip cordon, but he got hit on the wrist yesterday. My understanding is that he did go to hospital to have that checked out, but he was okay to bat. It was quite badly swollen, but he's perfectly okay to be out in the field. So some nasty bruising. Tom looks okay. And Glamorgan go to 9 for 2. Just the one slip in place. Third man, backward point, cover, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. And now there's a change in the field. We've seen a lot of this throughout today, actually. And now Rawlins is going into a gully position. And Carter, no, it's not, it's Ibrahim, has come into short extra cover. Glamorgan 9 for 2, needing another 131 to win as Brooks is in and bowls. And North East is forward and plays that into the offside. He'll be pleased, North East. He's avoided a king pair, but he's still on a pair. There's North East. Does a bit of gardening. I'm sure he's been around long enough not to get himself too worried about that. But I don't think anyone likes to pick up a pair in a match.
3 scores of 80 in the championship so far this year.
Well, I think a good acquisition by Glamorgan has. In comes Brooks, bowls, and North East lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Seifert behind the stumps, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, it's been an absorbing day's cricket, really. We wondered how this would play out today, and we're wondering whether it might just all disintegrate into a rather dull draw, but that's not the case. Sussex making 258 all out at one stage, 220 for 5. Carter making 83, Rawlins 57. They shared a partnership of 104. Sussex eventually out for 258, a lead of 140 as in comes Brooks and bowls, and North East is forward, plays to Ibrahim at short extra cover. There is no run. It's the end of the over from Jack Brooks, who's now bowled 4 overs. No maidens, taken 1 for 4. Sean Hunt 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. So Glamorgan said 141 to win. Have lost the 2 Centurions from their first innings. Ed Byrom caught by Tom Haynes off a skied leading edge for 2 at mid-off, and then Colin Ingram LBW to Sean Hunt for a duck. That's Hunt's 4th wicket of the match.
They're heading for handshakes in the next half an hour or so at Durham against Worcestershire. Very boring draw there, but looks elsewhere as though every other match in this round might finish in a positive result. Hampshire 92 for 4, needing a further 105 to beat Yorkshire. Kent 35 for 1, needing only 53 to beat Gloucestershire. Surrey break off as Hunt will roar in from the River Taff end and bowl to Lloyd, who tries to into the offside, scrambling stop by Rawlins at cover, no run. Where did we get to? Somerset and Surrey. Surrey 136 for 3, needing a further 57 to win at Taunton. At Edgbaston, well, that might be a draw, but both sides have chances. Lancashire 191 for 4, needing a further 138 against Warwickshire.
Bowled him.
Bowled him. David Lloyd on the back foot, seemed to keep low, and Lloyd has gone, and Glamorgan are in desperate trouble at 9 for 3, and Hunt has 2 of them. And where is this extraordinary game going next? Glamorgan messed up a chase of 190 at Durham. Will they mess up a chase of 140 against Sussex? As Lloyd just played down the wrong line, kept a little bit low there. Would have done better. And Lloyd, who might have got on with things, that was a good ball from Hunt. Got to give the bowler credit there. He's brought that one in a little bit. And Lloyd has an unsuccessful match 2 in the first innings and just 7 in the second. 9 for 3, Glamorgan in chaos. Wickets have fallen in the 5th, 6th and 8th overs. Well, where's the Sussex victory come back into the equation?
Well, we thought this one was very much the long shot, didn't we, Nick, that it might be was a Sussex victory. I always ruled it out because I thought that they wouldn't declare, but their hand's been forced because of the fact that they were bowled out. I think you'd have got some pretty long odds on Sussex winning this game, but now those odds will be shortening with Glamorgan 9 for 3. I mean, the thing we have to say is that Glamorgan do bat a long way down, but there'll be some sort of fairly hurried padding up and thinking going up on that balcony, and 3 big scalps back in the pavilion in terms of Byron, Lloyd and Ingram, so others are going to have to do it. North East and Carlson, though, Kieran Carlson's got a good record against Sussex, though he didn't get many runs in the first innings. He was out 4-2 in the first innings.
Root probably next in. Chris Cook might bat a bit further up, you would have thought, having been hindered by injury in the first innings, but I think they might use him at 7 in this second innings if his leg injury isn't playing up. Speaking of things that are playing up, there's a member of the ground staff is coming on.
Yes, what's he going to do? He's coming on with something blue in his hand. What's he got? I think there's a hole maybe appeared while Ray Rawlings was fielding. He's got a dustpan and a brush, I think. I wonder what on earth he's picked up. Anyway, well done, the groundsman. Came running on. Yeah, I think it is a dustpan and brush. So Ray Rawlings was pointing something else. Whether something had been deposited on the outfield, who knows? But the groundsman or member of the grounds team is trotting off in the direction of the boundary. So Sean Hunt, figures of 2 for 5.
And he comes to bowl to the new man, Kieran Carlson, who leaves that outside off stump. No run. Through to Seifert. Well, talk about the top 2 inches in sport, don't they? And this is all about it. Sussex with the advantage, with the momentum, and with a sniff not just out of holding out for a draw, but actually winning this match for the first time since Cardiff last year, as Carlson defends on the onside. No run.
Strangely enough, we were saying that the new ball hadn't had a huge effect in this game so far, although both Sussex openers were out early in both innings. And indeed, when the new ball was taken for Glamorgan, they did sort of wrap up that Sussex innings, but we haven't seen that much activity with the new ball.
Hunt in, left arm, bowls to Carlson, who fends it down into the gully area. There's no run. 9 for 3.
Yeah. Just wonder from a batsman's perspective as well, when you see 3 batsmen out early, does it just send jitters and you're thinking about things that aren't really there and you're thinking, well, the pitch is misbehaving, when actually it isn't?
Not hugely, I suppose. Byrom might tell us that that ball stopped it on him, for him to get caught off a leading edge. Hunt into ball. Carlson plays it away on the offside. Will go for a quick single, and there's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Carlson is just about home. The throw didn't hit. Glamorgan 10 for 3. Need a further 131 to win this game, and that just sounds a long way away at the moment. Does 141 to win it?
I think perhaps I should stay commentating. Edward has come back. Perhaps he's hoping to change the fortunes of the host team. I'm going to have to go because I've got to give an update to the listeners on BBC Sussex. I've got to give an update, so I've got to go. So I'm going to go, and I'm going to leave you two in control.
Not sure if anyone's in control of this match at the moment. Hopefully in control of the broadcast. 10 for 3, chasing 141. 35 overs of this match remain. If needed, either side could wrap it up before then, of course. It's Brooks into bowl to Carlson, who drives to cover, and there's no run. So Sussex with a ring of steel on the offside, they would hope. There's, as well as a slip, there's a backward point, a cover point, a short cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. And a backward square leg on the boundary. Carlson pushes that one on the offside. No run. Edward, what's going off out there?
You know, so often you see this, so I've seen it over the years, that a smaller total is often more difficult than a total of 320, 330, especially as this pitch. And also what's interesting, these opening bowlers are not bowling flat out. Brooks is so experienced, he's just trying to land it there, getting a bit of swing.
Next delivery is defended by Carlson on the leg side, no run.
I say a little bit of swing, but certainly Hunt is swinging it. He got one to trap Colin Ingram. He might have been better off on the back foot. And then, of course, David Lloyd was bowled, completely deceived by a ball. So you would say now that Sussex in this remarkable game are favourites.
Really? As yet?
As yet, 3 down.
Brooks bowls. Carlson drives, doesn't time it mid-off fields.
You've got a half-fit Cook to come in. And, you know, it's Biddy Root who, well, sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. And then you think, well, Wheel, Nessa, Salter, Gorvin. Nervy times.
Indeed. Brooks bowls and Carlson is forward, defending to Carter at mid-wicket, no run.
The asking rate was just over 3. Glamorgan have managed 10 in these past 9 overs, less 1 ball.
Required run rate now 3.83. So that might come into the equation, and therefore the draw might be a possibility. If Glamorgan have to block it out, as that's driven into the offside by Carlson. Nice shot, will pick up a couple of runs. It's picked up just inside the cover boundary. They're back for 2. Glamorgan move on to 12 for 3. And that was the last ball of the over, so Northeast will now be on strike and still on a pair.
Yes, but he's the sort of composed player you want in these circumstances. Carlson, by contrast, is a player that likes to play his shots, get on with it. But this is not the sort of pitch where you can time the ball properly. We've seen that throughout. We haven't had many drives with the covers for 4. The odd one when it's a full toss, but I wouldn't say it's a tricky pitch, but you've got that at the back of your mind. Right, there's another over 100 runs to get. We've already lost 3 wickets. It's there. There's Hunt, who's bowled admirably in this second innings, left arm over the wicket, and here he comes now, around the wicket rather, bowls, and Northeast goes back in his stumps, plays it up to mid-off. Sun all of a sudden has come out beautifully. It was rather cloudy, dark this afternoon. that should help the batting. But Glamorgan will just play every ball on its merit. And I fancy that Archie Lenham might play a big part in this run chase. Well, it's not a chase at the moment, it's just plodding along as in comes Hunt and bowls, and that's chopped away to third man. He'll get a single as it's picked up on the third man boundary, and they go through for that 1 run, 13 for 3. If you just tuned in, Sussex were dismissed for 258 in their second innings. The highlight of that innings was a partnership of 154 between Delray Rawlings, who made 57, and Ollie Carter, following his 185, again played extremely well. He was out for 83, and wickets fell regularly from there on. Here is Hunt in, bowls. Carson is forward, plays it nicely away in the offside. That might just run away for 4, and it does over the old pitches on the edge of the square out to our right. So that's a good, got right forward did Carlson, and sped along the boundary. And Glamorgan have advanced to 17 now for the loss of those 3 very early wickets. The wickets falling at 7, 8 and 9. That's a bit of symmetry there, isn't it?
Yeah, the 5th, 6th and 8th overs of the innings, so a very turgid start.
Hunt bowls again, and this time it's played with a straight back down the pitch. Just a foot or so in the air to start, but you need full concentration now on this pitch. Another 123 needed. Sean Hunt comes in, bowls again. That's a lovely shot, beautiful shot, played again through the covers. The men there would cover an extra cover, didn't really move. They just watched the ball go through for the second 4 of this over. 21 for 3. Relief for the moment, anyhow, for Glamorgan.
Well, Kieran Carlson is a player for whom attack is the best form of defence.
Yes, we remember that innings he played in the final of the Royal London at Trent Bridge last year, and he attacked from the very first ball he received, played a splendid innings. What did he get, 70, 60, 70 or more? I can't remember. 80 was it?
80-ish.
Last ball of the over for Hunt from that river end. He's round the wicket again and bowls to Carlson. Carlson gets a straight to ball, pushes it up to mid-off, so 8 runs coming off that over. Glamorgan are 21 for 3, and they need 140 to win, and there are 33 more overs left. Overs are not the problem, I think. It's just the case of not losing wickets.
Overs might just be a factor at the fringe of calculations, I guess. Let's look back to the game against Yorkshire here in May last year, when Glamorgan were going for a draw rather than victory, but there was not much play on the final day. They had to come out after tea and started talking about Kieran Carlson will block this out for a draw, and he thrashed a quick 80 and got ahead in that way. Glamorgan could certainly do with that sort of innings from their young vice-captain now. North East is on strike though, on 1, and the first bowling change sees Henry Crocombe replace the veteran on loan Somerset bowler Jack Brooks. 21 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Sussex video websites. As Crocombe, he had a career best 4-wicket haul in the first innings, 4 for 84. As he comes into the attack for the first time here this afternoon. Into bowl, and North East defends. Ball trickles back down the wicket. No run.
He did bowl well in the first innings, and he broke up Glamorgan's middle order. And he had the wickets of North East for 0, Carlson for 2, Billy Rote for 5, and one at the end of the innings, Chris Cook who had to come in at number 10. Medium fast.
Next delivery from Crocombe is driven by Northeast, fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. Quite a tricky session for Tom Haynes, you would have thought, the Sussex captain, in terms of his fielding positions. How much does he attack? How much does he defend? Doesn't have to worry about the over rate, so he can bowl all seam if he wants. As Crocombe bowls, Northeast defends to Haynes at mid-on, and there's no run.
As long as you've got wickets in hand, that's what Glamorgan want to do, and if you get even up to 4 or 5 and over with plenty of wickets, you can have a thrash. But there's a lot of work to do before then. These bowlers now right on the button.
As Crocombe, medium length run, medium fast bowler, and Northeast works on the offside, thinks about a single. Carlson quite rightly says no. The fielder at cover was swooping in. 21 for 3, 120 needed by Glamorgan, 7 wickets needed by Sussex. Didn't think we'd be having this sort of equation. But Sussex starting off with 3 wickets inside the first 8 overs. Short ball cut away by Northeast down to third man, safely enough for the single.
Nick, I've been doing this job, as you well know, for a very long time. And somebody remarked to me at the interval, well, this shouldn't take long. I said exactly what I've just said to you.
Yeah, I thought Sussex would be on the defensive rather than the offensive, though, which they are at the moment. As Crocombe bowls to Carlson, who drives, scrambling stop by Clark at cover, no run.
He's on the front foot, isn't he, Carlson, which I think is a good tactic on this pitch. Once you go back, got to watch very carefully, because you might get a shooter. I think somebody, Byrom, well, he completely misjudged. Lloyd got a ball that swung, and Ingram, he was on the back foot, palpably LBW. So we've had Hunt picking up 2 wickets. Brooks, who didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings, he's got 1.
Tom Haynes.
Double change. I'm a bit surprised at that, because aren't you?
Yeah, I just thought that Hunt has only bowled 5 overs, picked up a couple of wickets, would be keen for another one, but it's the medium pace of Haynes, so Sussex saying to Glamorgan, right, you're going to have to force the ball off the medium pace. Haynes in the first innings, 1 for 25 off 11.
Yeah. He was 1 wicket, as you say, as he bowled the first ball. And Carlson didn't Northeast didn't really time that. He was stumped, I think, by Seafair, wasn't he? The wicket that he got Nessa stumped.
Yeah, giving him the charge.
Yeah.
Not sure that Northeast is going to do that.
Keeper standing up, and he comes and bowls again, and Northeast drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's a well-set field. They know the Glamorgan are not going to take any risks. There's no sweepers either side of the wicket, and it's an interesting field. You've got a man on the drive, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. His line is off stump, and then he's just got the 3 men on the onside. In comes Haynes, bowls, and this is clipped through mid-wicket. It's a chase up towards the boundary. Might just get stopped just inside. No, says the fielder, I'll give up. A nice not quite on drive, clipped it off his toes through mid-wicket for third 4. And the score moves on to 26 for 3. Plenty of tension around, I would have thought. on the field and the spectators.
Yeah, very modest crowd, but they're certainly getting their value for money out of this game.
Haynes from that far in again. Bowls, and this time it's played onto the onside by a watchful northeast. Both sides desperately want to try and win this game. If Glamorgan did win it, they would go up to equal third. And if Sussex win it, it'll be jubilation down Hove Way, because this will be their first win in 19 games. Haynes bowls and northeast is forward, plays it back down the pitch. 1 ball left of this over. And it'll be rather tense for a while, you would have thought. 26 for 3. 1 ball left.
Yeah, the Ollie Robinson game last year, 13 wickets, including 9 in the second innings.
Yeah. Last ball of the over from Haynes. Bowls 2 northeast, 2 drives, and they think of a run, but it was parried there by Rawlins at short extra cover. It's the end of the over then, just the boundary from it. 26 for 3 Glamorgan. They're chasing 140, and they're 114 runs away.
Yeah, Sussex in that match last year. Runs for Thomason, the opener, in both innings. Haynes got 87, Van Zyl 113, George Garton 97, Ollie Robinson 67, several of those obviously not playing, and then a second innings 50 for Tom Clark as Sussex eased to an 8-wicket victory. Similar sort of chase, just slightly more difficult actually. They needed 154 to win that one. Glamorgan need 141 to win this one, but they're 26 for 3 after that treble early blow. Can Crocombe and Haynes follow it up? Here's Crocombe from the Cathedral Road end. Balls driven but not timed at all by Carlson. The ball right off the bottom of the bat and almost span back towards him. Just ended up trickling off the strip. So Lancashire look to be favourites at Edgbaston in Division 1. They're 216 for 4, needing a further 113 to win. Surrey are going to win at Taunton, surely, as that's hooked through the leg side by Carlson. There'll be at least a couple of runs. There's a diving stop, or is there's another diving stop by Carter as he had another go at it. Umpire went for a signal. Fielder went sprawling twice to flick the ball back over the ropes. Was he in contact? Well, we don't know. And it's 3 to Carlson.
And every fielder said, I don't know.
29 for 3. Northeast on to strike on 6 not out. Surrey 161 for 5, need 32 to beat Somerset. Taunton. Kent about to beat Gloucestershire, 24 to win, 9 wickets in hand. Crocombe bowls, Northeast defends. And Yorkshire may be slight favourites at Southampton, because Hampshire are struggling at 104 for 6, needing a further 93 runs to win that one.
Talking about Yorkshire, Nick, I just scanned through it, but you have read it at length. Some news which we will repeat, any of you coming in.
Yeah, 7 individuals who we're not naming charged as well as the club has been. As that's a short ball pulled away by Northeast for a single to mid-wicket, 30 for 3. So they've been charged with various offences after the Azim Rafiq racism row, but that one will hang over people until the end of the season, September, October. The panel's expected to report back. And,
you know, after that wonderful win at Trent Bridge yesterday, not only that, in about 10 days' time, you've got a test match at Headingley. So perhaps couldn't they have kept it until after that?
As Crocombe bowls, over pitch slightly and turned towards leg by Carlson for a single down to square leg. Single taken.
It's a funny time to bring it out, isn't it? If it left
31 for 3, well,
a week after or whatever. It's a sad business.
It doesn't quite add up that Yorkshire were retained the rights to hold the Test match and the 100 franchise, and then they're charged.
Yeah, exactly.
As Crocombe bowls, and forward comes North East, defending on the onside. Yes, you can read about that on the BBC Sport website, and various names have been put forward by other cricketing media, of whom you will have heard, but we'll leave that one for the time being. 31 for 3, 110 runs needed further for victory by Glamorgan. Carlson has 15, North East has 7. The run rate required is 3.67.
Comfortable. It would be more comfortable if Glamorgan hadn't lost those first 3 wickets. I don't think it'll be long before we see the leg spinner, Archie Lenham, twirling around, because he will be useful on this, especially if Glamorgan are probing quietly and 3 wickets down. But in comes the first ball of the next over, being bowled by Tom Haynes. The first ball is pushed away for no runs.
It was slightly surprising that Lenham was the 7th of the 8 bowlers used in the first innings, with Rawlins and Ibrahim into the attack before him.
It is a little medium paces pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, batters have to work hard to get the ball away.
Yeah. Haynes bowls. This is defended there by Kieran Carlson. He is on 15. North East is on 7. Beautiful evening. We thought perhaps this morning, when 2 wickets went in the first half hour, we'd have a mid-afternoon finish, or perhaps before, but this is going to go some way.
Well, and Sussex was still 5 down mid-afternoon. He was thinking about 10 to 5 and 5 o'clock handshakes, but
interesting move here, because the captain has taken his bowling, and he's taken, as Glamorgan did, a slip away, and 2 men on the drive now for the mistimed drive, as in comes the next ball, and it's pushed to the man who was sent there.
Silly mid-on, more or less. Not
he's a bit
too close.
He's not too silly, though, is he? He's
no,
a bit, if you know what
moderately
I mean.
sensible mid-on.
Yeah.
Not going to get your teeth removed mid-off rather. Not going to get your teeth removed too quickly.
This little arc as he turns, does Haynes bowls, and that's clipped away down the leg side. It's a chase, and Carlton will probably take 2. He's a quick runner and gets there quite easily. It's flicked on the leg side, but it flicked the pad, as the umpire, Rob White, signifies. 33 for 3. But in the first innings, Glamorgan were 333 for 3.
Yeah, it was the
difference there.
It was the dreaded treble Nelson struck twice, wasn't it?
In comes Haynes, bowls again, and Carlson drives to the man on the drive, Rawlings.
I mean, a team that had been 333 for 1 in its first innings shouldn't really be considering the possibility of defeat.
Not really, should you?
But then I suppose New Zealand scored 500 in the Test match and lost, so these things can happen.
There's Glamorgan. Sussex made 376 and also had to recover. Haynes bowls, and has that dropped?
No, it didn't.
Drive? Did it not carry? Because you don't see Rawlins drop many. It might have dropped just short. Had it been taken, Haynes would have congratulated himself for bringing the slip away. Let's have a look. Oof,
half volley.
Very close. Yeah. Got to be so careful. We've been preaching this for the 4 days, because it's not a quick pitch. End of the over. 33 for 3, 15 to Carlson. North East is 7. The bats went out. Byrom, leading edge for 2. Lloyd bowled by Hunt for 7. And Colin Ingram, LBW, following his 178 in the first innings, was out for naught.
One day a rooster, the next year a feather duster. Fraser first heard off the Australian rugby coach Alan Jones back in the 80s.
Yeah.
BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Sussex websites. With you from Sophia Gardens as Crocombe bowls and North East noodles it onto the leg side. There might have been a single there, but Rawlins was smartly to his right to intercept. And, well, these North East, a very experienced batsman. Carlson often a very free-scoring batsman, but with 5 fielders saving the single, Glamorgan have got to find the gaps. Sussex working hard to stay in the match, driven by Carlson, not timed into the covers, no run, and you can tell the pitch is getting a little bit slower and lower, maybe, from the way that Carlson's mistiming one or two shots here.
That's the way he likes to play.
He's got to find the gaps. There's no sweeper on the cover boundary. Or is there? No, peering round the corner. His next delivery forced through the leg side, just the single out towards deep mid wicket. North East moves to 8, 34 for 3. So North East always an air of calm about him. Did well in the chase up at Derby, where Glamorgan had an unexpected chase of 300 plus in the 4th innings. This time the chase is just 141, but
just
making a bit of a dog's breakfast of it early on, as on the back foot Carlson defends to short cover, no run.
Tell you, I injured myself.
Have you gone flying at some point?
Really, half a slip and I sort of grazed it round the wall. And as you noted, I hadn't noticed it.
Was here at the ground, or?
Yeah. I'm not a baby, as you know. My wife would tell you otherwise.
Next delivery, driven through the offside by Carlson. The flashing blade of Kieran Carlson at his best smacks it away for 4 runs, and
shot as much that, I think.
Glamorgan move up to 38 for 3. 103 needed to win. Carlson onto 19 not out, and Crocombe just over pitching and giving a little bit of width.
102, is it?
No, 102. It's 102 behind, so it's have to add 1 for the victory target to the scoreboard.
Haven't they got target up there?
No, it's trail by. So you add 1 to that figure on the right-hand side of the board. Crocombe bowls. Oh, attempted pull shot by Carlson. The ball bounces off something and runs down to 3rd man. Well, it's come off maybe the toe end of his bat. Certainly wasn't under control. And he's taken the single and take them any which way they can. 39 for 3. 102 needed to win. 28 overs in which to achieve that.
Well, Carlson came in at 9 for 3. What do you think the coach, Matthew Maynard, the head coach, might have said to him? Was it a case picking up? Was it a case of... Well, here we get the change we've been waiting for. What you've just said, I think, well, Kieran, just pick him out, and plenty of time. But you tell Kieran Carlson that, because he's such an entertaining, fluid batsman. He doesn't like to be reined in, and North East, as we all know, has been the sheet anchor in 4-day cricket, because it's no good pottering around and getting out, and Carlson has showed that.
Well, I think Matthew Maynard's mantra seems to have been, as a coach, for players to do what is most effective for them, and generally that will bring the best chance of success for the team. But obviously circumstances have to play some part in that, and the circumstance is that Glamorgan are under early pressure on a modest chase of 141 to win, and they're now facing the leg spin of Archie Lenham from the River Taff end, 5th bowler into the attack.
This is going to be important time, I think, for Glamorgan from now on, because Lenham is a fine young bowler, huge promise, and I'll give you the field in just a moment, because it's very much a defensive field. And here is Lenham from the River End, bowls the first ball, and that's a beauty there, as it passes the bat.
Had a nasty moment where I saw the bails flying there, but they'd been removed by the keeper.
Yes, push forward and let's have a look a little closer on the monitor here. We have the monitor right in front of us as Lenham is in again and Bowl tosses this one up. It's met on the full there by Carlson and driven back to the bowler. Let's imagine now 17 years of age and a lot on his shoulders to try and get this win, possibly, who knows, for Sussex as he bowls again, and this time is pushed away to Rawlins. Short extra cover.
Well, the longer Glamorgan keep going for the win, the more chance Sussex have, of course.
Yep. Carlson's on 20, the only batsman in double figures, 8 to North East. And then he comes again, does Lenham, and bowls, and this time it's clipped away, and then they go for a very quick single and get their well-judged run. And the score moved on to 40.
Didn't realise this is only Lenham's 4th first-class match.
And what a joy it is to see a young leg spinner. Is always a joy to watch, but a young leg spinner bowling under pressure here, and rarely bowling a loose delivery. And he's about to bowl now to North East, and he comes and bowls to him, and North East goes back and cracks that away down to deep extra cover. The sweeper is there, and they go through for a single.
So Lenham's 4th first-class match. He's played 7 one-dayers and most of experience as he enjoyed it here last year with a 4-wicket haul in the T20. He's played 19 of those, so he's a regular in the shortest format.
He's reaching the end of the over as he comes in now, bowls again to Carlson. Carlson digs this one out and gets a single because mid-off, deep extra is right back on the boundary. A couple of runs off that over, and Glamorgan 42 for 3 need a further 98 to win their 3rd championship match of the season.
Archie Lenham last season became the first player to play in the UK T20 competition to have been born after the competition started. It's a nice little curio, that.
Do you know, when I used to commentate on his father, Neil, and for the first few times, I got quite embarrassed in the end. I kept on calling Lemon for some reason, and it stuck in me, and I was so embarrassed about it. Neil Lenham,
yes.
And it's coming quite easily now.
Father Les, his father again, yes, Neil's father, that is. 42 for 3, 99 needed for victory, 7 wickets needed for Sussex. Crocombe bowls full length. Carlson turns the wrists on it and whips it away to square leg, single taken. Absorbing finish in prospect here in Cardiff. Can Sussex keep the wickets coming? Gilligog says on Twitter, I think they need Johnny Bairstow. Will Kieran Carlson be the Bairstow of Glamorgan? Bairstow here later in the summer in the franchise stuff as in comes Crocombe again to bowl, and North East is forward watchfully. No run, and Carlson, some ways his aggressive approach will take the pressure off North East. He can play aggressively, but he'll be largely content to knock it around for the singles, while Carlson maybe tries to hit a few boundaries. 43 for 3. As that's poked on the offside by North East. Looked about a possible single. It was straight to point. They rightly decided otherwise.
Never forget a game here where Middlesex played Glamorgan, and it was something like 400-500 Glamorgan first.
In the 90s, wasn't it?
And then, and then in came, on to the field came the captain of Middlesex.
As the next delivery is played away on the offside by North East, no run.
Michael Gatting with a pair of gloves, but he didn't really want to see his batsman, and he went straight to Hugh Morris, who was captain of Glamorgan. He said, "Do you want a game to Hugh, and he said, "No, we'll just play it as it is. Thanks very much." Okay, I said, "Gat, please yourself." And then Middlesex played, and Glamorgan were left a total.
As Crocombe bowls, and Ristley turned away backward of square by North East. They'll look for two. They will decide against, as the throw came in from backward square leg from Ibrahim, who did really well to get to that ball fast and get it in the air. 44 for 3.
And anyway, Glamorgan then were bowled out for 42. Angus Fraser and a gentleman called James Hewitt. Now, not the James Hewitt who was in royal circles, but they bowled him out in no time, and that was that.
44 for 3. 97 to win. 7 wickets to win. Crocombe from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls steered into the offsides. Thought there might have been a single there, but there wasn't for Carlson. End the over 44 for 3 Glamorgan after 17 overs, so they have 26 overs left. Scoring rates required 3.73. Crocombe is given as 83 miles an hour in the last ball of that over. Most of his over delivered in the high 70s. And maybe a few dream nerves on that Glamorgan dressing room balcony away to our left.
Are you leaving us?
It's probably about time for Adrian to have another blast, isn't it? Haven't got a bulletin piece until 6. I said there probably won't be a bulletin piece at 6 today, but I suspect
I've got one
there will be.
10-2 as well, so we'll be scattering from Adrian. Although you'll be here, of course, doing it down the line. Yeah, it's the second over for Archie Lenham. This is driven and well fielded by the young bowler. 96 Glamorgan, 7 wickets in hand. Seems quite reasonable, but nothing is reasonable in cricket. Welcome back, Adrian. And
Hello, Edward.
Lenham in, bowls. This is just played gently back down the pitch. Runs per over needed. There's 3.78, which if you've got wickets in hand is nothing, is it?
No, it shouldn't be a problem. It's the wickets that are... Yeah. Well, these two have steadied the Glamorgan ship.
Lenham bowls, and this is driven nicely, and it's fielded at mid-off, and they scamper through for a single.
A little lucky to get away with that not being hit for 4, wasn't it? It was a full toss.
Give me an idea that I shall stand up because your back started playing up after 4 days of sitting down and driving.
Yeah. We need to do sort of some joint Pilates together, Edward. Yeah, well, that's true, yeah. Yes. Good point. Well remembered, Nick. Yeah. We don't want those lads next door taking the mickey.
Carlson has to tie up the bottom of his boot or do a little adjustment. He's played quite fluently for his 23.
But not easy when they came in, because 9 for 3. I'm sure there was a few wobbles.
Here's the next ball. That's, oh my word.
Has he put him down?
I thought it carried the slip, but as you did.
How about if Seifert's put him down?
Yes, he has.
I think he
Seifert,
has.
the keeper. I thought he was going to slip.
I think he put him down.
Had Seifert not interfered,
would have carried straight to Alsop.
Yeah.
So has he been dropped twice now, Carlson? Because did Rawlins drop him at silly mid-off?
No, on the half volley.
Oh, right.
Short, but you'll have to be careful here against this wily young bowler, and he comes again and bowls. And Carlson goes right forward on the front foot and pushes it back. One ball of his second over, 0 for 4.
Well, we think that was a drop, don't we?
I'm sure. Seifert has not had a good game, has he?
No, he hasn't. No.
Last ball of the over coming up, and Carson is forward, plays it backward of square on the offside. Haynes fields. It is 45 for 3. Seifert, or Seifert or whatever. It's not as in Seifert Sassoon, because it's his second name. If that makes any sense to you.
No, I think it's Tim Seifert, but he's only over here for a little while. I've not had an opportunity to speak to him, so I do apologise if the pronunciation of his name isn't correct. But I thought that was a chance. I thought that was a little nick from Kieran Carlson, and it was put down. So, Archie Lennon's causing 1 or 2 problems. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 4. Glamorgan are 45 for 3. Carlson on 23, North East is on 11.
We will be told by the the lads next door.
Tom Haynes is going to carry on the Sussex attack. The skipper from the Cathedral Road end of the ground.
Give them a little knock and they'll confirm it.
Will they?
Yes.
We're not sure whether that was a drop by Tim Seifert off the bowling of Archie Lennon. We think Kieran Carlson might have had a life on 23. Drop.
No.
Oh, the feeling next door.
The technicians who are filming.
Right, okay. So the
Seifert, apologies.
The authority have said, yeah, apologies. It seems like it wasn't a drop, but it was very close to a drop. Well, very close to the edge.
Don't go and defend yourself.
No. Right, so Haynes is going to bowl. He's got Seifert standing up to the stumps. This is an interesting field. There are 4 men saving one in a ring on the offside. Well, 3 in a ring and then a short extra cover. A silly mid-on as in comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes northeast. Plays to a mid-wicket. That's a silly mid-on position, who's Ollie Carter. There's a fine leg, an orthodox mid-wicket. That's silly mid-on, sort of a closer, straighter mid-wicket. So 3 men almost in a line there, Edward.
As Glamorgan did many times.
Haynes in bowls, forward comes northeast, plays it back down the track. Haynes fills off his own bowling, and there is no run. So the required run rate, which isn't an issue at the minute, we're not going to get hung up on that, is 4 and over, which with 7 wickets in hand, needing another 95 to win, really shouldn't be an issue. But at least Sussex can try and build some pressure as Haynes is away from us in and bowls, and forward comes northeast, just plays into the offside, and there is no run. Lovely early evening here in Cardiff, late afternoon, early evening. Nearly the longest day, Edward.
Oh, yeah.
What is it today, the 15th?
It's a week, isn't it?
Yes. Payday, and it's, and it's the...
Do they pay you?
Well, barely.
I do it it's just for the love of it.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and driven down the ground by northeast, but a good stop by Carter in at silly mid-on. There is no run. Yes, so a week today, the Knights will start drawing in, Edward.
No, please don't start that now. It's the saddest day of the year, isn't it?
It is the saddest.
No, seriously, a lot of people get very down.
A friend of mine always puts up a post and he always says, Knights drawing in, and you feel like going around.
Hang on.
In comes Haynes and bowls. Forward comes northeast, plays into the covers, and there is no run. Yes, never fit. I mean, it is lovely, isn't it, when you get the evenings this time of year until about 10 o'clock. It's still light.
Remember one morning I was out in the middle, and Jack Rudolph, you will well remember, he was the captain of Glamorgan. He said, good morning. The best day of the year, he said. I said, why do you say that? It's the first day of spring.
In comes Haynes and bowls. Oh, driven uppishly. Was that uppishly? I think it was. No, okay, well, perhaps my eyes are deceiving me. I need to... but we've already called a catch incorrectly. We only get one chance to look at it, in fairness. We don't always get the I thought it was slightly uppish. Anyway, it's a maiden over from Tom Haynes. Typically economical from Tom. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket. 4-4. Glamorgan are 45 for 3. Carlson on 23. Northeast on 11. If you're just joining us, at one stage Glamorgan were 9 for 3 in this chase, of which they need 141. So they still need 95. They've got 19. They've got 24 overs in which to get them. So oodles of overs. But there were a few jitters, I think, on that Glamorgan balcony. And Archie Lennon is bowling very nicely from the River Taff end.
And here he is, bowling his 3rd over. He's driven up to mid-on, and they're anxious for a run. Carlson, he's always on the go. But he's had to face a couple of maidens.
Yes.
You can hear the encouragement here from the Sussex fielders.
Runs have just dried up, haven't they?
Yeah. But Carlson comes down, and he'll have to hurry. Oh, if that had hit, a dread to think. As far as Glamorgan, and the hands on head will tell you it was close.
Yeah, I think he was probably home. I mean,
I don't know.
No, he wasn't. He was out, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Northeast took the...
and you see how the pressure is only under 100 runs, but the pressure getting to Carlson there.
It was his call, wasn't it? I mean,
it was his call.
It was his call, and he played it very firmly to mid-on. I was surprised when he took the field on. I thought, what if he's hurt himself a bit?
Well, he dived full length, and you'd think he might have got a graze.
Ouch, Edward, that looks so painful. How on earth have you done that?
It grazed the wall. The wall grazed me.
Oh, crumbs. Ooh.
It's all right. I'll be all right.
Well, you
don't worry about it.
No, you carry on.
Lenham comes in and bowls, and let's play backward of square. There are runs here, certainly 2, as it goes up towards the third man boundary. Carlson will look for a third, and after that near escape will decide, no, I better use my head here and not come back. 2 more runs, then takes the score to 48 for 3.
Looks like you've had an argument with the Great White or something.
No, not quite as bad as that. But you know, I didn't feel anything, and Nick said lunchtime, have you done something to your arm? And
Yeah.
it's, don't worry about it, doesn't need stitches. Lenham bowls, and this is played officially. They're not very sure of Archie Lenham, who's yet to bowl a poor ball.
Yeah,
I keep on saying it, it really is a joy to watch this young man. He's not tall, you know, he's not much of him, but he gives it a tweak as he comes in again. Bowls close to the stumps, gets very near to the stumps there and bowls at a different angle, and he's not to be tempted as north-east as he pushes it back down.
Well, he's getting a chance for a long bowl, which he doesn't, you know, really get in T20. He's only bowled, what, 24 deliveries?
That's short though, but it's intercepted by there are Rawlings in the covers. That's the end of the over. 4 runs from it. 48 for 3. So the equation now, Glamorgan need 92 from 23 overs, and the asking rate now, the partnership incidentally is 39. And they've got to go at 4 for the first time. As I was saying to Nick, you don't worry so much if you got wickets in hand, because you can go for it, you know, towards, you know, you're not going to lose if it gets as far as that, and you can put back to ball. But this is a very crucial partnership now.
It is. Good games all around the country. I'll try and read the scores as we go through the next over, particularly in the First Division. That's where all the excitement is today. As Tom Haynes runs away from us from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, where we're commentating from, comes in and bowls to Kieran Carlson, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. Down at the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire 135 for 6, needing 62 to beat Yorkshire. That's a good game. Kent have beaten Gloucestershire by 8 wickets at Canterbury. At Taunton, Surrey 188 for 7, needing 5 to win. So they're going to probably squeeze over the line the leaders of the county championship. Edgbaston, Haynes in again, bowls, and forward comes Carlson, plays a mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run. Lancashire 239 for 4, needing another 90 to beat Warwickshire. Luke Wells, formerly of Sussex, is leading the charge for the Red Rose County. He's 136 not out. And the only other game was a draw at Durham, a horrible draw as well. Just 17 wickets in the match. In comes Haynes and bowls, and that's going to run away down the leg side. That may well be byes, and that could well be 4 byes. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. They are, well, they're leg byes. I think from a Glamorgan perspective, they wouldn't have cared if there were byes, leg byes, off the bat or whatever. What it has done is carry Glamorgan through to 50. They're 52 for 3. That means Glamorgan need another 88 to win.
I got an interesting text from our good friend Michael Hogan. He's probably bored to, well, he's not bored to death watching this, but at home, and he'd love to be here watching it from the ground. But he has got COVID.
Haynes in bowls and played without timing by Carlson down to mid-on, footed by Brooks.
He makes the point of Wheel or Chris Cook might come in next to try and get it moving forward.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yes, they do hit a...
Well, the run rate is, it's a good point that Michael makes, because the run rate shouldn't be an issue. It's up to 4 and over now, 3.99.
Shouldn't be.
Near as damn it, but they won't want to get themselves in a position where suddenly it's sort of 6 or 7 and over. In comes Haynes over the wicket, bowls, and driven firmly into the goal. Oh, that's a misfield. That's horrible misfield.
It's 4 runs.
Henry Crocombe misfields. He looks at his hands, but I think that's probably more as an excuse, to be honest. That shouldn't have been 4 runs. It was played firmly, and I think Henry probably took his eye off the ball, thinking that perhaps Carlson was going to try a single like he did in the previous over. Happens to us all, but, you know, in a tight situation, that's a gift really for Carlson. He goes to 28. Glamorgan now 56 for 3, needing another 84 to win.
I don't think, still 22 overs after this ball.
8 off this over. In comes Haynes, bowls, and there's more runs here. It's just eased by Carlson down to short third, fielded there by Archie Lennon. I wonder what Michael, if he's watching closely, thinks of Archie Lennon, because we're getting very excited about him down at Sussex. For a 17-year-old, he's got a lot of confidence as a young leg spinner. But Glamorgan, after those early jitters, this pair have added 48 for the 4th wicket. Kieran Carlson on 29, Sam North East on 13. Glamorgan needing 83 to win in 22 overs, 7 overs in the bank. I think they'll be very disappointed if they don't get over the line here, Edward.
I think they'll be very dispirited and down in the dumps. You never know, though. There's been one hairy moment when in the last over, 2 overs ago, Carlson took on for a very, very dicey run. Had it hit, I am positive that it would have been out. So, as you say, 83, the halfway mark is 70. So, once you get up near that 100 mark, you should feel confident. As Archie Lennon starts another over, his 5th, and he's gone for just 9 runs. And he comes in now and bowls, and that's cut away to that man at backward square. Carlson is on 29 and North East is on 13. Very patient innings by North East. He is the anchor man in this Glamorgan innings and has been this season. Then comes the next ball and shuffles down the pitch. You can see Carlson is getting a little bit not twitchy, just wants to get on with it, and he shouldn't have to, because well, it's 22 times, 132 balls left. Here's the next ball, and he comes forward again, plays it again backward of square and gets a single out to the sweeper.
Our good friend Dave Fletcher, who's the BBC Derby commentator, has sent a photo through which he's obviously grabbed off the screen of Nick and I commentating, which is not desperately flattering of the pair of us. Good to hear from Fletch. See him in a couple of weeks' time. He's the next visitors down to Hove.
Fletch and Dave Griffin.
Yeah.
I will not be tempted, says North East, as he pushes that back down to the bowler.
He's an extraordinary man for any Derbyshire fact, isn't he, Dave Griffin? He must have a photographic memory. Yeah, he is. Knows
and the photographs.
Yeah, every record.
He's a good
extraordinary man.
Here's the next ball coming in, and that is pushed out to Rawlings on the drive and the offside. The score remains 58 for 3, one short of a 50 partnership, which Glamorgan needed badly.
And Glamorgan, if they win this game, will be level with Derbyshire in 3rd place in the race for promotion. How about that?
Last ball of the over, and this time that's driven again, but very gently up to mid-on. Carlson says, please, can I have something?
Yes, I think he's being brought out a drink. It looks like maybe a change of gloves as well for Kieran Carlson. So, the equation, Glamorgan are 58 for 3. Carlson on 30, North East on 13, a partnership of 49. Glamorgan needing 82 to win in 21 overs with 7 wickets remaining. The batsman out for the record, Eddie Byrom, who made that 176 in the first innings, out for just 2. Colin Ingram, who made 178 in the first innings, out for a duck. And the skipper David Lloyd out for 7 at one stage. Glamorgan 9 for 3 and really wobbling. A couple of wickets for Sean Hunt, who bowled a good opening spell.
I thought he should have bowled Hunt just a little bit longer.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think he's taken 5 wickets in the match, Edwards. He's caused problems.
Very surprised.
In comes Haynes over the wicket, in and bowls, and that's down the leg side. He's a little fortunate to get away with that, Tom Haynes, because there's no fine leg. There's a deep backward square, but a little nick on that, and the outfield is lightning fast. And that would, I'm sure, raced away for 4 runs. A decent stop by Tim Seifert, the New Zealander, standing up to the stumps. Haynes wheels around down in front of us and runs in past umpire Taylor. He's in and bowls and hammered away. That's a good stop. That's a really good stop in at short extra cover, because that had 4 runs written all over it. That's Tom Alsop in there. That was absolutely belted away. The applause is for the 50 partnership between Carlson and North East, but I suspect an element of that applause was probably for the stop by Alsop, because he flung himself to his right-hand side. That really was a brave stop. It certainly prevented a boundary. Carlson to 31. Haynes in bowls at North East, who with a play and a miss outside the off-stump, he was looking to run that one down to third man. There's a backward point, but there's a big gap. There's no slips in place. There's a big gap down to third man, and he was looking to ease the ball down in that area.
Now these medium pacers are doing their job. Haynes's figures now 0 for 10 halfway through his 5th over, and Crocombe also bowled well, as did the 2 opening bowlers. So
yeah.
They're bowling extremely well and trying to get this vital next wicket.
Haynes in bowls, and this time North East does
get it.
And I just wonder whether Sussex should have wised up to that a little bit, because he rehearsed the shot off the previous delivery and they didn't change the field, and he was clear he was going to play that shot again. It was a late cut from Sam North East. Archie Lenham is up at backward point. He had absolutely no chance of cutting that off, and that's a little bit of a gimme really for Sam North East. He goes to 17. Glamorgan 63 for 3. Yeah, picking up your point on Sean Hunt, 5 overs, 2 for 15. He bowled,
and he swung it. He got 2 wickets. The ball swung and dismissed Lloyd and Ingram.
Haynes in again. Bowls driven down the ground by North East. Haynes fields of his own bowling. There is no run, and he picked up 3 wickets in the first innings as well. So 5 wickets in the match for Sean Hunt. It's just that angle of attack to the right-hander. You're just drifting the ball. I mean, he's not of searing pace, but
away and in.
Yeah.
You know, it's
well, the one that got the ball that had Colin Ingram LBW.
Deceived him.
Sorry, and the one that got David Lloyd. In comes Haynes. That's a slower delivery. It's punched by North East to mid-off, fielded by Clark. And there is no run. So another over drifts by. Glamorgan are 63 for 3. Carlson on 31. North East on 17. Glamorgan needing 77 to win in 23 overs. Tom Haynes, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 14. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Online, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales.
And any BBC outlet
anyone else who's listening. Edward Bevan and Adrian Harms, and Nick Webb will be with us shortly. And Archie Lenham's going to carry on.
I should think so. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 8.
Yeah, good figures, aren't they?
I'm surprised he hasn't got a maiden, but he's only be a single. Carlson is trying his best to get after him, but he's not succeeding. But he just wants to stay there if he can. The runs will come when you got wickets in hand and you get nearer the target. Starts another over, does Lenham, and bowls to Carlson, who nudges forward. Will we see a bit of Rawlins' left-arm tweak?
I'm not sure that Delray turns the ball an awful lot. I mean, he's a very economic bowler and bowls a lot in T20 cricket, so he's able to keep it in quiet, possibly. But I think Sussex need wickets here.
Here's the next ball, and down the track comes, and Rawlins feels beautifully in short extra cover.
He is a bit jumpy here, Kieran Carlson. In that previous over, he was very nearly run out, wasn't he?
He likes to get on top of the bowler, but he does occasionally. But at other times, he doesn't, as it were. As in comes the next ball, and this is driven outside edge down to short third man. There is absolutely no need really to start playing like this, because
Would it be a huge surprise though, but if he got out here?
No, nearly 20 overs left to get 77 runs. And again comes Lenham, and he's gone for the big hit. He gets an edge. He's going to get 4 runs down to third man, and that was a bit unlucky for the bowler. Just look at Lenham. He raises his hands down, hits his knees. He's thought, well, I've beaten him twice. Now he goes with the big hit, gets the thick edge, and that's cricket for you. 67 for 3. 3 runs away now from the halfway stage of Glamorgan's chase of 140 for victory.
Yeah, he's very hard on himself. Archie hates it when he gets hit for 4.
35 to Carlson now. And he comes again, a bowl. And this is driven back and well stopped by the bowler.
He is hugely competitive. You could just,
17. Where were we at 17? I give up. Last ball of the over from Lenham, bowls to Carlson. Carlson is forward, thinks of a run. He's not on edge because he's playing quite well. He's like a cat on a hot tin roof, or whatever they're saying it.
Yeah.
End of the over, Glamorgan 67 for 3. They trail. They don't trail by anything. They want 73 runs to win. 74, yes, as last year's scoreboard, you see, had target, and of course you think trail, and 74 it is.
Returning to bowl at the
here we go.
Cathedral Road end, Sean Hunt.
There we are. So great minds think alike and all that.
It's only,
Why would a cat be on a hot tin roof, Edward?
hot, what does they say?
That's what they say, isn't it?
Tennessee Williams wrote a play, didn't he?
Did he?
Did he?
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, you see, you two are literally. We were talking about Dylan Thomas yesterday. There was a piece in the paper about Dylan Thomas today as well.
Was it about, did Nick tell you the story at St Helens Ground in Swansea?
No.
He used to go up there with a bottle of wine most days and joined by his big friend John Arlott.
Right.
John would be commentating and they used to take a bottle of red, so it's been written and said. And by tea time, most of it, if not all, had gone. And he called it an escape to come and watch some cricket.
Right.
At St Helens.
Where did he live?
Down in Larne, which is down Pembrokeshire way.
Right.
You should read his life story, it's very interesting.
Right. Okay. Well,
Must have heard of Under Milkwood.
Well, I was saying that my headmaster when I was at primary school was Welsh. Quite a fearsome man, I have to say. He didn't mess around with our head. He was called Mr. Whitney. Oh, he wouldn't have been happy with that, with a mobile phone going off. It's going to be Sean Hunt, who's going to come into bowl to the right-handed Sam Northeast, who's on 17. Glamorgan are 67 for 3. Needing another 73 to win. As in comes Hunt, running away from us. He's in and bowls, and that's down the leg side. He's a little fortunate to get away with that, Sean Hunt. A good diving take by the New Zealander, Tim Zivert. And there is no run. Northeast remains on 17, Carlson on 35. Glamorgan needing 73 to win in 18 overs and 5 balls. And it's Sean Hunt who's already taken a couple of wickets for Sussex. He is on his way. He's in and bowls and strikes the pad. That was going down the leg side. There was an appeal, but it was an appeal of more hope than anything else, and there is no run. No, so Mr. Whitney would talk a lot about Dylan Thomas, Edward, and he was, well, we had to sing loudly in assemblies. When it got to Christmas, bear in mind you're only up to 11, we used to have to learn all the carols all by heart. So when you got to the carol concert in December, there was no sort of singing off hymn sheets. This was, you had to know every word of every carol.
Did you sing it in Welsh?
Yeah, no, but in comes Hunt and bowls, and it's clipped away by Northeast straight to square leg. A bit of fielding there by Rawlins, who was quickly down.
You should watch that. It's a wonderful play.
Right, Under Milkwood.
Under Milkwood once performed, and Richard Burton was there.
Right.
Elizabeth Taylor who took part, and other Welsh actors. And if you've heard Eli Jenkins' prayers, very, very moving, and sung by a Welsh choir. So get it on Google and listen to it.
Right, I will. Before you come down to Hove in September, in comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Northeast, plays into the offside. There is no run. Are you coming to Hove for a bit of late summer sunshine?
I haven't seen anything on the rota for that, but
Right.
I would love to come down. And in fact, as it is the last game of the season, if I'm not working, I'll still come down.
Well, it'd be nice to see. It'd be a nice way to end the season. We can.
Yes, it's one of my favourite grounds, so and I'm not just saying this because...
Might be a promotion match for Glamorgan, you never know. In comes Hunt in and bowls, forward comes Northeast, plays very soundly. He's looked very calm and composed, Sam Northeast.
Always is.
Bear in mind he was out first ball in the first innings. He came in on a king pair with his side 9 for 3. And as much experience and as much cricket as he's played, that must have been on his mind, but he's... he and Kieran Carlstone have now added 58 for this 4th wicket, and they're just steering Glamorgan towards this victory as Hunt is in around the wicket bowls. Northeast is forward. Hunt fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Good, tight, accurate over from Sean Hunt, who's done well here today. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. I'm going to need to disappear and give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. I will return for more chatter about Dylan Thomas in a moment. For the time being, it'll be Edward.
Interspersed with some cricket commentary. 67 for 3, then Glamorgan need another 74. They're up against some accurate bowling here, and it will be. And surprisingly, young Archie Lenham to bowl. And he will be bowling by the busy Kieran Carlson, who is on 35. Most to date is North East. He's on 17. And there's a lot to play for here for both sides. There are 18 overs left, and when you were out, Nick, I had a text from Michael Hogan saying, don't be surprised if Wheel or Chris Cook comes in next just to take it on. Lennon bowls short, cut away for a single down to the extra cover fielder.
Yeah, is Cook allowed to come in next? I'm not sure that he is.
Well, he did it in the field, his injury's not next turn or anything like that.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't allowed to bat till 7. I can never keep...
No, I'm not good at that, and these rules change every year, don't they?
But I thought that if you're off the field for that long, you have to come in at 7.
Lennon bowls, and that struck out towards deep mid-wicket. It might have gone for 6, has it? Umpires asking. Crowd say no, 4 runs. So that was pitch leg stump and helped on its way. And some attack now from North East. He's moved on to 21. 72 for 3, 69 needed.
It's very much the approach you would expect from each batsman.
Short, cut away, down towards extra cover, and there'll be another 2 here. Perhaps the young man is tiring of responsibility here for a 17-year-old. So it's still only gone for 15. North East moves on to 23. So 6 runs off the first 3 balls. In comes Lemon, bowled, and gets in a bit of a tangle there, still causing the odd problem. Did you see the risky single from Carlson with his swallow dive?
Nearly run out to mid-on 23. Throw just missed.
Still mid-off and mid-on up. He's confident of that as he bowls again and drives fluently at straight to mid-off and moves to his left, and he falls on his back. There's young Lenham.
Yeah, the required a run rate 3.9 at the moment. 7 runs in this over have just brought it back under 4.
Here is Lenham again. Comes in, bowls, and this is an attempted square drive, but he doesn't really time it at all, and dribbles away on the offside, and that ends his over. He's now gone 6 overs, no maiden, 0 for 19. 74 for 3, and you still can't be absolutely sure. The Glamorgan, they are favourites at the moment, but from 9 for 3, there would have been trepidation in the Glamorgan camp.
Indeed, Surrey scrambled home by 3 wickets against Somerset at Taunton, chasing 195 to win. Kent needed just 91 to beat Gloucestershire and did so duly by 8 wickets, these in Division 1. Interesting finish at Southampton, still in prospect. Hampshire 7 down, 174 for 7, needing a further 23 runs to win. But
and Aaron Donald batted?
Briefly. Here comes Hunt, left arm around, bowls, smacked through the covers by Kieran Carlson for 4 runs. He moves on to 40, and Glamorgan on to 78 for 3, 63 needed to win. Yeah, Donald went for 5, but Dawson's still there, 59 not out. Hampshire need, as I say, 23 to win with 27 to win with 3 wickets left in hand. Likewise, decent finish at Edgbaston in Division 1.
The beauty of county cricket championship.
It's all good round in this round, as that takes off slightly from Hunt and beats Carlson outside off stump. Through it goes to Seifert. Lancashire 267 for 5, just lost a couple of wickets. They need a further 62 to beat Warwickshire, but Luke Wells is still there, the big left-hander, formerly with Sussex. He's 146 not out, opening the innings for the Lankies. Durham against Worcestershire drawn. Hunt bowls, turned off his legs by Carlson wristily. Oh, that's run away for 4 runs. I thought that was going to be picked up by fine leg, but Ibrahim is really trying to do 2 jobs on the 45 there, and couldn't get to it. Beat him on the inside. Cardinal sin for some, and went racing round that boundary in despair. So 82 for 3.
If that was Duncan Fletcher in charge of Sussex, he would be tearing his hair out. I don't mind if you beat him on the inside, but
outside.
The outside.
Yeah.
It's more or less.
It's Hunt into ball to Carlson on the back foot. Defends back to the bowler. So Sussex still thinking. They've got 2 posted in catching positions on the leg side, just square of the just forward of square, and a mid wicket. There's only about 6 metres between those 2, so looking to force Carlson to flick aerially on the leg side. He requires
the ball
something. I don't think, is it a ball change? Carlson summoned the 12th man, but the umpires are coming together as well.
Change the ball.
Are they having a look at it? The umpires had a brief look at it and lobbed it back to the bowler.
Get on with it.
Carlson and North East taking a little bit of liquid on board. 82 for 3. 59 needed to win. 7 wickets still needed for Sussex to win. But this game has swung back towards Glamorgan after they crashed to 9 for 3 inside the 8th over. That was a dreadful start. 2 wickets for Sean Hunt, 1 for Jack Brooks, and it looks as though Sussex were in with a chance of snatching a victory. Hunt is in to bowl to Carlson, who flicks it to Rawlings in that forward short, not quite forward short leg. He's about
difficult to describe.
15 metres from the bat, just in front of square. So it's a shortish forward square leg. 82 for 3. Got an engagement with the language of Hafton, Edward?
I do, at about 9 minutes to 6.
Okay, I'll keep ploughing on. And ball's full length, driven like a tracer bullet by Carlson, but straight to point, no run. So required run rate is now at 3.69. Carlson has 44 off 63 deliveries. North East playing the anchor role with 23 not out, 59 needed off 16. 3.69 runs and over, which should not be a problem for the Welsh side, with those 2 boundaries coming off that over.
Yes, Nick, but we have
we've had collapses,
things here.
We have.
Years,
should not be. Should not be.
Should not be. Yeah.
Sussex, though, will keep on plugging away.
And that young man, Archie Lennon, will continue. Not only he's bowling in the heat here, the pressure is on him, and he's about to bowl his 8th, 7th over. Here he is. Oh, and that was he went right back to the left, down to the leg side. It's such a slow pitch, and a shortish ball was struck away for a single. 84 is the score, and 80 a partnership now. Of 74. 75 rather.
70.
Down the pitch comes Carlson, played a nice looking shot out to wide mid-on, growing in more confidence than he has been. He really has played well, and
75 the stand now.
Yeah.
84 for 3. They were the 9 for 3 at one point.
9
to Morgan.
for 3, that's right.
Sussex fighting hard with the bat for most of the day, but folded a little bit in the second hour of the afternoon session.
Lenham in, bowls, and North East jabs, pushes forward. He was out first ball in the first innings. He's made absolutely sure he's not not going to be out cheaply. He's played well for his 24. Carlson is on 45. There's Lenham. Just steadies himself, comes in and bowls and pulls that out to mid-wicket and gets a single man posted in front of the entrance, which takes you up into the pavilion. Fields and returns another single.
Yeah, a reminder of the next engagements for these two counties. Glamorgan are due to face Gloucestershire at 6:30 on Saturday evening, and Sussex are away to Essex at Chelmsford on Friday evening before coming back here. And you can follow all those games, of course, via the BBC Sport website.
I look forward to seeing Steve James with us first time this season, Nick. In comes the next ball and pushed gently forward by the batsman, who is Carlson. 56 needed. Glamorgan have this season beaten Notts, and they've beaten Leicester. One at the top and one at the bottom. The umpire is going to come over Billy Taylor to the offside because there's a man feeling a short leg. And would there be a run out or a attempt at stumping, he probably wouldn't be able to give the decision. He's not rushing though, is he, umpire? Billy Taylor taking a very quiet little stroll from one side of the field to the other as Carlson from the river end comes in and bowls, and oh, he's gone. Has he gone? Yes. Well, a very rash shot by Carlson. He waited for the decision, and he has gone for 45 running down the pitch, and well, he didn't really need to do that. He was stumped, and a wicket falls with still 55 runs needed, Nick.
Yeah, he was didn't really need to wait for the decision there. He came down the wickets, played outside the ball in the end, and Carlson's gone, but has he done enough to take Glamorgan within 56 runs of victory? His 45 off 66 balls, and Glamorgan needed the impetus. Carlson playing bravely, but
coming back to
now who's this going to be? So they're sticking to the batting order as to the first innings. 7 boundaries hit by Carlson in his 45. Stumped Seifert, bowled Lenham, and in truth that was a reasonably regulation stumping for the Kiwi keeper once he'd gathered the ball, because Carlson had come a long way down the pitch.
Yeah, well, there wasn't any real need for it, was it? Because the run rate is 3.7.
Yeah, but he's got Glamorgan in that position by playing that way,
exactly.
I think. So he's taken some of the pressure off. Is it enough? Can Sussex reapply the grip with another wicket or two and turn this game once more that's turned one way and another throughout the course of this final day? 2 wickets going down in the first half hour for Sussex. Then a stand between Carter 83 and Rawlins 57 that lasted till mid-afternoon. 3 wickets in the space of 5 balls. Then
last ball of the over, you see. It's
a little bit of a resistance from Lenham, and the tail was cleaned up by Nisa with the new ball. 141 was the target off 43. It is now 56 off 15.
And it's Jack Brooks back, and he is not going to give anything away. He'll experience enough to hit that just short over the length. He can bowl very accurately. I can't see him bowling at full pace, but he will be bowling.
Brooks is in then to bowl, and Billy Root calls North East through for a quick single after he was hit on the thigh. Was there a little bit of inside edge? No, there wasn't, says the umpire. Doesn't matter to Sam North East or anyone else on the Glamorgan dressing room as they scamper through for the single. 86 for 4. Root takes strike. Went cheaply in the first innings for just 5.
He's a candidate for LBW, isn't he? He goes against the seam as he goes across to the offside often and doesn't make connection at LBW a number of times, but that's how he deals, because he's a quick runner between the wickets, likes to be busy.
Batting to come, Wheel, Nisa, Salter, Chris Cook and Gorvin. That was the order they opinioned in the first innings. You'd expect Cook to come further up in this second innings as Brooks bowls and Root plays it off his legs to short mid-wicket, no run. 55 needed to win. I've never seen a tie in Championship cricket. Seen them in one-dayers. Have you? In Championship?
Yes.
In comes Brooks round the wicket, bowls to Root, who pulls it on the onside, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run.
It happened at Colchester many years ago.
Yeah?
And there was a big to-do afterwards, because the man who was coming in next, and it was Jeff Miller actually, he's a selector, an England player.
Brooks is in to bowl to Root, who drives, doesn't time it, straight back to the bowler, no run.
And he was in hospital because he'd had an injury.
Right.
And the last, work this one out, Nick, the last ball of the match dismissed the number 10 batsman. And we talked to the umpires, they said, how are we to know that he wasn't going to come in?
Yeah. As that sees Root chopping it away on the offside. Once a single is sent back as Croker moves rapidly to his right at point, no run. So was it given as a draw or a tie?
A tie. For some reason, that's why the argument went on. How can you give it a tie? But anyway, they rang Lords and...
yes.
The things that happen in cricket.
Last ball.
I must have seen another one, but I can't remember. Really.
Last ball of the over. Brooks to Root, who again jabs it down to point. Again, there is no run, so it's a maiden over, just the leg by off it, and it's 54 off 14.
56 balls.
Yeah.
Should be one, run a ball.
56 balls? You're bowling 4 ball overs, Edward.
Well,
I know you're an innovator in the cricket.
What's the matter with me? How many overs remain? 14.
14. 6 14s are 84.
84. So you look at it that way, it's no need for panic.
84 deliveries, 54 runs, 3.93 runs per over. Lenham to continue, having claimed the wicket of Carlson, stumped by Seifert for 45. In comes Lenham.
And bowls, and this time the North East pushes back down the pitch. I'll have to leave you on your own, Nick, I'm afraid, after this over, because the Welsh language of Radio Cymru beckons.
Gage will be back in a couple of minutes anyway, as
then he comes again and bowls, and this time it's nudged away. It's incredible how this young man can bowl ball after ball, basically on a length, and he's only gone for a couple of boundaries. One fortuitous 4 runs for Billy Root, for Kieran Carlson.
You expect more bad balls off a leg spinner.
Of course you do. Here he is again. That's driven out to deep extra cover. They go through for a single. I think, in fact, I'd better disappear now.
Thank you, Edward. We will juggle the commentary round in these closing stages with 54 runs needed by Glamorgan to win and 6 wickets needed for Sussex to win. 13.4 overs remain. They're close to a conclusion at Southampton. It's still in the balance. Dawson has gone for 67. And Hampshire 190 for 8, needing a further 7 runs to beat Yorkshire. As Root reverse sweep, so he's got that one away, down to the boundary at third man. Billy Root getting off the mark with a cheeky little reverse sweep off the leg spinner Archie Lenham, who just overpitched it slightly, and Root in the end played it on the full. And it raced away for 4. 93 for 4, Glamorgan. 48 needed for victory here on BBC Sport Online. Really is nerve-jangling stuff here for supporters of both sides, I guess. As Lenham bowls. Root back on his stumps. Is he LBW? He's a long way back, but he survives. Lenham appeals in vain. Sussex keeping everything going as they look for their first win in 19 matches. And Glamorgan looking for their 3rd win of the season as Root pushes onto the offside, thinks about a quick single. It isn't there. Glamorgan blew a run chase of 190 odd at Durham in their last match. This simpler on paper, but there's nothing simple about it as down the wicket comes Root, drives to mid-off, no run. At Edgbaston, Lancashire 281 for 5. Former Sussex player Luke Wells is 154 not out. Lancashire need 48 to win. So this is what the championship is all about. Games going deep into the final session. Both sides fighting for victory. Glamorgan are 93 for 4 off 30 overs. And they require 48 off 13 at 3.7 runs, 69 runs per over. Lenham's bowling speed's in the late 40s, so he's by no means pushing it through. And although he hasn't had the most prolific of matches, he's certainly shown himself a valuable part of the Sussex attack, as Adrian Harms will come back in alongside me. And Brooks is running away from the Cathedral Road end, slapped into the covers by North East, no run.
I think, 10 out of 10 for Sussex for the way they've tried to claw this game back, but it's, I suspect it's going to be in vain, but they are at least making Glamorgan work for the win.
Yeah. Doesn't look particularly comfortable at any point as Brooks bowls. North East drives, but he's punched that one ever so hard straight at short extra cover, who feigns to have a throw at the non-striker's end in case Root was backing up too far. Young Ollie Carter, who really doesn't deserve to be on the losing side if Sussex are, is 260 odd runs in the match, as there's a dab and think about running from North East as he tried to just hit it down gently on the offside, but it spun through to the keeper.
You were saying earlier, Nick, actually, you thought a chase around about 200 might have been interesting. I think you were spot on.
Wasn't it just? I think well, at 9 for 3, a chase of 141 looked extremely interesting. But I guess it only needed one reasonable partnership to break the back of it, and Carlson and North East put on 75 for the 4th wicket. It isn't lost for Sussex yet, because North East isn't scoring very quickly, and Root has just one scoring shot, to his credit so far, as North East glides this one down. Too short, 3rd man. There's a scrambling stop, and just the 1 run is taken. 94 for 4, 47 to win, 12 overs after this one.
Yeah, 42 needed to win at Edgbaston by Lancashire, who are 287 for 5. Luke Wells, formerly of Sussex, 155 not out.
Just remarking on that one. Tremendous innings by Wells, from the sound of it.
Yeah.
As Brooks is in to bowl to Root, who defends to short extra cover. There's no run.
Yes, left Sussex. This is his second season at Lancashire.
Was he released by Sussex, or did he choose to transfer?
Kind of a mutual agreement. He'd reached the end of his contract, and a lot of Sussex supporters think it was a mistake.
Brooks then with that familiar headband, the 38-year-old veteran Somerset seamer. It's into bowl to Root, who tries to find a gap in the offside. They'll scamper through for a quick single. Northeast was quickly off the mark there, to be fair to him, but that was a risky single. It really wasn't quite there as Root steered it between two fielders on the offside. And they meet for a consultation on future enterprises of that variety in mid-wicket at the end of the over. Glamorgan are 95 for 4. They need 46 to win, and they have 12 overs to do it at 3.83 runs per over. At Southampton, Hampshire have beaten Yorkshire by 2 wickets, reaching 198 for 8, with Fuller and Abbott taking them home after Dawson's 67 had been the main element of their chase there.
So Surrey and Hampshire both winning. They're leading the way at the top of the First Division. Yeah, I think Luke Wells, the feeling was that I think Luke also thought it was probably time to make a change. I'm not sure he'd have necessarily chosen to do that, but you know, he's a fine player, Luke Wells, and showing that if he can steer Lancashire home today. Archie Lelham is coming in from the taff end, bowls to Billy Root, who's forward and plays into the offside, and there is no room. Still 45 needed to win, so this isn't quite all over just yet.
No, another wicket here if they get a new batter to bowl at. I suspect if they do get a wicket, there'll be someone sent in to have a thrash, possibly.
Lelham in bowls, and Root drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. There is no run.
But it's a difficult wicket for thrashing on, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, and the run rate, you know, shouldn't really be an issue. It's still below 4, just. But as I say, wickets are what Sussex need. Lelham has already picked up 1, comes in and bowls, and Root leans back and hammers that one away through the covers. Well, actually, I say hammers. He didn't quite time it, but he gets a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
How often have we said that in the commentary?
Yeah,
not quite timed.
Quite a lot this week. Root on 6, Glamorgan 96 for 4. Needing another 46 to win in 11 overs and 3 balls. The run rate shouldn't be a problem. There's a short leg and a slip in place. Archie Lelham in his 9th over, figures of 1 for 30. He's in and bowls, and driving is Northeast. A short extra cover fielded by Rawlins, no run. Northeasters look very calm and composed out there. Carlson's innings was a little more frenetic.
Yeah. Well, that's the way he is.
But he scored 45, and he said he got things moving as far as Glamorgan were concerned. Lelham in and bowls. Northeast is just forward, place down the middle of the track. There is no run. Lelham fields of his own bowling. It was a partnership between the pair of 75. Between Carlson and Northeast, and is in again, bowled and cut away by Northeast. That's a nice looking shot. He's going to get a couple of runs. He might get more than that. No, Henry Crocombe does well, gets round the boundary quickly, does Henry Crocombe. Nice shot from Northeast. It was a low risk shot through the offside. He was thinking about where he was going to place the ball. It meant Crocombe had a long run around the boundary, but 2 more to Northeast. He goes to 29. Glamorgan 98 for 4, needing 42 to win in 11 overs with 6 wickets in hand. It ought to be straightforward, but this game has ebbed and flowed one way and the other, and we'd have Glamorgan down as heavy favourites here, but a couple of wickets and it could make it an interesting last few overs.
98 for 4 then, 43 off 11. And Sussex with the healthy +7 on the over rate can afford to take their consultations, take their time over them.
Yeah.
And Brooks will try and bring all his experience into play as he's beaten Root there, all ends up.
Good delivery. That was as quick as he's bowled in the match, I reckon. I don't know how fast that was, but he really bent his back with that. Yeah, that was a terrific delivery.
Yeah, I mean, we've been slightly critical of Brooks's performance in this first match, this mini loan spell from Somerset, but certainly giving it a good lash on this final evening, as his next delivery is played back to him by Billy Root.
Well, we understand he's here for a couple of matches. Sussex's next championship game is against Derbyshire, which is the week after next, because we've got a week of T20 next week. So I think that starts a week on Sunday, I think. Is that your next game as well, Nick? I think that's the next round.
Yep. Full length ball driven up to mid-off, but Root would have been struggling. They might have just made it, had that hit from mid-off. It didn't. Glamorgan are keeping everyone on the edge of their seats here, as I think Root might have been out.
I think it would have been very, very tight.
He's under 7, 99 for 4.
Well, we had a cliffhanger at Colwyn Bay a couple of years ago, Nick, probably more years ago than that, when Ollie Robinson hit a 6 with Sussex 9 down to win the game.
That was a thriller.
It was. Always good games with Glamorgan.
North East on strike on a patient 29 off 72 deliveries as he blocks that one to mid-on. Nervous or what, says Neil Thornycroft on Twitter. Edward Cooper reminds us that Worcestershire is the next stop for the St Helens Balconeers this year. They have a full coach to travel up to Worcester, which is, I think a week Sunday. I think you're right there. After another hectic blast of blast matches in the T20. As that is cut away by North East, single down to third man. Every run being cheered, and that one in particular because the 100 is up for Glamorgan. 100 for 4 as they move ever closer to their target of 141.
Beautiful evening here. You can see the trees swaying along the banks of the river, Nick. It's a beautiful weather for watching cricket.
Nervous times as Brooks is in to bowl, and that's up in the block hole and driven back by Billy Root. There's no run.
Good figures, Jack Brooks, aren't they, Nick? 8 overs, 1 made and 1 for 10. Yeah, he's got a lot better second time around than he did in the first innings when he went for 20 overs, 0 for 84.
Yeah, maybe a little bit rusty.
Yeah, could be.
Got the rust out the system and should be firing at full blast for Sussex in their next match.
I enjoy trips to Worcester, so I'm sure you'll look forward to that, Nick.
Yep. Picturesque setting, one of the loveliest scenes in county cricket. 100 for 4 Glamorgan, needing 41 runs to win. Here at Sophia Gardens with Root on 7, North East on 30. Carlson the top scorer so far. He made 45 off 66 balls. 141 is the Glamorgan target. 6 further wickets needed by Sussex in 10 overs.
Have you got an update coming, Nick?
Yes. Yes, they're quite considerate on the news programme. They try not to give us too much. Yep. Rawlins to North East at the start of this over. In comes Rawlins, left arm. North East cuts and will get a single, maybe 2, down towards backward point. They turn and have a look. Just the single. Glamorgan are 101 for 4. There are 9.5 overs left, and they need a further 40 runs for victory. After a dreadful start chasing 141, they slumped to 9 for 3. We then saw a partnership of 75 between Kieran Carlson, who made an aggressive 45 before being stumped off Archie Lenham. Sam Northeast is still there on 31 not out. Billy Root is 7 not out. It's never been easy for Glamorgan, but they're favourites for a third championship win of the season. They're 101 for 4, 40 needed off 9.5. Commentary on BBC Sport Online. Single taken on the offside there by Root. Get the plug in, get a few more listeners.
Well, why not? And I think there's only one other game going on, which is the game at Edgbaston. So people hunting around for some cricket on a glorious evening. Delray Rawlins from the taff end, he's going to bowl to the right-handed Sam Northeast, who's on 31, 102 for 4 as Rawlins is in around the wicket bowls, and Northeast cuts this one into the covers. Ibrahim is quickly round, but it's a comfortable single, well run by Root, who just applauds his partner. All the experience here from Sam Northeast is just what you need, someone with a cool head in a crisis, and he's leaning on his bat. I'm sure he's not feeling calm inside. He's on 32, Glamorgan 103 for 4, 37 needed to win. Rawlins in, bowls, and Root with a play and a miss outside the off stump. And Billy Root hasn't looked too comfortable either. Slightly skittish innings, a little bit like Kieran Carlson.
It's not always the best starter, Billy Root, but 88 on Glamorgan's last match up at Durham. That was a month ago.
Rawlins in, bowls, and Root chops this one to backward point, where it's fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run.
Penydarren Country 11 say, hope it's not as tense as this on Sunday when we play at Blaenau. Getting a plug for their game in. I spotted you boys.
Rawlins in, bowls, swept by Billy Root, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's going to relieve some of the pressure here in Cardiff. Poor delivery by Delray Rawlins. It was a free hit really for Billy Root, just swept the ball away through mid-wicket. Margins for error are so slight, but Billy Root goes to 12, and Glamorgan now need 33 to win. They've got 9 overs in which to get those runs, so the run rate shouldn't be a problem. Picture there of some chaps sitting in the seat with their pints of beer. They're having a good day, enjoying the sunshine.
Bucket hats a go-go.
Yeah, it looks like someone's saying, do you want another round, lads? And, or perhaps he's expecting someone else to buy them, I don't know. But,
yes, the red, yellow and green bucket hats will be the fashion item de rigueur of the year for Welsh football fans. 107 for 4, 34 needed.
There was a few Welshmen in, what was it, Amsterdam last night?
Rotterdam, I think it
Rotterdam, was it? There was a few there.
Yeah, I caught the end of that game, and for the second time in space of a few days, Wales scoring a late equaliser and then conceding within virtually seconds.
Yes. What can Jack Brooks do?
It is Brooks from this Cathedral Road end into bowl. Straight driven down the ground and half stop, but it's still going to squeeze through for 4. A despairing dive by the skipper at mid-on. Haynes got a hand to it, but not enough of a paw, and it still had enough pace on it to reach the boundary at the Cathedral Road end beneath us.
Good knock list by Northeast, isn't he? I mean, a first bowler in the first innings, but all his experience bringing ball to bear here.
In comes Brooks and Bowles, pushed away on the offside for just the single.
I mean, just no need to
no run, sorry. 111 for 4. Nelson on the board, 30 to win in 8.4.
Yeah.
So that rate just starting to ease down. It's been high 3s for nearly all the innings, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Yeah.
Brooks is in to bowl, driven by Northeast again, but a scrambling stop at mid-off by Hunt keeps them down to a single. Northeast to 37. Root on to strike on 12, 112 for 4, 29 to win in 8.3.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Sean Hunt there, who was very quickly round fielding at mid-off. Sussex haven't given this up, but they need a wicket.
Brooks bowls. Root plays it away on the onside to the right hand of mid-wicket. And there's a single there, so a profitable over for Glamorgan. And the equation now is 28 off 8 at 3.5.
Yeah, well, it should be very straightforward, shouldn't it, for Glamorgan? We were saying, you know, a chase of 200 would have been really interesting.
Brooks is in to bowl, and that's punched away on the offside. There's no run. Sorry, called the end of the over somewhat prematurely there.
That's right.
113 for 4. This will be the final ball of the 35th. Northeast just accelerating. Well, he's been so long in the pro game, mostly with Kent and Hampshire. Knows how to play these as he goes for an expansive drive, but gets it off the toe end of the bat, almost falls over while doing so. 113 for 4, and it is 28 off 8 now at 3.5.
Yeah, and he played very well in the T20 game as well down at Hove earlier on this season, so it's going to take something dramatic here from a Sussex point of view. 27, as Nick says, needed off of 8. Root on 13, Northeast on 37, Brooks 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Live cricket, BBC Online, BBC Radio Sussex. I think we are soon going to be the only game left on. Let's see what's happening in that game at Edgbaston, where Lancashire need another 20 to win.
Returning to bowl, Tom Haynes.
Luke Wells on 164, 17 to win Lancashire need. That sounds like a terrific game at Edgbaston, going the full 4 days. As indeed we have here as well. The skipper is back on, Tom Haynes. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 14. He's going to be bowling from the River Taff End on an absolutely glorious evening. Had a bit of cloud earlier on today around Cardiff, but that's melted away, and lovely blue skies, just a few high-level clouds. And those that have come today have had a good day's cricket, actually. You know, what are we coming up to nearly 6:15 as in comes Haynes and bowls, and Root just nudges that into the onside, fielded by Ibrahim. There is no run. The field for Sussex is an interesting one. There's a backward point, a point, cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off. So 5 fielders on the offside, then on the leg side, a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, square leg, and a deep backward square. As Haynes is in, bowls, and Root plays 2 short extra cover, who's Delray Rawlins, who fields there is no run. Rawlins, who made a very good 57 today. In a partnership of 104 with Ollie Carter, which looked at one stage as if it was going to steer Sussex towards maybe towards a draw, but I think Colin Ingram picks up a wicket and everything changed. Sussex lost their last 5. Oh, full toss from Tom Haynes, always lucky to get away with that. Billy Root eyes lit up, and that really should have been hit into the stands, but he hit it straight back to Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Sussex losing their last 5 wickets for 38. As Haynes, on his way round the wicket, bowls to Root, who's forward, and again plays to Rawlins at short extra, and there is no run. 113 for 4, 27 needed to win, 7 overs and 2 balls remaining. Nick has gone to start his post-match reports. They could change, you know, as Ed Bevan is back with us in his nice yellow tops. And in comes Haynes, bowls, and Root punches that one away over square leg for 4 runs. Took a chance there, Billy Root, just slightly erring onto the leg stump was Tom Haynes, and Billy Root been waiting for that. Clubs the ball over square leg. He goes to 17, Glamorgan to 117 for 4, 23 needed in 7 overs, and the game is nearly up as far as Sussex are concerned. Good shot by Root. Haynes, 1 more ball to go in this, his 6th over. Comes running towards us in lovely evening sunshine. Bowls to Root, who's forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Ollie Carter. There is no run. Haynes, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. Glamorgan are 117 for 4 with Sam North East on 37, Billy Root on 17. Glamorgan needing 23 to win in 7 overs. And if you only just joined us, the story of this run chase, Glamorgan set 140 to win after Sussex were dismissed for 258. Ollie Carter top scoring with 83 for Sussex. Glamorgan at one stage were 9 for 3 with Byrom, Lloyd and Ingram all back in the pavilion. 2 wickets for Sean Hunt. At that stage, Glamorgan were wobbling, but Sam North East came out. He was on a king pair, but he's shown a great deal of composure and just good cricketing sense and has batted very sensibly. He's on 37. Billy Root with him on 17. Kieran Carlson made a quick fire 45. To make sure that Glamorgan didn't get too far behind the run rate. And despite Sussex's best endeavours here, Edward, I think Glamorgan will go through to victory.
It should from this position as Jack Brooks starts his 10th over. And he bowls, and this appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. And they go through for a leg by. Brooks isn't very happy with all that, but the way the shot was played, and I always look at the wicketkeeper. You just see this as Brooks bowls, and no, it was a good shout because it might be a little higher. Could also have hit the top of the leg stump.
It merited close consideration from umpire Billy Taylor.
And nothing we can do about the umpires. They decide. And
they do.
41 balls remaining, 23 runs to win. As in comes Brooks again, and a dead bat. Response from Root. He's been busy. He scored 17. He came in when the score was 85. This after that, what should be a match-winning partnership of 86 between North East and Carlson. Although Carlson nearly got run out, he was busy again. He was making the scoreboard tick, and it was an invaluable 45 from him as Brooks round the wicket, bowls and down the leg side, and he's caught down the leg side, strangled as a few people have been, and it's a ball that really should, you can't blame Root, he's going to have a go at it, but a good catch. We've seen a couple of them, as I say, 118 for 5. And Root was caught by Seifert. 2 wickets now. So, still not over.
No, it's not. Partnership of 33. Jack Brooks' first wicket for Sussex on his lone move from Somerset. Good catch down the leg side by Seifert, wasn't it? You just think, unless barring some sort of a miracle here for Sussex, it's probably just a little bit too little too late. 22 needed to win. 6 overs remaining after this one. Sam North East just comes wandering. I wonder who is going to come out to bat here for Glamorgan. You'd have thought it might be Chris Cook, but I just wonder whether...
Well, it's either him or Wheel. He might send Wheel and say, go on, have a dart at everything you get. Might get a kick, 20, game over, but it's senior batsman. It is Chris Cook.
Coming out with a runner.
He also can hit a very long ball, so you don't argue with that. It would have been one or the other. But important for Glamorgan is that Sam North East, who hasn't given a chance, is still there. 37 are out, and plenty of deliveries left, because there are 6 overs left.
David Lloyd as his runner is Chris Cook.
So there we are, the captain coming out to run, and Brooks getting his 2nd wicket, 2 for 16. Dismissed Byrom.
Sorry, his 2nd wicket. He got Ed Byrom, of course.
A leading edge, yeah. 3 batsmen converge, and what have we got now? Another 22.
No, 6.3 overs, so we've got, what, another 26, 36, 39 balls, isn't there?
39 balls to get to 23.
So it ought to be very straightforward for Glamorgan, really, but Sussex are making them work hard, and for that I think
it's a wonderful game of cricket.
Yeah, they deserve credit, Sussex, in you know, they've 140 looked a comparatively straightforward chase on a good track, but they've never given up here. Sussex. And a wicket now we've got the runner. Now this is going to be complicated, Edward.
He stayed at square leg, then decided he'd go the other side, and then decides to go. That's all we want is a run out. Chris Cook then, who has an injured calf, he came in the first innings and made an useful 30-odd, 33, and he's facing Jack Brooks, who's reverted now to over the wicket and bowls the first ball to Cook, and Cook is forward.
I just thought for a minute there, it kept a bit low and had breached his defences.
Cool down now. Yeah.
In the end, he just played it comfortably to mid-wicket. But perhaps it's the angle, or perhaps I'm getting too excited, Edward.
Well, why not? Because half the side are out, and you've got one injured player batting there. And here is the very experienced Brooks, who comes in and bowls, and that's chopped away down to third man. Cook was, I think, going to run then, and then
he was.
Then we would have had some mayhem. Another single then, 118. 119, I think it should be, shouldn't it?
That should go up to 119, yes.
21 off 6 and 1 ball.
Yes.
And I think as long as North East stays there to shepherd his colleagues around this winning target, I think Glamorgan should be home and dry. You do not know, how many times have we said this, as Brooks finishes the over, and that's a nice looking shot, and it's equally well fielded at extra cover.
Yes. Ollie Carter there, diving away. He's had a good match, hasn't he? 185 in the first innings, 83 in the second innings, so over 250 runs for young Ollie Carter.
36 balls to be bowled in this contest, and Glamorgan need a further 21 runs.
Yeah, 21 to tie, 22 to win.
22, yes. That's still confusing me.
I think Archie Lennon's going to come on.
Yeah, good move.
Well, why not?
Good move.
Look at the three batsmen. So the two and the runner are having a conversation in the middle of the wicket now. They're probably saying nothing daft here.
This is good captaincy by Haynes, because he knows that Glamorgan could just push it around and get them in singles, and they might think, well, seeing Lennon come on, perhaps they might just have a go at him, and as Carlson was, he was stumped, or he might get a catch up in the air.
Glamorgan boys, the picture showing the Glamorgan lads all sitting on the balcony. I mean, I'm sure they're feeling that they're virtually home and dry,
but not yet.
No, but not yet. There's still an element of doubt. Archie Lennon, what can he do? Be a good time to get a hat-trick, wouldn't it, for Archie? I just wonder whether Chris Cook may decide to go for broke here. There's a long on and a deep
they know,
wicket.
don't they?
In comes Lennon, bowls, and Cook eases that to backward point. There isn't a run there. It's fielded by the eager Ibrahim, who comes into field. And there is no run. 119 for 5. Lennon rubs his hands on the ground. Rawlins throws him the ball, slipping a short leg in place. Lennon in again. Bowls. Short, pulled away by Cook. Is he going to go for 4 runs? He is.
Six.
Let's just wait for the signal. No, it's 4. Yeah,
too short.
Too short from Archie. That was a long hop, and Chris Cook was just waiting for that. And he wasn't going to miss out, and he just belted the ball through mid-wicket for 4. That relieves a little bit of the tension. Cook goes to 5, 123 for 5.
Another man goes out.
Yeah. 18 needed to win. Lennon was on his way, but the Sussex field wasn't quite where they wanted it. I think they're putting Tom Clark, well, he's about 2/3 of the way back. On the leg side, in comes Lennon bowls, driven away, and that's going to be 4 more. Lovely shot by Chris Cook. Slightly over-pitched this time by Archie Lennon, and drilled away through the covers by Cook. He goes to 9, and suddenly it's 14 needed to win. And, well, Glamorgan really would cook themselves all the way to Bristol and back.
So would I.
If they do win, they'll have Edward to answer to. It's worth a try, though, bringing on the leg spin.
Of course
you never know.
Was,
he's bowled very tidily, Archie Lennon. And he comes again, bowls, and Cook leans back and hits that one square of the wicket on the offside. Picks up a single to the sweeper.
9 off.
Yeah, Cook goes to 10. 13 needed to win. And well, every time we say the game's up, a wicket falls, but it would really be something quite extraordinary now for Sussex to pull this out of the pan as Lennon is in bowls and driven by North East, and that's going to probably be 4 more, I think. Lovely shot, slightly over pitch.
Well
Can't
timed,
catch that. Lovely shot by Sam North East. He goes to 41, 3 boundaries in the over, and now just 8 needed to win. Sorry, 9 needed to win for Glamorgan. North East to 41 has played a really good innings here. The experience really showing. There's going to be a change in the field, but I think it's probably a little late. They're bringing Carter across to cover. And in comes Lenham over the wicket, bowls, and Cook leans back and plays that. Sorry, Sam North East plays that to Carter in the covers. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 132 for 5. North East on 41. Cook is on 10. Archie Lenham figures taking a bit of a bashing of that over. 10 overs, 1 for 45. But he's once again showed his immense promise, has Archie Lenham. Coming back for the final part of the match. Edward is going to depart, and he's going to be Nick Webb, who's going to come back in, who's going to see Glamorgan over the line. We'll say our thank yous at the end, but Edward is going to sit behind us. Oh no, he's not. He's got something to do. I think he's...
Watch it from the sunshine, maybe.
Right. So, I think probably the... well, who knows if this will be the final over. 5 overs remaining in the match, so Sussex have taken it deep. But in the end, Glamorgan, I think, have just got a little bit too much, Nick.
Yep, it was not quite enough for Sussex. The target of 141 in 43 overs looked very difficult to defend, but to be fair to a side that haven't won for a while, they've given it a good lash. It will be Brooks then with 8 to win, who will come in and bowl to Chris Cook, with most of the fielders in now, and Cook defends that one. In fact, Fine Leg is the only outfielder at the moment. So there have been nervous times. 9 for 3. It really looked as though Sussex were in with a shout.
It did.
Pulling off a huge surprise. But here's Brooks to bowl and Cook to defend again. With 4 overs left after this, they're not going to take any undue chances.
No. And it'll be a big win for Glamorgan, Nick.
Yeah, it'll keep them challenging in the top half of the table. As in comes Brooks again, bowls, driven by Cook to mid-off, no run. And given the extreme youth of this Sussex side that we have remarked on frequently throughout the match, I think they can be not too displeased with their performance.
No, I would agree. There have been times this season when they've been put to the sword, but...
Brooks bowls and Cook slashes at that and misses outside the off stump.
I would agree. I mean, Ollie Carter has obviously distinguished himself with his runs. You know, over 250 in the match. I think Sean Hunter's bowled very well, the left-arm seamer. Archie Lenham always a bundle of tricks. So yeah, they certainly haven't let themselves down.
Brooks bowls, Cook pushes it away on the offside, and they're keeping it going right till the last moment, but they did hassle through for a single there as I watched...
You just, sorry, Nick.
Watch the wrong batter there.
You just wonder the damage of repeatedly not winning does to a side, and that is becoming a problem for Sussex now. This will be 19 championship games without a win.
Yeah, I haven't seen much evidence of heads going down.
No.
Brooks bowls, and that's hammered back down the ground by Sam North East as he moves to 45 not out, and Glamorgan to within 1 blow of their victory target. They're 137 for 5.
Good knock this by Sam North East. You know, experienced player. Always thought he was a good player when he was at Kent, and a little surprised when he moved on, but they moved to 1 or 2 counties, Yorkshire and Hampshire. I think he spent some time at Nottinghamshire as well, but he's found his home here, and you know, he's got a good cricketing brain, Sam North East. Always thought he used to skip a Kent very well. And he's brought all that experience to bear, particularly Nick, because when he came out to bat and Glamorgan were 9 for 3, he was on a king pair. And you know, even someone with as much experience as he has got might have the jitters, but he just took his time and has slowly accelerated through the innings, and it's been a very important knock in what's been a slightly tricky run chase for Glamorgan.
Has indeed. 4 to win for Glamorgan. Chris Cook on strike on 11 not out, as Lenham is in to bowl, and Cook plays it into the offside and through the offside, and that's raced away for 4. Nicely timed by Chris Cook, and that is victory for Glamorgan by 5 wickets over Sussex. It's their 3rd championship win of the season, and they've achieved it with 23 balls remaining here at Sapphire Gardens.
Well done to Glamorgan. Super knock by Sam Northeast, really seeing Glamorgan over the line when it looked just as if they may be stuttering at 9 for 3. There was a glimmer of hope for Sussex, but 140 was always going to be tough to defend. Really set up by those 2 excellent innings in the first innings from Ed Byrom and by Colin Ingram, 176 and 178 respectively. Credit to Sussex, they fought hard. Ollie Carter with 2 tremendous innings, but at the end it just wasn't quite good enough. I'll hand you over to Edward in a minute, but just to say thank you to you both, to Nick and to Edward. You're always great company down here. I love coming to Cardiff, so thank you very much, and we'll see you again on Sunday for the T20.
Thanks to Adrian, who'll be joined by Johnny Cantor for the BBC Radio Sussex commentary. He'll have a choice of listening on Sunday afternoon, weather permitting, as we'll have a BBC Sport Wales commentary as well. 141 for 5, Glamorgan win by 5 wickets with 23 balls to spare. Edward, some closing thoughts from
Yes,
you?
well, first of all, it's great to have Adrian down here. It's very kind words he said about us, and we reciprocate them. I'd also like to congratulate Sussex, an average age of 22, and yes, they're having a disappointing season. I do hope that these young players will stay with Sussex, because we could be here in 3 or 4 years' time, and Sussex will be up towards the. It's hard to take, I know, but they'll be up there, up to the top of the championship. It's been a wonderful game of cricket. And it just shows again, Nick, how enjoyable 4-day cricket and the championship. Don't mess with it, I say to the ECB, the ICC, or whatever. Thanks very much to everybody.
Thank you, Edward. And as I say, Adrian will be back not only here on Sunday afternoon, but from Chelmsford on Friday evening with T20 action. Glamorgan in T20 action in Bristol on Saturday night, and here against Sussex on Sunday. Coverage of all those via the BBC Sport website. Thank you very much indeed for your company. A very good evening, North Star.